The Flails Doll! Technically, it's called The Curse of the Flails Doll, but it's more of an event than a curse. This is a fine example where fanfics are better written than the original. And trust me when I tell you that this story is scarier than the 8,000 pictures of Tails Doll combined together. They get some Sonic racing game for the Sega Saturn for free, and told him to get it out of his face. Cause God knows he can't just throw it in the garbage. Anyway, they get the game, go to his friend's house where they explain the previous scene again and put the damn game in the thing. And then there was title screen, but title screen was not good because it had a Tails on it. One idiot thought it was a glitch, but other thought evil. And then they start race and the background looked like shit and music played backwards. Then idiot number 2 somehow knows that all is haunted by Tails. He knows this because he had to. And then they fin, and then they unlocked Supersonic, because the evil haunted game is nice that way. Then idiot 1 asks how this happened, and the other one said, I don't fucking know, go back to Russia. And then after 2 races, they go get a challenge approaching. And then screen fade to black, and nothing happened for 2 minutes. You realize that's like 120 seconds. This video isn't even 2 minutes long yet. How come they didn't think it crashed? Then a picture of Sonic being attacked by Tails Doll flashed on the screen with a violent for a split second, and there was scream and laugh. How did they notice that for a split second? Who cares? The pasta makes no sense anyway. So start race, and there was just Sonic. And he moved by himself because he can do that. And then there was Tails, but it was retarded, so it stayed behind Sonic, and then the screen said you win, even though the fucking doll win. So Supersonic fixed this race. What an asshole. No wonder Tails don't want to kill him. Or killed him earlier. Wait, what? And then they unlocked the Tails Doll Crusade, or Curse, I can't even never remember. And then Idiot Ein pulled a note out of his ass, and Idiot 2 said not to read it. Considering that I labeled the 2 protagonists as idiots, the second one starts reading it. And it was Can You Feel the Schadenfreude backwards lyrics, and then TV started shaking. Then Idiot broke it out of rage, and then they went to play in other TV. And then the doll came out of the broken TV, stole the idiot's money, ate all his food, shit on his carpet, and then went outside to ring the doorbell. One idiot came to down and opened said door. It took him about 50 tries to find out that he was supposed to look down. It was the Tails Doll. So he went upstairs and cleaned the blood away. What? He didn't find that a bit strange? Like, not at all? If I saw a doll covered in blood, I'd say, okay, and try to throw the thing out of the window, hoping it won't take my fucking arm off first. So then they play Sonic Arse, and again, and then they decide tag team thing with the Tails Doll. And then, when last person was tagged, the Tails Doll came from the dead and killed one of the idiots with its claw. What? He had claws? Nobody told me that. Okay, moving on. Then he used his fight money. Then Idiot grabbed baseball bat. It did nothing. He then grabbed sword and the Tails Doll counter-killed him. Assassin's Creed would be proud. Then neighbor said, I can't hear Dr. Seuss over that rocket. Go get police. Then police came to place where the idiots were and the doll is in TV. The police paid very little attention to the bodies and said, well, they're dead. Let's steal their Sega Saturn that they had. And then they played tag with the Tails Doll in the office. To be continued? I hope not. My God, was that stupid. You just heard the most popular dumb creepypasta known to man. Who knows why is that? Maybe they liked the doll. It's a contrast to the original Tails, who's so pussified people think he's a girl. Or she, I don't know. That's good all, but fuck damn it, was that stupid. Join us next time when I brag about another creepypasta. Sonic.exe. Now don't get me wrong, this part is actually quite good. If it wasn't for the end, but otherwise it's all good. Except for the end. Okay, I'll tell you what I mean. By the way, there's a game of this, so if you want to shit yourself, go ahead. The story starts with a wee lad called Joe. No, not really. And he once got a knock on his door. When he went out to see what was door, he saw a compact disc on the ground that had Sonic.exe written on it. There was also a note that told him not to play it, because, you know, the Pandora's Box story was never retold a bajillion times before already. So he played the game because he was like, how harmless can a game be? It's a Sonic game. A Sonic game never hurt or mentally scarred anyone. Except for Sonic CD, but whatever, I'll still play it. And boy, did he regret that, as he writes in the creepypasta about 1,000 times. So he put the game in the PC, and there was title screen, and there be Sonic, but with black eyes and a red dot, which is called a pupil. Something that the writer never managed to remember, I guess. He also had bloody tears, because he needed his eyes to look as scary as possible. But what we don't realize is that this Sonic has a rare disease called Postificationifus. Let's just say it hurts. Anyway, there's a lot more things that are also scary, I guess. Like how it says Sega 666. Wait, holy shit. Sega started as early as year 666? What did they do before they made video games? Were they working for the church? Were they educated? How did they make a creepy game about a blue hedgehog with Postificationifus that 2 years later became a hit children's game? I'll tell you how. Magic. That's how. Anyway, he started the game, which is like Sonic 1, but more evil, and you play as everyone except for Sonic. So he picked Tails, and the fox goes around in a flat area. Later, there are animals that are gutted, hanged, and missing limbs. They are always missing limbs. Let no one tell you different. Yeah, so it's very scary and all. Then Sonic starts chasing you with drowning music, of course, because it's like the music is telling you, move your ass, bitch, and you're like, well, if this fucking fox could move faster than a turtle with no legs, I would consider running. But the Sonic catches Tails, and there be screaming and stuff. I also forgot to mention that Tails takes his sweet time to look at the camera and cry. It's weird. It kind of reminds me of Isaac. Oh my goodness. That means absolutely nothing. Okay, so the quick blue porcupine kills the lazy fox, and you get a screen that says something like, "G'day, mate, you wanna play some boggle?" Why does it say that? Well, I'll answer that question with another question. Fuck you. So then you play as Knuckles, where the player describes the level for about half an hour. It looks like a place but on fire, and there be background music that is backwards. And then Knuckles gets raided by Sonic. I'm not kidding. Play the game, trust me. He gets behind him and everything. It's hilarious. And then the screen says something like, let's play hide and seek, I think. And then you go as Robotnik, being a there, I said it. Now shut up. So you go through a place, and then, big shocker, Sonic kills him. Then he says, found you, and then he shows off his big teeth, stares at you for about half a month, greatest staring contest ever, and then he says, I am God. There are no religious comments complaining about that bit. Anyway, the screen then says, ready for round 2, and then the player falls asleep. Yeah, I'd fall asleep too if there was a still image of a hedgehog for that long. And he had a dream where he's like, I will steal your soul and use it as a napkin after I finish masturbating. Also, I did this with your friend as well. And then the guy said, I'll wake up. And then he threw the game away, I guess. Smart man. So that was a fairly good pass. Oh yeah, I forgot the ending. A Sonic doll appears behind him. Stupid, I know. Well, that was pretty much it. Please suggest more video game pastas for me to review. Preferably stupid ones, because those are easier to make fun of. You must die.exe. I thought it would be a Zelda CDI pasta too. I know I said that I would do Mario 64 next, but fuck, I just gotta take a shit on this thing right now. So it's split into chapters, but it's not really important because you can just press enter and it would be the same effect. So let's get started. The worst pasta I've ever read so far. The guy describes his younger self as a bully. He did the usual to this one kid, stole his money, threw his backpack in the trash, beat him up, lit alcohol and bleach on his face. No wait, that's the wrong pasta. So Richard bugged the kid called Ernest, who was very cheerful and then became horribly suicidal spontaneously, I guess. So he killed himself with jump rope, which is impossible because jump rope is too short to be used for such a thing. I guess he hung himself in midair or something, and that's the first chapter. I have never felt so little emotion for a kid that committed suicide in my entire life. Okay, so nobody arrests him for doing this, and Richard starts looking for games. He said that Modern Warfare is too shitty, whatever. God of War is too hard, clearly he never tried NES games. Ever. Dead Space is too confusing. What? And Amnesia is too scary. But a game called You Must Die.exe isn't. Yeah, maybe he thought it was a fucking puzzle game. So it was outside of a shop and it was You Must Die, the PC version. Can someone tell me where I can find the Xbox or the Wii version? Thanks. So the title is written with blood, makes it all the more normal, and goes home and plays it. And the chapter ends. This chapter thing, it's very efficient, no? So the fucktard started the game and it was a game about him and the school and teachers and stuff. It's very original. Everyone just kept telling him to go and fuck himself, but a teacher said the best thing ever. I'll tell you this word for word. You are cursed, Richard. You shouldn't be in this world, you child of a Satan. I died there. It was hilarious. Child of a Satan? There are more Satans? I mean, Satan's a name. That's like saying child of a John. Okay, well, I'm just nitpicking now. Then someone was telling him to go to the place where Ernest was hanged. I don't even care about names anymore. He tried going away, but all the game did is say, you cannot escape your sins. We will become a Catholic church someday. And then the person went in. Funny how the game cares about a young boy's death more than the law. Okay, then obviously there was Ernest, and he was hanged. The walls were covered in blood, like if you used blood right like 1,000 times. There were death people on the ground. No, not dead people, death people. You know, minions of death, which is what the writer was thinking. I mean, certainly he wasn't thinking the other things, like corpses maybe, but no, he thought death people. And then Ernest said, Richard, listen carefully. Come closer, my child. He then clicked the examine button, and then the game went, as the writer describes it. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? It means the screen went black. What, you didn't know? And then a picture of Ernest, all bloody and shit, said, hello, Richard. And then Richard tried to turn off the PC, but no. And so he continued to talk to Ernest, as Ernest said, it's been a long time. How have you been? I've been really busy being dead. Portal 2 reference, cause can. So anyway, Richard was like, no, you were supposed to dead. That's not me being retarded, it actually says that. And then Ernest said, I am dead. And you are dead. I think we're both dead here. And that day, I suicide. That's not me being retarded. And space is my friend. Okay, that was me being retarded. Then Ernest said fuck about 1,000 times, and then there was flashing montage of death bodies. And then he passed out. Amnesia's still scary, eh, Richard? And then he was in hospital. His parents say he was in hospital because he passed out. So he asked where he was and why he's there, and the parents said again he was in hospital because he passed out. And he was like, oh. And then he stopped bullying kids, even though he should have stopped when the kid committed suicide. And I thought the Tails doll was bad. I lost roughly half my brain cells reading this. It was stupid and quite easy to make fun of. Go check it out for a good laugh or two. This has been Leather's Story Time. Join us next time when I think of good jokes from Mario 64. Hopefully. Super Mario 60 Mario. This is another good one, so I have no other choice but to nitpick. The player has to go to the interwebs to relive his childhood playing Mario 64, because everybody played that as a kid, except for us Serbs. We simply said, Mario's too mainstream. You can have everything else though. So he bought said game on eBay and waited to eBay. When eBay finally did eBay, he received his gift. I think the cartridge looked normal. Let's just say that for the sake of it being a good story, that it was normal, nothing ripped off. So there was Mario Head, then he pulled his ear and Mario went batshit and started acting like Vagineer while the red tape recorder can be heard in the background. So he started and the game was normal, except that everything skipped and he was in the castle and there's only planet battle world. Yeah, that's how it's called. There beat Luigi cause he's not in the game, but he ran from Mario and the player followed him. Every time he collected a coin, the music and enemies became slower, and after the 5th coin, the music and enemies both died. Why 5? How did he notice the effects after 5 coins? Why not 20? He would have noticed the effects better if it was 20 coins or something. Anyway, he went out of the land and there was no Luigi, but there was a picture of Luigi when he got out of the painting. And then the picture that you go into the level with changed to the portrait of his family, and the shroom people were guarding it and they looked like priests for some reason. And then there was a world where there were platformers, but oh no, there's a giant dark blob chasing him. You mean like Gish? Why is Gish in a Mario? Okay. That's deep, man. So Gish swallows Mario, and then there was Suicide Luigi faggot, and Mario cried for 5 minutes. I'm gonna let that sink in. 5 whole minutes! Look at Jeff's face for 5 minutes. You might be scared at first, but after half a minute, you'll get bored out of your mind. Anyway, after 5 whole minutes, he got out of the level. His family was zombified, you know, like the Aldino pasta, where they gradually look more like dead. Ashes to ashes, shit to shit. So he gets in there, and there was piano that said, and chased him. Then Mario was crushed, and then they're again playing more horrible. He entered again, and there was Castle. There was Bowser doing what he usually does, laughs, and there were children mocking the player, and Peach was eyeless and screaming and shit. Odd, I thought Bowser usually rapes her or something. You're supposed to fuck her, not fuck her up. And then Mario came out of the painting, and the family was rattle me bones, so he said fuck, and he checked the other file, and it was the same thing, but the bones were in a different position, meaning that the game was played by another family, which means that another guy played this, but they are dead on the picture, but they are not dead, so some sick fuck must be stalking random customers and photoshopping their pictures and telepathically modifying them through the game. But hey, at least I can think of a possible explanation for that, and the pasta is creative with that gimmick. I do believe this is the pasta that started the eBay stereotype, so applaud to that. Overall, it was fairly good and all, so this was Leather's story time, telling you a story that may or may not be accurate. Go away. Zelda 2! I renamed this series into Leather's Storytime because I can, so shut up, and let's begin. So the guy goes to eBay to buy a Zelda game just for the sake of nostalgia, and he found 2 games. One had an unnecessarily long title, and the other was Zelda 2 NES. Nobody wanted it, so he just kinda took it for $1. Well, now I am confident that this is not at all a haunted or modified game. He then got the game and started the damn thing. He walked around, and then he did Zelda 2 stuff. Oh yeah, and there's a glitch where he can go through rocks. Literally go through rocks. Because, you know, that part wasn't really that important. Glitch that let you beat half the game, basically fairly useless. So then he walked 4 bajillion miles to finally notice a town that was on fire. And then when he went in, it was fine. So that means that the town was so desperate for tourists that they temporarily set it on fire to attract people. You'd be all like, oh my god, people are burning to death. And when you enter, you're like, oh, no, they're fine. They just want me to buy camels. Yeah, I don't blame them. They are surrounded by miles and miles of rocks. Moving on. The town people were normal, and the town was normal. Oh yeah, except the people keep telling him to fuck off. Why does the writer keep thinking the most different part about the game is not that important? You're asking the wrong person. And so a lady told him to get it in there before she pops a cap in his ass. So he went in there, and there was screaming and murdering heard, and there was a nihilist Link popping out of the house, levitating. Top-notch job, lady. Whatever you did in that house, you doomed yourself and us all. So everyone instantly explodes because he can do that now. And Link says, yo Greg, yo Zelda, yo Hyrule, yo Flesh, you all gonna go down. Yeah. And then he starts singing Ring Around the Rosies because it involves ashes and falling. I couldn't see the connection either. And then the guy was like, aha, this is in fact not in the game. So then Link appeared behind him and said, surprise, bot sex. And he levitated the guy around, and then he got hurt in the hospital, and then he was like, I'm a research. So he did. And then he found out the guy that attacked him was part of some Indian burial ground or some bullshit like that. But he was Link because Zelda was fairly popular during those times, you know, when it didn't exist. What did the guy do that was selling it? Was he like, Master, I have found the perfect place for you to get reincarnated in. And the ghost was like, well, spit it out, asswipe, I don't have all day. And the guy was like, an NES game. And he was like, a child's entertainment device. Seems legit. And he slapped the retarded sticker on it, and he sold it. Back to the story. The guy puts the game on eBay again with the words Zelda 2 NES. Fantastic. Way to spread the word, asshole. So I guess the next owner was probably so retarded that he ate it instead of playing it. And so the Ghost Eternal Gold, which, whatever it was, is now ruined. So no harm, no foul. Oh, and the picture looks like an 8-year-old painted over a Zelda 2 town with watercolors. It's almost as good as the TF2 Play Dead picture. This was Leather Storytime, and you can leave now. There's no more video here. Club Pinguini! 666, y'all! I know I usually start the review with words, but today it's an exception. Okay, let's do this. A guy once played Club at the Penguin when it's a multiplayer game that should be on Facebook because that's how it feels like. He tried testing some shit with an iceberg on an empty server that was empty. He went to the iceberg thing and there was a penguin called 666, and then there's a side note in the pasta thingy saying, "I dare not say the numbers in fear that he might come back." What? Oh, 666. Yep, totally original. Would not have thought of that ever myself. Oh, and speak of the devil, the background was L and 666 was dressed like the devil. Hello, why didn't you write that first? Was the goddamn name really that intimidating? Okay, so the guy spoke to him and said something Hebrew. It means, "You have crossed a dangerous path, penny mortal." And then said, "You do not know the ancient tongue. You jester." Ooh, he called you a jester. You should beat him up. Knowing the Hebrew language, he was insulted. Then he started some aqua grabber babber game. That is a mini game. And then text popped out. Why is it always that text pops out? Can't the game just say something with words? So the text says, "You shouldn't have done that." That's not a joke. 666 here made the game say you shouldn't have done that. I imagine that a certain water-based ghost is going to hunt this asshole down. Anyway, guy then wobbled away to the iceberg, and then Triple D Snoop Dogg man followed him and said in English, "Why are you running away from me? You shouldn't have done that." No, I'm not over-exaggerating that sentence because of his previous dialogue. He says that. Again! It's not even grammatically correct. It's like if I suddenly said, "And so the guy walked up to the player, 'Your dog has cancer,' and asked him a question." Makes sense, no? 666 then pulled out a knife and stabbed the penguin. Wow. Subtle. There was blood pouring out, but not CGI blood. It was like real human blood. But it's a penguin. Penguins don't have human blood. They have penguin blood. Anyways, he then throws the penguin into the water and there was a puddle of blood and shit. So the screen went haywire. When it finally calmed its tits, it showed the character alive. He had a bandage in the wound that he was stabbed in and he was in town. The player then got thirsty and creeped out. So he went to get water. I can relate to this asshole because when I saw Jeff's picture for the first time and the hidden message in Sonic CD, the first thing I thought was, "Oh fuck, that's some sick shit right there. I'd better get some apple juice." Maybe that's how Ben drowned. So he comes back with water and then there was 666. He then typed in, "Why are you doing this?" In which Satan complies, "I like seeing people suffer, of course. I'm the motherfucking devil." He then went in the gift shop where I lost all hope for this pasta. There was blood and guts and severed heads everywhere. This is why Sonic.exe should clean up after himself. Swine. Oh, and the curtains opened! And behind it was more blood, guts, and heads. Not much different from the rest of the room, but whatever. The screen then went red, so really what's different? And then pictures of real human corpses flashed on the screen. And then the guy's PC got caught on fire. Okay. Then the guy suddenly grew a brain cell and decided to extinguish it. So he picked up an extinguisher and did so. Oh, and there was faint laughing coming from the computer. Now, how did he notice that from all the from the extinguisher is beyond me. A few days later, it said he was banned from Club Pinking and the 666 model was replacing the bandage. Ah, because... No, it's just random. Well, I had fun doing that, said I. This battle was entertaining for making a review for hours and hours to come, I replied to myself. And then for some strange reason, I came into the classroom and said, "You just watched another episode of Leather Storytime. Bye-bye now. Your cat is in his deathbed right now." San Andreas, cheat unfold. You know that cheat in GTA San Andreas that Rockstar clearly put in there to fuck with you and make you think that it does something? Well, this jackass says there is an actual use for it. It is used to make this pasta. So let's get rolling. He types in the cheat and it says cheat activated and nothing happens. But if you're in Los Santos during sunset, you'll see a little spherical turd in the sky. Ah, the player said, I must know what this object is by flying towards it, and so he did. He then began shaking the controller and started fearing a black ball in the sky. Oh, and CJ started sobbing. Yeah, sobbing. When he's falling to his doom without a parachute, he says, oh shit, how is this different? Oh, and he has a seizure. Why? Simple. A perfect round circle is unacceptable in the PS2 world, so CJ must attempt in breakdancing. Then when he landed and took off the jetpack, CJ started to run away from the sun without the player controlling him. Clearly, he doesn't want to be part of this creepypasta, because it's that bad. Then the screen said that the cheat was activated and CJ committed suicide. I don't blame him. But when he woke up, he wasn't in the hospital, he was in a random highway where there was Bigfoot and Mothman and CJ's mom's ghost and the TV ghost and the ghost town figure and all sorts of things, having a massive orgy. Okay, I made the orgy part up. So the round turd was still on the sun and he started to bye fly. Once he got close enough, the game had trouble loading. But eventually he got to the damn thing. But when he was close enough, CJ started bleeding in such a way that blood poured out of a bucket.
Hello, I'm Shrapnel and I have stopped the review for a quick moment to explain the blood bucket effect. Much like in Minecraft, the liquid will pour from the spot that is placed on, in this case CJ. The liquid will then start expanding throughout in all directions for 7 to 8 blocks. That means 7 to 8 meters, and will never be exhausted, because much like in real life, you basically have infinite blood.
Thanks, bro.
Fuck you.
Okay, moving on. So the player's controller kept vibrating, so my thoughts are he should shove it up his ass. Once CJ landed by himself, he had a depressing look on his face. Yeah, I would have the blues if I lost half my blood. Then the more closer CJ got to the sky turd, the game looked more realistic. The trees looked better, the cars looked better, the sky looked better, CJ's ass looked better, and then CJ screamed as loud as Vachneer and scared the player. He screamed like a little girl, but in a male voice? How the fuck does that sound? Is it like, I don't know. The screen then went to black, but you can faintly see the player's friend's house. Sometime later, he went to the actual friend's house, and there was blood and burn marks everywhere. Oh god, CJ is real? This is fucking awesome! That would have been a fun idea for an ending, but he had to ruin it by hinting that the burn marks are from CJ's jetpack. Yeah, we can figure that out. No sir, he had to do that. Okay, so clearly it's not true. A video game directly affecting something in real life cannot be true. That's just a no-no. If it's just a video game that was modded or made to be creepy and shit, and without it affecting anything in real life, it's fine. It can be possible. You can just go over there, download the game, and there you go. It's just creepy, it doesn't affect anything, it's possible. So yeah, that's for all you future creepypasta makers there. Just take this advice. And that's the end of this episode. Please go. Flails abuse. To tell you the truth, I thought this would be one of those stories. You know, like that one fanfic about Jane and Ben. Nope, not touching that one. No. But I still have to review this Tales pasta, cause thank god it's not that kind of abuse. So the pasta starts with the guy telling us that he's a retro gamer guy. And we all know nothing bad happens to them. He was playing Sonic 2 on an emulator when suddenly some really weird shit happened. What else do you think happens in these pastas? While he was trying to get the Tails character to get hurt in all possible ways in the game, Tails got an animation as if he drowned, and there was a loud burst of pain heard. He then waited for the little fucker to show up, and again, it didn't show up, so he just moved on. Well, clearly Tails thought that Sonic is an ass stick, so he left him and turned into a killer doll. When he reset the game, Tails wasn't on the title screen and Sonic looked disappointed. I don't have anything funny to say to that. I could just say, son, I am disappointed, but I'm thankfully too smart for that kind of joke, because, you know, when you hear this voice, you think of a smart, totally not retarded sounding guy. Way off track. So he starts the game and you cannot choose Tails. Cause, you know, he's dead. You killed him. You asked for. He started and Sonic had an uncomfortable look on his face. And that's no good. Because of that, he turned off the emulator and played on the Sega Genesis. Why didn't he just play on the Genesis? Your guess is as good as mine. The title screen was normal, thank God, right? That clearly means the game is normal, right? And the rest of the past is just him explaining how Ben is a hippie. Of course not. Some shit happens in the game. So, when he got to the boss, he didn't have any rings, and Tails accidentally touched the boss and died. That's what happened when I touched my boss. Wait, I don't have a job. So the game froze, and when he reset it, and of course, no logo, no sound, no title screen, nothing. So while the player was trying to get the game out and sell it on eBay, or a flea market, the game said, you killed him. Obviously, the game couldn't be turned off or anything like that, so he had to continue with the guilt fest. You destroyed his life, said the game. Are you going to destroy mine too? I don't think he can destroy your life if he doesn't know who the fuck you are. Seriously, who is talking? Tails? Sonic? Robotnik? Ben? That wouldn't surprise me. If he can talk through Cleverbot, he can do anything. The game continues talking to the player. Are you having fun killing shit boy? Are you? Whoa, calm your tits, game. It's what happens when you run out of rings. People die. That's why you need at least one ring. So the player just pressed A and he was instantly in a level and the background was blood red. Is the background covered in blood? I don't know. Honestly, I don't think there's enough blood on the planet to cover an entire city. Unless they have all the blood. So he goes around and then after some time, Sonic started walking for 2 minutes. Okay. Pause this video, set a timer for 2 minutes, and come back. You see how fucking long that took? Why do people keep putting that in the pastas? It takes forever. So the porcupine stopped and there was more text. And it said, are you ready? Are you ready for this? Are you hanging on the edge of your seat? Okay, no, it just says, are you ready? Are you ready to see what you did to him? Wow. Never saw pasta prepare the reader for a shock ending. And there was yes or no option. Anyone who played Rambo on NES knows how pointless that part is. And so the game shows the player what I call le gore un cliché. You name it, dead body of Tails, eyes gouged out, guts pulled out, blood everywhere. And let's not forget, it looked realistic. So much that the guy almost vomited. Almost isn't enough. The corpse is a shame to all his cousins. And the game tells the player another message. I hope you're happy. You killed me. Wait, is he Tails now? So far, he's been referring to himself as he. What, does Tails just randomly talk about himself in third person? Okay, so he continues being a smartass until the player goes away and never touches another retro game again. Yeah, wait till he sees You Must Die.exe. Well, that was an incredibly stupid way to say it. Tails is a pansy. Don't hurt him, you shit fuck. But at least it's talking about violence towards Tails rather than another fucking Pokemon. Well, that's the end of this episode. I have ran out of humorous ways to tell you to piss off. Bloody hell, pyro-eyed, bloody pyro-eyed. Jesus, this pasta is so bad. It literally made me sick. Right now, my symptoms include a fever, probably because of my brain overheating from the stupidity. My throat hurts, probably from yelling at the damn thing. And I got a headache from simply reading it. Or maybe it's just a virus. Anyways, let's make fun of it. So the pasta starts with him telling us that it takes him about 6 minutes to start up TF2. And then when it opened up, there was a pyro with his goggles ripped open, his eyes bloody, and pale white skin. Wow. The pasta kept the suspense for a whole 5 seconds! And then the right behind you music is playing, even though he muted his speakers. I have no idea how that's possible, but that's probably because there is a demon in the computer that can hum the song perfectly. But apparently he didn't pay much attention to it, so he used a man-up ticket and connected to a server. Oh, of course, because you have this scary pyro staring at you in the face. Minus roleplay MVM, his team wasn't very good, and he noticed a player named Pyro, so he left. Wow. Good use of a man-up ticket. Then he checked his scoreboards, even though he left the fucking server, but whatever. And he noticed that the pyro was renamed into Bloody-Eyed Pyro. So he got a bit creeped out. He then moved his eye. You know, he pulled his eye out and pointed it at the screen. He saw that it was called Tour number 666, and that really fucking scared him, somehow. I can only imagine how he'll react when he sees Wave 666, which is in the actual game. He then left the server.
again. The pyro appeared again and he went to practice. So that was useless. And all the bots were pyros, and they were bloody-eyed pyros, and they weren't on blue or red. So that means they were spectators. But if they're all spectators, how can he fucking see them? And so he went on the forums and told them about his experience. Of course, nobody believed him, except for this one guy that also had the same thing happen to him. But the difference was, he was banned from the server, and the reason was, banned from the server. Reason? Pyro. And that apparently scared him. All these people seem to be scared of everything. What is this, Scooby-Doo? But then the post was removed after 6 hours, 6 minutes, and 6 seconds later. Apparently he timed it. He then checked his friends list and everyone was gone, except for this guy called Bloody-Eyed Pyro. He then figured it was his friend trolling him, so he told him to stop. And then, reading this word for word, he made no response. Then he said one thing. That was the stupidest sentence I have ever read. He wrote down, basically, that he didn't say anything, and then in the next sentence he writes, then he said something. Fucking genius. Anyway, he said, if you post on the forums again, I'll kill you. To be continued? Why would it? It's obvious what happens next. He posted on the forum that a guy threatened to kill him. He came to the guy's house and killed him by giving him a brain. So there's a creepypasta for you. I hope you're all happy. It made me ill. So I trust because of this sacrifice, this video will have a whole 300 views, which would be an improvement. Haha, I am an asshole.
So this pasta has a blue candle in it. And you think it's an Isaac pasta, but no, it's actually a Minecraft pasta. How the fuck is that even a thing? Let's find out. So the dude likes candles. That's all you need to know from this first paragraph. Amazing. He has a shitload of it and he got a blue one, apparently. Oh, and he likes Minecraft. Gotta put that in there, too. Okay, so he hears tapping on his window, which he thought was rain or hail, but it was actually a tree. When he got outside to see the damn thing, it was covered in blood and organs and stuff. How do I keep finding pastas that have sporadic gore in them? So he put up a thing for his window to keep the branches from annoying him without stepping on any kidneys. You know, that's actually useful when I think about it. That thing has hearts and kidneys all over it. He sees it as a bloody tree, but I see it as a money tree. So he gave up on the tarp idea and went inside. When he got inside... No, wait, he didn't get inside. The door was locked and it's about to rain. He has to get in there quick before he gets soaked. He had a spare key to open the door with, so he just jammed it in there. And luckily he got in there just before the rain started. Phew, that was suspenseful. He could have got his hair wet there. Or God forbid his shirt. Just before he got back to his Minecraft, he noticed that the rain looked a bit bloodish. So then random shit is described that has no point at the pasta besides wasting your time. Then the electricity ran out and he's like, well, piss shit. Now I'm gonna have to use those 1 million candles in my basement. Once he got there, the basement door got locked and he spent the night with the candles. Oh, and wait. He writes this as if it's happening in real time. God damn it, guy, pastas are not blogs. Get that in your head. So he has a stupid ass dream about Minecraft and there was a blue candle in Minecraft in a dark hallway. Then he heard a loud roar coming from the hallway and there was a figure running towards him while screaming. This is what happens when you look at SCP-096. Then he woke up and all the candles weren't lit. And then the blue one lit itself. It smelled like rotting flesh and shit. I think that's how this pasta would smell like. And then he heard a roar. And when he looked behind him, he saw a face on the door that tried to pull him outside. Join us, Steve. We have cookies. He then fought off the thing and went to his friend's house. His friend was chopped to pieces and he had a candle jammed to his forehead. That is too silly for a pasta. And the writer seems to agree with me because he laughs at the sight of the corpse. He then instantaneously went batshit and... he went batshit. Oh, and then he's talking to you and threatening the reader that he will kill him and, you know, that kind of bullshit. And he's like, I can smell you from here. That's not much of an achievement. I smell pretty bad. He's also going to kill me when I least expect it. Like when I'm taking a shit. That's gonna be awkward. He then says, oh, and don't forget to water your tree. Well, technically it's a cactus and it has a name. Monday. And he needs different soil more than he needs water, but thanks for reminding me. And blow the candle out when you're done, he says. Now I'll stick to light bulbs. The last thing he says in pasta is, you smell so good, I can't wait to meet you. Fake! I smell horrible. And I can't wait to meet you either. After all, my arching skills are a little rusty. You'll be good target practice. And that's it. That's the end of the story. What did it have to do with Minecraft, you ask? Well, nothing really, but it has a game in it, so it counts. No, wait. Not strictly forbidden to review non-game pastas. And not forbidden to talk about non-pasta things in general. Won't that be fun? Okay, now I'll go and water my cactus. Because Whore of Babylon in Isaac is a curse item, and its original title is The Curse of Nintendo 3DS. Get it? Ha ha ha. You know when I explain pastas, and I sometimes say, some random shit happens, that isn't important. Yeah, that's this whole pasta, so let's start this shit fest. It starts with a guy talking to a guy, that is his cousin. The guy shows off his Nintendo 3DS to the other guy and says it's selling for $300. And then immediately afterwards, he says he'll sell it for $200. That was also quite the useless statement, since he immediately gives him a used 3DS for free in the very next paragraph. So happy as shit, the protagonist goes home and starts using it. But oops, it has to charge. So he put it to charge overnight since it was 12 a.m. and went to sleep. Wait. 12 a.m. He got home right after he got the console. Was the seller just holding a garage sale at midnight or something? Never mind. After a few hours of sleep, he smells burning plastic. Well, looks like somebody must have been playing Action 52 for longer than an hour. But no, it's actually the charger, so he got up and unplugged it and continued sleeping. Phew, that was pointless. 1 hour later, the 3DS decided to be Vagineer and woke up the protagonist with the startup music set on ear-rape. Funny, cause Nintendo 3DS has no startup music. But I may be wrong on that. So then the little light on the thing was purple instead of it being green or red, and that apparently really scared him. I just got word from Juvie, the guy who co-created Run in the Eyes of Greed, and is a pro handle console expert dude guy. He claims that the 3DS has red and blue lights, not red and green lights. So if both the lights are on, it will technically create purple. Thank you, Juvie, my man. Now piss off, I got shit to read. He then noticed that the 3DS has very few stuff in it. There is a game called Labyrinth, which I'm guessing it's just a hentai starring Lolo. Did I really put that joke in there? Pictures, music, and settings. The settings are absolutely useless, just like the pasta. There is a picture of what the writer claims is weird ass photos of some random the whole time. I think the writer forgot to write what was in those weird ass photos. So I can't even bother to make fun of that because it's just too confusing. Okay, and then there are sounds. There's like a test sound file, then there's like a file that takes like 0 seconds. So I'm guessing that was Justin Bieber's only good song. And there's like a sound file that takes like 36 minutes. So it's basically, first it's static, they never tell us how long it takes. Then it's silence, again another good song by Justin Bieber. And then there was talking heard, but it was not from the 3DS, but from the other room. Then there was screaming heard, and was probably saying something like, "Get me out of this pasta!" Now if you read the pasta, you would know that I fucked up the order of him checking shit on the 3DS, whatever. But it doesn't matter really. It's not like the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse, where it's conquest followed by famine, followed by war, followed by death. It kind of makes sense. That's the idea of an apocalypse. This doesn't really need any order, and that's not a good sign. So then the picture in the photos file changed to a guy with cat eyes and sharp teeth, and it has only 2 colors, which is black and gray. The eye is gray and the pupil is black. The teeth are gray and the mouth is like the inside of the mouth is pitch black. You got that, artist? That will make this picture good. Okay, then he hears the 36-minute sound file because it's pointless and I can't organize a fucking script. And then all of a sudden, something appears behind him. Guess what it is? No, not a Sonic doll. That would be a retarded ending. No, it was a cat guy from the photo approaching the protagonist. The protagonist is frozen stiff because That's what I would do if I saw a catboy attempting to rape me. He then says, nothing is true, everything's permitted. Why yes, I did play Assassin's Creed. How rude of you to ask me that while I'm reading this shit. So, okay, back to the thing. So then, faster than you can say, why did Manimal disappear after I blinked as if he was SCP-173? He's standing outside and his house is burned to the ground. And then he sees the 3DS and it has a text that it says, you're next. So, yeah, he won't upload the pics and sound files until he gets a new home. I have to say, this is the worst pasta that Sophie ever made. That was the most meh joke that has anything to do with raw candy ever. He also says that free shit is very no bad. I'm calling her a he cause she's flat and I'm funny, haha. Well, this was certainly the most referenced jokes I've ever put on this show. I bet most of you don't even know half of them. Doesn't matter, this pasta shit and that's all you need to know. This is the part of the show where I say goodbye in an insulting way. But I'm lazy, so you go ahead and do that to yourself. Oh, the owner wants to pay. Many of you who saw my question and answer video will know that Audino Wants to Play is my favorite pasta. But Leather, Ben is the best game pasta ever. Why isn't Ben your favorite? Well, Ben is the best game pasta, but this is just my personal favorite. With that said, let us dig into this pasta. Okay, but first off, it has its flaws and it is kind of easy to make fun of, which is one of the reasons I love it. Okay, let's start this for real. The pasta starts with the writer telling us that he needs to upgrade his shit in Pokemon or the Elite Four will rape him. But the writer is a clever bastard and knows that Audinos are basically XP balloons waiting to pop. So he uses an item that will increase his luck of encountering some Audinos. And wouldn't you know it, an Audino eventually showed up. He was a bit darker than usual, but he was still pink, so it'll fly. So he kills the little fucker with electrical balls and moves on. And then, wouldn't you know it, another Audino appeared. Wow, these luck items are really efficient, unlike in Isaac, where it almost makes no difference. This one was different though in its stats. But never mind that, he has burn marks on him. That's odd, they don't usually have burn marks on them, and it apparently cried longer. He's gonna need those tears in case he gets thrown in the basement. 2 Isaac jokes in a row, that can't be good. So the writer thought the crying was really fucking annoying and decided to attack him with Bug Bite. Now I can't get the Polaroid. God damn it, Nick, stop it with the Isaac jokes. Okay, I'm calm now. So luckily it's a critical hit and it falls flat on its ass. So protagonists are like, fuck me, these things are making Leather make rapid Isaac jokes. It's fucking creepy. I best go grind some other little shits. There were no more little shits, but he did see a bushgrass shake thing. So we went to check it. It was another Audino. He then hoped it was fucking normal, but it sure wasn't, for one of its eyes was gogged out. As if a bug bite tore it out. Am I starting to see a pattern here? Is he fighting the same Audino over and over again? Really doesn't want to give up, does he? That little bastard. By now the player shit himself and attempted escape, but there was actually a dialogue box from Audino himself. And he's like, why'd you leave me? You were having fun, weren't you? Well, it was fun until you went all rotting and shit. So there was an option to answer that question, yes or no. The player, being a decent human being, instantly pressed no, and the Audino is like, you lied to me, protagonist. He again pressed fuck no, and he's like, liar, you know you want that XP, go on, kill me. The player's scared as shit that there wasn't a single Isaac joke in the past 5 seconds, ran the fuck away, and Audino boy is like, may I ask why? And that didn't let him run away, apparently. It was still his turn, so he had no choice but to attack it. He then used Bite again, but with a different Pokemon, I guess. And the Audino fainted. And protagonist is like, I ain't stepping on any fucking bushes ever again. So he just escorted his ass away from any bushes. Though that's kinda hard when every direction in the area is a fucking bush. So the thing went up to 1 level and his diagnosis got worse. What are you, a doctor now? His left ear was bitten off, which is where the previous Pokemon attacked him. Then it's like, you having fun, yeah boy? And he selected no and thought to himself, how could anyone harm this adorable creature for fun? To be honest, he still kinda does look cute. I mean, look at the sprite image. It's still kind of adorable. Now, the drawing, on the other hand, it's more badass, if you ask me. So the Audino, responding to his no-ness, said, what you talking about, bro? Everyone loves killing me. It's hip these days. Go ahead, hurt me more. Audino seems to be quite the masochist. How many pastas out there have a main character that is masochist? Not many. From this, he realizes that everybody is killing him, cause killing him is a good way to whore XP. And then it's like, you know it, right? This is how everyone plays with me. So he has no choice but to attack it again. By now, he's starting to feel kind of sad. And so was I. This isn't fucking Tails abuse where I just laugh at it. I feel bad for Audino because a lot of people fight Audinos to gain XP. Damn, Hammonds! People kill Tails when they fuck about. They don't really do it that often. But here, you can actually see the side effects to attacking him. Well, Tails is just bloody and shit. And it's corpse. Okay, I got a bit off track there. I'm just surprised I didn't make an Isaac joke so far. Wow, now the not making Isaac jokes are getting old. I'm such an ass. Okay, so he gets another Audino. This time its fucking hand is ripped off, probably because the last attack used on him was a strong attack. Nudge, 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 nudge. He tries escaping again, and the Audino is like, still picking now, huh? You really want the fun to end? Really? Really? He fucking hit yes. I want to end this fucking thing. So the Audino used endure, that I think caused the guy to claw the fucker and he fainted again. Finally, things got back to normal until another Audino showed up. Well, so much for it going back to normal. Jesus, even the fucking writer is sick of this shit. So its fucking chest is ripped open and then it said, I ain't leaving, bitch. Hurt me more. So he's like, fuck you, and restarts this thing. Then a few hours later, he started up again. And instead of the 3D zircon being on the tile screen, it was, guess who? Well, he did say he'll never leave. And there's gargled cry just to add insult to injury. Get it? Injury. Ha ha ha. There was no continue option. Fucking asswipe deleted his game. And he was just getting to the Elite Four. So he turned it off, on and off, on and off, and on and off until it got back to normal. Then he eventually got everything back to normal. That was the most poorly constructed sentence. I apologize. That is until he finds another Audino. Cliffhanger? Who the fuck cares? That was a good pasta. Now, the pasta isn't anything brilliant, and it does kind of hammer in the don't kill Pokemon message, but at least it does it correctly, and not just toss Pokecorpses everywhere. But what I do love is the picture of how the Audino looks like. It's not fucking scary, but it is awesome, kind of like the rake. I don't know why, but I just love drawing him. I mean, you saw him in some of my videos. I know it's gore like cliche, but damn it, it's fun to draw. This was Leather Ice Cream saying, if he were to attack him any further, he would have rattled his bones. Sonic is no mercy. Oh good, a Sonic pasta, cause those are always good. This one is short, so thank God for that. Thank God, not Sonic. The guy says he was cleaning his fucking attic when he fucking found a fucking Genesis and decided to play fucking Sonic. And so he went to his fucking friend who was also a fucking Sonic fan. So they got Sonic from fucking eBay and then it was delivered to them in 2 weeks. They could barely keep the suspense. There was no cover, of course, just poorly written Sonic on it. So the game started and the title screen was a little odd. Everything was normal except for Sonic. He had black fur, red eyes, and razor sharp teeth. Wait a second. In the picture, he has no razor sharp teeth. What the fuck are they? Wait, those are supposed to be teeth? Really? Although the trees in the background have red outlines. So no, Sonic wasn't the only fucking thing that wasn't normal. And that's the picture from the cover of the game, not the title screen, fucking idiot. They shook that off as a glitch. Yup. A glitch can do all that fucking shit. Little did you know that glitches are actually the devil. So as he went Fury in the game, the Sonic became more black-furred and more red-eyed. So when he beat the final Eggman boss, Eggman, not Robotnik apparently. So then there is a cutscene where Robotnik's like, please have mercy. And Sonic's like, no, I show mercy in a very small amount. So little that I show none. So Sonic pulls out a fucking knife rather than a gun and stabs Eggman. He could have just chewed him with his razor sharp teeth, but why it makes sense. Oh, and he bled hyper-realistic blood. Yeah, hyper-realistic blood. The thing some ordinary gamer uses when he's trying to make fun of a bad pasta. Okay, so they burned the cartridge, but then it appeared on the table the next morning. Anything they do to it, it will always come back the next morning. Worst SCP ever. That was practically a short shitty version of Sonic.exe. And that was not actually a masterpiece either. There we go, I guess that's it. I'm going to go treat my migraine again. Kirby Dead Island Land Blood. Gah. Do I really have to review this? This pasta has been in the radar since the very first day I started this show. Legend says it may not be You Must Die.exe, but it is close, and oh boy is that true. Let's get shitting. It starts at a good start when the guy pulls the game out of his ass from his childhood. It was Kirby's Return to Dreamland. Trademark. No, seriously, look. He hit start and started playing. What was odd is that Kirby was not in the intro animation. Looks like Kirby was a bit late there. Or maybe he's trying to avoid being in this pasta. So Kirby wasn't even in the title screen. He doesn't seem to like showing his face much. But again, I don't blame him. So the enemies in Cookie Country looked sad and they cried tears when they died, as opposed to crying liquid oxygen, I guess. It got only worse from here, he writes. Well, if the only thing that happened so far is crying, it would really be annoying if there was only crying. So yeah, I'm expecting worse shit to happen. So the enemies looked even sadder and they had scars that bled realistic blood. Almost went to hyper territory there. So after he did something with the boss, he climbed down the ladder and then he began to scream. What? Apparently there's a fucking tree with red eyes that bled from his mouth and eyes while having some of its branches chopped off. Was that really something to scream about? I mean, if something has blood pouring out of its eyes, doesn't mean you should automatically scream with terror. Okay, moving on. So then there was a text box, isn't there always, that stated, "You did this to me, we finish here." Okay, tree. So the cute little pink marshmallow made a scary face. Wait, Kirby is a marshmallow? Interesting choice of material. Okay, so he does some fire shit and then the tree burns down, as all trees do, and then enemies fell down with blood all over them. Okay, Monty, you're a plant. Are you hiding bloody enemies in you somewhere? No? Alright. Okay, so when the tree burned to ashes, it started bleeding, and then Kirby did a little dance with no music playing. Awkward. So all the bosses have these kind of shitty things going on with them. The worst of all was Landia. Its eyes were black and blood poured out of them and it was covered in blood. How is that the worst? The tree was much worse than that. Kirby, I shall not let you. What who the fuck said that? Oh wait, I guess the author forgot to mention that a text box appeared. So I assume the boss said that. And he must have had trouble with English because the sentence was horrible. So as he wondered, what the fuck does that even mean, as I did, there was a roar heard. Nope, it's not just a roar. It was roar. Not to be confused. So that commenced the second phase of the battle, which just killed the boss, which is stupid. And it left a whole bunch of organs and blood everywhere. I'm starting to see a pattern here. I'm gonna give you a clue. It involves a liquid that transports oxygen and such materials to other parts of the body. It was considered to only exist in animals, but now that I read this, I know that they appear in trees too. So the next level started and it was called Moisnemid Died. Holy shit, it's Dracula spelled backwards. Actually, it's Dead Dimension backwards, as the writer made painfully sure you figure out in the next sentence. I guess you have to be that stupid to like this kind of shit. So the Magolor soul appeared even though the difficulty was set on normal. I don't care. Oh, and his appearance was horrific. His eyes were widened with black eyes that had a red pupil. So it's Sonic.exe if he picked up the toothpicks item. But at least the pasta one-ups that one because it knows that it's called a pupil and not a dot. So its wings were ripped off, leaving a red mist. And instead of his normal roar, loud, blood-curdling screams. Instead of grammar, shitty writing skills. And then the music was very low and sped up. As soon as he hit him, it played the death animation. One hit hack, I'm guessing. Then there was the creepy unused Magolor death sound played. Just look that one up. They sound awesome. Then loud static played for a few minutes. So in the meantime, he made a fucking sandwich. Okay, so I'm guessing after an hour power of static and a nice ham sandwich, Kirby showed up with an eerie grin on his face, with blood and fang-like teeth. You imagine how uncomfortable it would be if you had teeth like that? It would stab your gums every time you close your mouth. Ugh. And he had the arms of Waddle Dee attached to him, as well as the legs of King Dedede and the wings from that knight guy. What is he, Frankenstein? This monster? And then there was a distorted laugh and a text saying, "You're next." Pretty sure there's a joke somewhere there, but I don't care. So then his parents rudely interrupt the pasta, and then the guy goes up to them and starts crying. So he never played anything related to Dreamland ever again, and that's it. The "You're next" message was completely pointless. Then again, this whole thing is pointless. So that was Deadland, the most shit I've ever read besides You Must Die.exe, and that gives me an idea. Here's a challenge for you. Find a pasta that is even worse than You Must Die.exe. This is kind of hard though, because the trick is, it must not be a troll pasta. You have to pay attention to the tags. You must not actually write it for me. If all rules are applied, I will most definitely review it, cause I love making fun of these. Fantastic! More humanoid-ish animals trying to take over God's throne. That actually sounds pretty stupid when I say it out loud. But who am I to judge a pasta that is on the front fucking page? So yeah, as you could have guessed, this one is an unofficial sequel to Sonic.exe. One day I'm gonna make a sequel to my Binding of Judas pasta. Perhaps I could make it remotely scary. I'm sorry, I got off track. Something that I'll be doing a lot. I need to see what's so good about this pasta that puts it among such classics as Mario and Luna games and what? Lost Sonic? Really, Wiki? Really? Also, it is suggested by my sponsor that you should read the pasta before watching this shit. And do that for all my episodes. If you are too lazy, then here, I'll put the pasta on the screen. You done? Good. Now I shall begin. So a good chunk of the beginning is him describing this Sonic Sad AM show. I didn't see this as a child, probably because Serbia doesn't broadcast good shows. But I guess I'ma have to believe what the writer is saying. He says it's the best show ever, so I'm gonna have to agree with him on that. So the writer decided to search up Sally Sonic Sad AM, cause it was his favorite character, Sally. Yeah, and there was a doll that was Sally with a shirt that has God written on it. There are too many things in creepypastas that want to be God. What is this, ancient Greece? Anyway, it was too expensive, so he just decided to buy all the Sonic Sad AM episodes for $1. So he got the bitchin' deal and played the waiting game, which is just sitting on a chair for a long period of time. Wait a minute. Aren't I just sitting here for a long period of time waiting for someone to comment? Okay, Pasta, you got my attention. What else do you have? So he got the CD thing and stuffed it up his laptop's asshole. But the laptop is not satisfied, so it refused to play the DVD. So might as well open the containing folder, and there was just an exe file. But upon opening it, he noticed it was actually an episode of Sonic AM. I think it was called Sonic Gets Cut Up While Talking. Oh, never mind. It's called Hooked on Sonic. That was just an SCP reference. So the episode was all normal and shit, no blood or anything. Was there supposed to be blood? But soon enough, the episode got cut off just as Sally and Sonic Boy were about to share spit, cause it blue screened. Well, that was a waste of $1. At least the writer got a chance to describe the fucking kissing scene. Why yes, I do have a natural hatred for kissing scenes. I'm a guy, all I know is football. So he did random shit like go on YouTube and watch rubber fruit videos. Well, he did say he was watching random videos on YouTube, so yeah, rubber fruit. But then the cursor went batshit. A cursor is a white arrow that you see on your screen right now, just in case you failed at computer class. So then it calmed its balls and was controllable again. Kind of a pointless scene, but okay. He then found himself downloading the Sonic game. That sentence becomes retarded when you think about it too much. So he started it up and the laptop screen faded to black. This happened to my laptop as well, but that's usually because it overheated. So there was no Sega in the intro, but there was a Sega sound, but it was slowed down to the point that it sounded demonic. Sega. It sounds more like the Sega logo is drunk. So some dull details are mentioned from the title screen, like the logo is all rusty and it says Sega 666 in the corner. Another game that Sega made in the Middle Ages, I see. And the water was all bloody. Great. First Sonic.exe, now this. What is your deal, Moses? And the music was just a 16-bit mess of noise. So it's the Sonic equivalent of Serbian dubstep. So instead of Sonic, there was Tails and Knuckles. Tails had black eyes and they were bleeding, and his fur was dull black and he had a face of anguish. Knuckles was much worse though. It was exactly like Tails, except that he had a face of sadness, which makes it worse, I guess. Okay, so while they were standing there being useless, a pink bunny thing popped out. At first it was smiling, but then she noticed that she was in a creepypasta, and I guess that made her sad. So he was like, why the fuck is Amy on there? I don't know, but as he started the game, there was a static noise, and the text said, Kyle didn't want to play with me. What a shame. But I can play with you. Right? I don't know, are you over 18? Horrible joke! So he started the thing, and instead of Green Hill Zone, it was called Not Perfect, Act 1. Digging the Courage reference so far. So there was flat ground, blank background, and there be Amy on the left, and Sonic standing in front of a giant silver ring. Sonic jumped into it, so why not go in there too? Good question. What else would you do? Stand around in a dull piece of land? Okay, and then there was a level that my brain can't explain right now, but I do know it has something to do with shrieks. Lots of shrieks. Sonic cuts to more black and there be the title screen. It was just Amy there, but she had holes on her. Watch, I'll name them. Mouth, ears, nostrils, anus. Okay, it seems that she had some extra holes on her, as if she was hit by several shotgun bullets. She's Swiss cheese, basically. Speaking of cheese, the next game had Cream in it, who was very annoying, but who am I to complain? Her name is in my name, after all. The level was called Kind and Fair, Act 1. Nothing clever to say to that. So she was in Cute-topia, apparently, and there be Speed TV. She broke that shit and ran to a flat area for a while running increasingly faster. But then she was quickly killed by a spike wall. Cute-topia has quite the safety hazard there. Now Cream is all Amy-like. Just put her in the corpse pile. We'll need it for Tails Abuse 2. So then the title screen makes another fucking appearance. Yeah, forgot about that for a while. This time it had Amy and Cheese on there. Cheese was shitting herself. Her eyes seemed almost sloth-like. And yes, she was dull gray. The pasta then reads, time for the third character. Ah, right on to business there, I see. And then the Sally girl pooped up. That's really what it says. And she seemed to like the player cause she gives him a friendly wave. As if saying, howdy neighbor, got some sugar? Or blood? After 5 pages of him struggling to hit the fucking start button, he starts the fucking game. And it was called Blank Act 9. Why 9? Why not 7? That's a much holier number. Think about it. So she was standing there with all the people there in their corrupted forms. Corrupted forms. What is this, Papagorio? There was Zalgo Tails and Zalgo Knuckles that is kind of different from Zalgo Tails. Swiss Cheese, Amy Holes, and Robotnik? Where the fuck did he come from? What happened to him? I didn't know anything happened to him badly. Whatever, he probably just turned dull gray too. Oh hey, Sonic.exe's there too. Are Sally and him gonna fight over the throne? That would be quite funny actually. So the stage began shrinking and she was eventually crushed, or splat, as the writer describes it. So then there was bloody text and it said, Sonic, my love. But you didn't know this whole thing was a giant bloody love card. Then the game decided to go back to the Sonic show. It started up where it left off. Except this time, they were in their exit form. Yes, that's how I call them. When they kissed, they let out these black tentacles from their mouth and jabbed them in each other's throats. The Zalgo French kiss, as I like to call it. Lots of Zalgo in today's review. And they seemed to enjoy it, and so did the writer for a moment. Yeah, that's the creepiest part about this pasta. God help us if he thought of masturbating. And so they gave each other compliments on the kissing, fucking whores. But holy shit, there's a Sally doll on the writer's bed. It had no eyes and... What, that's it? This is the same fucking ending as Sonic.exe, just less retarded. At least he saw the Sally doll on sale earlier. In Sonic.exe, he just plays the game and oh no, Sonic doll! Well, that was less scarier than Sonic.exe, cause for one thing, Sally's eyes were shut the whole time. So attempting a staring contest with the player
would be just retarded. And there seemed to be a lot of fucking static, fading to black and dull colors. But still, it was okay, I guess. I mean, I'm still shocked that Lost Sonic is still on the front page. That shit makes everything else look like solid platinum. Okay, that's it for today. Bye-bye. This is a sub-series of pasta reviewing I like to call The Lost and Found. It's where I take some lost episode and make rude comments about it. So let's start with our very first pasta, Ed, Edd n Eddy, The Lost Episode. Everybody knows that putting the show's name plus Lost Episode at the end of the title will make any pasta scary. The pasta begins by telling me some bullshit I don't care about, until the people start reporting and complaining about the Lost Episode. Thank God I'm not the only one. They speak of horrible things in this episode, such as the quality being very bad. That, and I don't blame them, it is indeed very poor quality. They also said that there was violent and hateful in the episode. What did you expect? It's a Lost episode. The characters began sobbing after every single line they say, which is really fucking annoying if you ask me. The protagonist had a very bad lisp, so he sounded sexual, which bothered the viewers. What? Bad lisps are considered sexy now? Well, fuck, I've been doing it wrong this whole time. The guy writing this was one of the viewers of this episode. No, I thought he just heard there was a Lost episode of Ed, Edd n Eddy, and he decided to make shit up. There be Eddie and Ed walking down a street, but there was no double D, cause, you know, there was never a scene in the series that didn't have all three of them in the same shot. So Eddie had an angry look on his face, which I don't know why that's so strange. He always has an angry face, doesn't he? Oh wait, he had red around his iris, which also happened in the show. Ed was crying, again that happened, and he had a derp face as well. Oh no. That happened also. In fact, I don't think there was ever a scene where he didn't have a derp face. So far, the episode is just fine. So Kevin Boy then started driving towards them with his bike. He was about to crash, but then the screen went black, just as they were about to break their bones. Fucking lazy animators, can't they even animate a bike crash? Wait, I can't even animate a bike crash. So then they gave a replay of the scene again, but it's so blurry that it looks like a green blob is moving towards a yellow blob. Quality work there, editors. So then there was a claymation sequence of Double D in Eddie's room. Presumably he was there because he was trying to find Clayman. But then he starts acting like that one drug commercial and starts spinning around the room. Right round or left round, I will never know. Then there was a 2-minute shot of a silent door. Great fucking scene. If you're not shitting yourself, then you're bored out of your mind. Isn't that what all kids want? Then there's a Jimmy and a Sarah at the dentist's, obviously. Although you could not see Jimmy's face with the damn lamp in the way. He is crying loudly, of course. If there isn't more crying in your pasta than in Isaac, then you have officially failed to make a Lost episode. Although Sarah is trying to comfort him in an unusually warm fashion. I am not gonna say what I think that means. So then a dentist tall enough to break the fucking ceiling shows up and tells Sarah to fuck off. She finally fucking leaves, and then we see that Jimmy has quite some dental issues. His headgear thing was fucking fucked, his teeth were fucked, his gums were fucked, and he also lost all of his limbs all of a sudden. It's never explained how he lost his limbs in a split second. My guess is they took one look at Bill Murray here and ran the fuck away. So the image of this Jimmy stays on the screen for another 2 fucking minutes, and then commercials. Oh, yeah, commercials. Perfect. Hey kids, try our sugar cereal. What's the worst that can happen? The pasta comes back with a bang because a werewolf raw fists a cow. Good start. The pasta is turning into Caligula. Every time he fists, the shot gets more blurry. Good God, there's more blurring in this pasta than in the backgrounds of my animations. Then it cuts to Naz reading a magazine, and now the quality is perfect. Yes, we must make it clear as daylight that Naz is reading a magazine. Doesn't matter though, because it cuts to Eddie, and now the fucking quality is a complete piece of shit. He begins running for some reason, then the fucking door shows up again. But then we have a first-person view of Eddie entering his house. And the house looks quite nice and bright. Write that down, it's very important. Okay, then Johnny crawls under Naz's couch in a cartoony way, but then the guy laughs because Johnny had no eyes drawn on him. Okay, kind of a dumb thing to laugh at. But then then Johnny starts eating Naz's head and he stops laughing. Probably because the eat your mattress scene scarred him as a child. I would say Johnny eating Naz's head is retarded, but it's Johnny. He usually does that kind of shit. Naz can struggle all she wants, but it's not gonna do much. We then see that Johnny had a very small human eyes the whole time. I don't know how that's shocking. Johnny is a human after all.
right? Okay, then Double D was on the floor, no longer in claymation, probably because he failed to watch the California Raisins or something, and he lays most likely dead. And then the next show starts on the spot. Let's hope that show doesn't have a loud intro because it would make you shit yourself after the intense silence of the last scene. Oh goodies, a picture summary. Let's see what this has to offer. Well, I don't remember Double D ever turning into Jaws, but at least he got the cow fisting in there. Although I don't remember the cow bleeding. Oh well, this explains the whole Jimmy thing, alright. I don't even know what the fuck I'm looking at. There seems to be a giant Eddie in the background. Indeed, a very interesting metaphor. At least they got the Johnny eating shit part right. And what the fuck is up with the Night of the Living Ed picture? Well, Tat's Top 10 say it's the 20th scariest non-gaming pasta ever, so I'll take that for what it's worth. So, yep. This was the first episode of Lost and Found. If you have any suggestions, well, I have one thing to say. Not now, I already have a list. Goodbye. You may be asking yourself, why am I reviewing the forefather of all lost episodes? Because you would eventually ask me to, remember? So might as well get rid of this shit right now. The pasta starts with a guy asking me if I remember the old Mickey Mouse cartoons in the 30s, and my answer is, fuck you, why would I want to tell you something like that, fucking asshole? So then it tells us that there was a classic shit episode of Mickey Mouse, but it was too shit to be put in a DVD. Odd. I thought they usually put only shit in these DVDs. And it seemed to take like 3 minutes until it cuts to black. So now you probably want me to hilariously describe the video. Okay, fine, I'll do it. So there was Mickey walking through bedrock apparently, cause let's face it, why else would the background repeat every 3 seconds? Mickey's walk cycle looked like he dropped something and is trying to find it on the floor while walking. Luckily the background is repeating so he can double check for all eternity. He had a sad face on him. I would too if I dropped my dick on the street and can't find it. And he kept tilting his head side to side, so it's like he's saying, nope, that's not it. No, that's not it either. Nope, not that either. While he was looking for his keys, the music sounded like a piano with random keys playing. Here, take a listen. It sounds less like a piano with random keys playing and more like a 5-year-old playing a piano underwater. Okay, so then after 3 minutes of pure Mozart, I'm pretty fucking sure, the video cuts to black. After enough time has passed, you will notice the animation coming back. But this time, there was no shit piano. Thank God. And it was more like a murmur. Well, yep, here, listen to it. The guy sounds like he's bored, just like me. And Mookie tried smiling. I guess he feeds on your boredom. Then in the 7th minute, 7, holy number, remember these? There was a blood-curdling scream. Here, listen. I'm pretty sure I heard this somewhere. And the picture was getting more shit. Colors were happening that shouldn't have been possible at the time. Colors were happening? Oh, sorry, didn't pronounce that right. The colors were happening in impossible ways. Speaking of impossible, the sidewalk went in directions that seemed impossible. The fuck does that mean? Did the sidewalk go 361 degrees or something? Oh, and then Mickey's face starts falling apart. Must be the result of going through the sidewalk that's at 36 bacon degrees, both Celsius and Kelvin. The buildings in the background turn into rumble and floated in midair. Well, hey, I don't remember DMC Devil May Cry having Mickey in it. The streets of Bedrock still formed roads that us humans can't understand. Oh my god, he's walking 58 speakers a minute. According to this digital ampermeter, he should soon reach 99 llamas per kraken. And then the guy fucked off the studio and let another guy in. And the other guy saw the screaming lasts until the 8th minute. And then it abruptly cuts to the Mickey Mouse face at the end of every episode. This symbolizes how Yahtzee is afraid of that thing. And there was a broken music box playing in the background. Last thing you have to listen to. Clear. Doesn't really sound like a toy box, it sounds like aliens are trying to communicate. Then the guy went out and said real suffering is not known 7 times. If you say real suffering is not known 7 times fast, you'll sound like you're saying real stuffing is not phone. And then the guy shoots himself in the head, because you too would shoot yourself if you saw what was the last 30 seconds that he did not write down. You know what it is? Me taking a shit. I think. The writer must make sure that the video is never posted on the internet for the safety of— oh, never mind, they uploaded it years ago. You've done it again, internet. Whoa, this pasta sounds really silly when I describe it. But whether you find this scary or not depends on whether it's day or night. So I guess it's good. Yep, outro good enough, bye-bye. Well, this is actually really bad. Really fucking bad, actually. Worse than You Must Die.exe bad. Who knew that the worst pasta I'd ever read is in the category that isn't video games? Don't believe me? Here, I'll show you the goddamn pasta right now. I'm going to break down the first part of the pasta to you until we get to the actual video. Okay. A guy that is a Beatles fan goes into a store, sees the lost episode of the Beatles, goes to the store clerk and says, "Hey, how much is this?" And he said, "That's not for sale, kid. It will give you nightmares." I know it did for me. And he's like, "Please?" And they say, "Oh, okay, you can have it." And then he was so fucking happy that he went home and shoved the tape right up the VHS's ass. Okay. We got that out of the fucking way. Let's take a look at the fucking video itself. The beginning had someone screaming in agony. He probably realized he was in the pasta, so yeah, he did what he would do. Although he was really scared until the title screen, which he described as, "It was like unusual." What in the name of everything that is holy and unholy does that mean? Was the beginning of the episode unusual quality? Well, let me know when you get a fucking strange or genuine version. Then I'll give you 3 keys for it. The episode was called Because, which you assumed had something to do with the song Because. But the episode is responding to your question, which was, "Leather, why is this pasta so bad?" And the pasta answers with because. And then it gives you the rest of the pasta. Makes sense, right? Okay, then the cartoon played and something was wrong. It was totally different from the original style. It looked similar to the original, but it was darker. So really it wasn't totally different from the original. It was just slightly different. Okay, so the band started talking about a CD they found on the street. Everything's just fine as long as it isn't You Must Die.exe. So it then showed John putting on the earphones trying to listen to it, but then it happens. What the fuck does it mean? I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with the Addams Family. John looked like he had blacked out, as if he was staring into space, desperately looking for something in this pasta that is remotely good. Unfortunately, he failed and started tripping balls. You can tell because his eyes were turning into LSD acid trip colors. Yeah, that's what it says. So yeah, LSD acid trip colors. New color. Let's use it for the new cathedral then. Okay, so after 10 seconds of that shit, a picture appeared for a flash second, which is really fucking unoriginal. And it was a guy holding a ventriloquist dummy, and he had no mouth, but instead there was just blood there, and his dummy looked like he was trying too hard to be in a creepypasta picture. So after Ringo asked him if the sounds from that CD inserted some kind of drugs through his ears somehow, John says, "Seeing is not believing. Seeing is killing." So okay, so if I look at someone, will they instantly die? If that was the case, we'd all be dead by now. So then he got his consciousness back, which is confusing considering he just talked, and then he said, I'm okay. I'm okay. Can you tell me what time it is? So yeah, he's fine. And then George told him the time and it cut to black. Stupid enough. And then blood poured down the screen. Of course! Why wouldn't it do that? It was apparently so real that if you were to touch the screen, you would get blood on your fingers. What? So then it cuts back to the Beatles running away from some fangirls, but of course have a scene with people moving in one direction long enough and things start getting fucked, as proven by Suicide Mouse. For you see, the girls started bleeding out of their eyes, they had no teeth, and they were blood coming out of the mouth too. I would say that they looked just kinda zalgified, but the pasta tells me that already. Seriously, look! Never give an example from another pasta. It doesn't work. It just tells the readers they could be looking at some awesome Zalga pictures instead of reading this shit. So after some time, the Beatles looked back and all the fans were burned to a crisp. Looks like Willow was in town that day. Why do I keep using indie game jokes? Paul then properly asked what the fuck just happened, to which Ringo replies to him by vomiting blood and shit. But when the guy paused the video and looked closely, he could see Hitler's face in the vomit. I had to check 5 times to see if this wasn't a troll pasta. No, it wasn't. It is supposed to be taken seriously. Yeah, let's just ignore that part like it's the plague and move on. John then said to Paul, "Don't worry about it." And which Paul replied, saying that they were human beings that were turned into ashes in mere milliseconds, in which John said, "I don't give a 4 stars!" Really? We need censors for cursing now? Pastas can have blood, acid trips, and Hitler, but saying the F word is taking it too far. So then a guy was about to jump away from some falling rubble from a building, but then John pushed him back and crushed the guy. Why the hell is John such an asshole in this pasta? I don't know. It just kind of just there to insult him. Boo. Oh, but don't worry. This is all building up to a twist that is so stupid only a 5-year-old would think of it. In fact, I think 5-year-old would also find this really stupid, so yeah, let's move on. Realistic blood and brain matter scattered everywhere, and so preventing random citizens from walking into danger areas during building demolition was now invented. Then after John gives a look that says, "Hey, I am evil in this pasta, therefore insulting the real John because the writer of this shit is retarded." A gun shoots the screen into black and fades into the guy at the recording studio. Then there was a mumbling that you could hear that said, "I shouldn't have done that. They will know soon. My guess is that was a writer hoping I'll never find this pasta and review it." Too late. So after the writer showcased some shotguns, it cuts to Ringo, Paul, and George knocking on John's door. They knocked down a door and found a giant safe that wasn't even locked, which probably costed thousands of dollars and didn't even do its job. Good work, John. When they opened it, they found out that John was a Satanist. Well, that's not insulting at all, now is it? There was a dead woman with a pentagram carved on her back and her eyes were gorged out. I heard of gogged out, but gorged out? There were dead animals, so I'm guessing he was a fan of the level of Sonic.exe. There was a fan-made Necronomicon. Well, that just sounds fucking retarded. If he was a saint instead of a Satanist, would he make some kind of fan-made Bible or something? That would actually be a decent twist. And there was a goat's skull on a pentagram. Damn, I wish Isaac had this much pentagrams. You know how much runs would be easier? And by the way, you're supposed to have a lamb skull, otherwise it doesn't count. I think. George passed out, Paul choked back vomit, and Ringo started crying in a Squidward suicide way, cause he found out that that was actually his fiancée that's dead there. Yeah. He didn't even know he had one, but he was quickly distracted by girls screaming, so then John was standing in front of the sunset as he gave us a mad look and a constantly moving mouth. Fuck, John turned into an HMW model. Yup, you guessed it, it was pointless. So then he instantly hangs himself for some unexplained reason. Then it cuts to Paul's face and it is sad. Oh my god, that was the worst pasta I've ever read in my phone. But then the scary part happens. Wait, what? There's more? Are you fucking me? Why would... Okay, so the writer claims that this is the scary part, which I'm sure is absolutely terrifying. Without warning, Paul appeared to have hyperrealistic eyes, which is a term I still don't fucking get. And then pictures started appearing on the screen. There was a picture of a hand holding a gun, rather than a foot, I guess, and the gun fired at a boy's head, which I'm guessing is the lost episode of Dennis the Menace. Then there was a fish looking at a bloody couple. No reason, really. A fish is just looking at two people in their period. Next scene. Then there was a dead town with dead people, which kind of looked like it was Vietnam. I don't get it. This pasta's already a disaster. Why do you have to showcase all this shit? Then there were 6 undertakers with 7 coffins, and one of them there was a child, and another one of them was Dracula trying to get out. Then the slideshow ended, and it got back to John's hyper face, and then the same voice that told Squidward suicide to kill himself, and also told Paul to kill himself. Then a pistol appeared in Paul's head. So he'll need surgery if he wants that out of his cranium. So after the surgery that I'm sure was done in Surgeon Simulator 2013, he gets his gun back and he shoots himself. The capsule of the bullet for some reason said, "Your life was already over, Paul." And no, it wasn't, because he only died when he shot himself. And did the bullet really expect Paul to read its capsule while it gone through his head? So George kills himself the exact same way John did, but it actually tricks your ass, and he just shoots himself on the fucking ledge. Well, that's fucking retarded. The gun in that one said, no, it takes 2 bullets to kill 2 beetles. Okay, 1, I didn't think guns can write, and 2,
What? Then Ringo was in a hospital getting cured for shitmemia or something. He took the picture of his fiancée and his ring and died. That's actually kind of touching. But unfortunately, I am a male human being, so I cannot be sad at things. I have man things to do, like work at construction sites and play football and shit like that. Then the final scene is of a cave hallway that seems to play generic creepypasta sounds. So it was actually a hallway of a prison. What a twist, huh? It's like you didn't even fucking notice it. And every time the light bulb swung, it showed a hooded figure that was actually John. What? And behind him were guards and prisoners that had holes in them. Sally.exe, eat your heart out. And behind John was Mark David Chapman? What is with these historical figures? Was the writer angry at his history teacher and decided to put famous history people into this shitfest? Then evil John and the others started walking towards the camera. And then you'd think they'd do the thriller, but no. In that case, it would have at least one scene that is good. The more they walked, the more they started menstruating. Well, that's the only thing I can conclude. And John slowly turned into a snake. Well, that's the second reference to a drug PSA I've ever seen in these lost episodes. And then it ended. So when he rewinded back to the title screen, it actually said, because John is dead. Spoilers? And then the VCR went on fire. Good! The only thing that was destroyed was the tape. When he brought it back to the guy who gave it to him, he just threw it away. Yup, he just threw it away like it's fucking bubblegum wrap or something. Then as the guy was going somewhere, he saw 6 policemen take out some idiots that have been using drugs. Then they brought out stuff that was used for making cartoons. And it looked like it was the Beatles cartoon thing. So the cartoon was made while they were high. How long was that acid trip? You know how long it would take them to make a cartoon like that? Hours! Believe me, I know. So after he said that he saw the tape, he was awarded $200. Sure, that's nice, but now we will never forget this fucking stupid pasta and how fucking insulting it is to the real John, as it is constantly stressed throughout this entire thing. Oh, and the tape appeared in his house again, and it said, you shouldn't have watched that. Well, jibbity Jesus, that must have been written by Ben's brother that is currently possessing video cassettes, and he is called Mike. And then the writer said goodbye and see you later. Okay, I'll see you later at your house where I'll fucking shit on that tape you got. Jesus on a stick? That was fucking bad. And before you do anything, do not touch it. I don't care. Don't fix anything. Don't edit anything. Don't delete anything. We need this glowing shit of an example. We just need it to see what not to do in creepypastas. I don't care. You can put it on the Trollpasta wiki under the tags supposed to be serious but failed. I don't care. It needs to be whole. Nobody fix anything. Well, okay, I'm instantly calm now. Guess I'll go review something else next time. Bye.
Inuyasha, the Disturbed episode. Well, disappointingly enough, this pasta does not contain the Disturbed guy. I know nothing about this anime. In fact, I don't even know how to pronounce the goddamn title, but you don't need to know shit about something to recognize the shit that's made out of it. Wanna see what I mean? Okay, here we go. Okay. So some person decided to watch Inuyasha one fine morning, but it wasn't very normal. The first sentence didn't even finish and already there's talk of strange shit. Okay, no intro and no recap. Impossible, every anime must have a recap and a cliffhanger, I think. So instead of all that shit, there was just a blank screen that has the words, buy it. Oh fuck, Greed is the director of this episode. This is the worst director replacement since Candle Cove. So a bunch of people were playing with when suddenly Sango was in the dark watching commercials from the 90s. Because of this, she pulls out a credit card and starts saying, buy it. Buy it. Then she walked away. And I bet the rest of them were like, what the fuck was that? Okay, so she bought some shit, no doubt while she looked like a goddamn zombie in the store, so she went back and everyone in the shed looked at each other and were like, what the fuck just happened? And Cagnome? And she was like, you okay? You don't seem to be very good looking. And then she turned around, apparently she was facing the wall at that scene, and it was revealed that she had blood red eyes. That's what happens when you watch that much fucking television, woman. And she was foaming in her mouth as well,
rather than her anus, I guess. And she kept saying, buy it, and buy it, and shit. Fucking damn it, Greed! You were just supposed to appear in shops and shit. Okay, so Gnome clearly shitting herself, and she just goddamn closed the door because, you know, it's the obvious thing to do. No, really, it is. But not before feeling shock. Okay, I guess if she feels shock, that works too. Okay, so now Sango started watching some shit, and there was like a fish commercial, I think. And then she grabs her credit card, and then the most retarded thing happens. I won't even goddamn tell you. I'll just show you the text on the screen right now, so you judge for yourself. Ready? Here. That happens. Okay, then she slices the critic's throat and, I don't know, he dies, I guess. And of course the fishing around music was being played backwards for some reason. Okay, so critic is dead, he's on the ground, and he has X for eyes. I have no comments. And then Salga says, never leave home without one. Okay, don't you mean K? Fuck it. This is starting to look like a really bad pasta. This is a really bad pasta. So yeah, that's the most disturbing thing the person has ever seen. Okay, that's you're a really stupid person if you're disturbed by that kind of shit. Okay, so then there were chickens, and then they were killed, and I'm guessing that was for the background for Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Then static, then not static. And there's chicken blood is poured on the screen. How can he tell whether it's chicken blood or any other kind of blood is beyond me, I'll tell you that. Seriously, what if it's just goddamn human blood or goddamn, I don't know, ant blood, goddamn Daldima blood? How does he just not know that it's ketchup or goddamn strawberry jam or something? Then there was a still shot. A lot of still shots in this one, I can tell you that. And it was a bloody baby that pissed itself. Yep, you know, I'm not gonna laugh at that. That's how I was born. Okay, so there's another still shot. Yep, more still shots in this pasta than in Plumbers Don't Wear Ties. Okay, so the take care of me triplets were shoved in an easy bake oven by Sango. Good writing right here, people. So after the shit finally got off the ceiling, she was out of breath, which is why I had to go and buy her some more. Okay, so then she started sweating blood like she's a goddamn hippo. Probably because her organism is so stupefied it confuses sweat with blood. And so she passed out from too much sweat in her veins or some shit. Okay, so half a fucking year later, she wakes up and is like, well, that was a thing. So for no reason, we see her credit card bill, but it cuts out once it tries showing the price. And then there was a real static with real blood with real women screaming. So it's like the TV is so fucking tortured by how much shit is on the screen. I had to render that it started eating its own shit. And then there were credits, but 3 characters were replaced with Count Chocula, Frankenberry, and Boobberry. Don't question it. Don't question it. You'll get a headache. I tried. Trust me, don't do it. You'll get goddamn insomnia from trying to think about it. So then it ends. And the person's like, well shit, this is the most shit episode I've ever seen. So I'll never look at Sango the same way again. You have outdone yourself, Greed. But there is just one flaw in your work. Everything! What did I just read? What is the point? Where was the disturbed guy? Why nostalgia critic? Why anything? What? Okay, yup, my brain fell off. Yep, good job. Good job. Good job. I have cretinism now. Good work. I have to go now. I need to go visit a doctor ASAP. I need to go before I goddamn die of a lack of brain. Bye. Merry Ghostmas. That's the title. No, literally. They thought it would be a good idea to name it that. I have no words. Just this video.
Ghostmas is about love.
Now, this one's a game pasta. A really bad one. It has to be. Here, just take a listen. The guy just tells us it's Christmas and everybody's happy and shit. One time they go to the attic and it's like, we went there with his mother and because he heard a fucking loud sound. Kinda like if, as a television fell. Yeah. Okay, so there was writing, of course, because all attics have those, and it's like Luigi 9:26 o'clock. And it was like a blood trail, which is the most important part of an attic. And there's like a finger. This might trouble most people, but not them apparently. They just throw it in a bag and then throw it to the neighbors. No problems right there. Oh, did I forget to mention his brother's name is DeMario. Yeah, him. And they got downstairs and the people were like, the fuck was that? And they said, nothing, just blood. Oh, okay, that's common for addicts. And it's like, let's just go to sleep, please. Okay, so it's night time, I guess. Wait, I'm a fucking idiot. It says Christmas Eve in the first fucking sentence. And then the guy goes to bed and there's like a voice that says good night. And he's like, wait, that's from fucking Luigi's Mansion. And DeMario got under the bed and was like, yo man, you hear that shit? And he's like, just fucking go to sleep. But not before his, mouth fell. This is Suicide Mouse territory right here. Things don't slip off your face that easily, people. And it's like 9:26 p.m. when the guy was awakened to go to the attic again. And there was a fucking plumber laying on the ground. You heard right, people. Fucking plumber. Addicts version 1.334 now come with a free plumber that are dressed like Luigi. No, really, he is. And Luigi's just like, Merry Christmas! And, sad, deadly death? Okay, Luigi, you think you could have put a bit more adjectives in there? And he was cutting his fucking arm like there's no yesterday with the fucking machete. And just when he said those words, the protagonist was like, oh my god, it's Luigi! And he cried, I guess, and told him to fuck off. And then he froze for like a minute. An entire fucking minute, probably. And Luigi was like, I have a machete. Is that important? And he started vomiting bones out of his neck. Where's the dry snot when you need him? His eyes turned white and was like, thank you for playing my game, even though he didn't play anything. And you noticed it was a quote from a Mario game, and I'm like, this cannot possibly get any more retarded. And then protagonist's spine turns into wood. That can happen a lot. And it was like, what the fuck are you gonna do with that knife, mate? And Luigi's like, this ain't no knife, it's a machete. And he's like, oh, okay, my mistake. So while the protagonist was being turned into fucking Pinocchio, yeah, Luigi was like, good night, and started sprint crawling with the knife like he's that enemy from Cry of Fear. And he threw it, and that's it. We will never know whether Luigi threw the machete or his dick at the protagonist. And the pasta is like, the story ends here by death. What was your first clue? And it's like, this is not a true story. Really? You don't say. I figured the whole spine turning into wood thing was very realistic. It can happen. It's a common disease commonly known as bullshit. What the living shit was that? I have no words. I haven't read any game pastas for a while, and this is what I come back to. Great. Whatever. Fabulous. I don't think I can speak anymore. I think my brain is downgraded to that point. I don't have anything else to say, really. Oh yeah, quick pasta week. I'm, working on it. We are working on it. Yeah. Bye.
Lavender Theme Syndrome. You guys know about Pokemon? Of course you fucking know about Pokemon. Everybody knows about Pokemon. Then perhaps you know what Lavender Town is. It's like a town that has a clock tower that has graves in it for some reason. I would suggest burying people on soil, but who cares, right? Eventually we're gonna start burying people in buildings anyway. Everybody goes to Lavender Town. That's hip now. And if you happen to play the red or green version while having headphones on and listening to the town's theme song, and maybe while you're still high, you might get some side effects. So people have noticed that there's been a lot of suicides going on in Japanland since the game was released, in 1996. They thought, hey, maybe it's from that one song that can be found on that one level of that one game. Maybe it's that which caused the suicideness. And so they did something about it and changed it so it's not so annoying. I mean, have you heard the original one? It drills through your brain of how fucking high-pitched it is. So apparently if you're like 8 or 13, and if you hear this song with headphones, you will start becoming ill, or you just start bleeding through your ears, which is understandable because that one high-pitched sound is really fucking annoying. But in some cases, they bleed from their eyes or noses, or they just straight up kill themselves. So basically, it's the 1996 equivalent of Vagineer, or any rape in general. So somebody leaked the song on YouTube, and now, I don't know, people are dying, I guess. Well, that was fucking short. It was basically just, hey, this one song caused people to kill themselves. I mean, hey, for Suicide Mouse, it's understandable why it causes suicide, because it just make you walking for 9 minutes with annoying music playing. That would make anyone want to kill themselves with boredom. And fuck it, let's just see what else I can get done here. How about them cursed black Pokemon? No, it's not racist, it's just cursed. Yeah, but let's see how spooky this boss is. So a guy found a rare Pokemon thing that was sold on a flea market, of course. He has the game and then he plays it, I guess. Oh no, it turns out it's like the normal one, but you can actually choose Ghost. That is one original name. Ghost is an extremely overpowered Pokemon especially for a first Pokemon, because he fucking one-hit kills everything. The Pokemon don't even go unconscious, they just die. Even the fucking trainers die. Ghost just slaps the motherfuckers in the face once and they drop faster than light during terminal velocity. Wait, that doesn't... So the attack is, of course, well, Curse. Sure, it can make any Pokemon fucking die instantly, but I think there's a downside. Like if you use it on Eve, it will just activate the Whore of Babylon thing. So, of course, with that, he just squeezed his ass through the game by cursing everything. But then at the end it says, fuck you! Because it says, like, a bajillion years later, and then you're in Lavender Town. Huh. It's true what they say. All that was ever creepy happens in Lavender Town. So at this point, you're an old man and fucking Ghost wants to fight his own trainer for some reason. And it's like later in the battle, you know, you're repeatedly trying to fucking save your ass, but you don't. And then he ends up killing you after like 3,000 turns. And then your save game is deleted. A bit of a dick move, but hey. He's dead. How can you play as a dead man? Well, okay, there's lost silver, I think. But all that happens in there really is that you're a grave. Fun stuff. So the guy clearly realizes that Ghost is death and that he kills everyone, but he himself is immortal. The game has made him think and cry.
Do not cry for him!
Wow. And even I cried the first time I read this. I just thought, yeah, real interesting. Put it on the, just put it on the fridge. So those were the two most popular Pokepastas. Are they true? No, they are not. Should you be scared? I don't fucking... Courage, the last episode. The creepypasta. Thank God they clarified that. I thought it was a Transformers fanfiction. So I asked Dewey to find me the worst Courage the Cowardly Dog lost episode on the wiki. He did not fail. Let's begin shitting on it, shall we? So this guy goes to bed and decides to watch some television. He was bored, so he went to see Cartoon Network. And then it said that Courage was next. Though they don't broadcast that show anymore. I think. So the show was a bit unusual. Okay, this word has been used so many times in creepypastas that I'm running out of TF2 jokes, honestly. The title was okay and shit, but after it, there was just black for 5 minutes. And he didn't change the channel because the black screen was fascinating? You know what? Why is it always black? I mean, in Suicide Mouse it makes sense because it's a black and white cartoon. Here you can choose any color, really. I mean, I know it's pointless, but at least it would have been different. Okay, so finally after 5 minutes, it's just Courage looking at the screen with just red eyes. Guy then just figured, you know what, mate? This show was always off the edge anyway. Maybe they just made his eyes red as a plot that Courage is looking for clear eyes or some shit, I don't know. So his lights were turned off, even though they were on so far. It's so goddamn spooky that it put skeletons to shame. So he checked the lights and no doubt missed an important part of the episode and just said fuck it and went back. So he keeps watching and it turns out this pasta really was inspired by Suicide Mouse because Courage starts walking endlessly. For a minute. And apparently the music sounded like Silent Hill. Don't reference a good game in the middle of your bad game. Wait. And let's not forget he had a bloody knife.
So he probably killed the editor because immediately afterwards there was static. And then he enters the house, which was all black like it was on fire and now it's in ashes. Okay, I already used Willow for like a fire joke. And I already reviewed a pasta about pyro, so I'm just gonna assume that the fire starters just started the fire. And like 5 people understood that joke. So he opened the door, whose creak was really fucking loud. This turns out to be another creepypasta based on a YouTube poop. I swear I'm going to bomb the wiki. So with such a loud door, he wanted to lower the TV sound, so he couldn't, so he just covered his ears. Courage must have been opening that door for hours if he could do all that shit. So the house was dark, which is probably why it looked like it was in ashes, and Courage just flipped the switch. He flipped the switch for the lights. Not for fucking, I don't know. So Muriel and Eustace, I just realized how hard it is to spell those names, were just standing there doing jack shit. But I guess that'll happen when their eyes are plain white and very wide. Damn it, Sid, why do you copy my art style in your creepy fucking lost episode videos and shit? So yeah, they looked like they were on drugs. Oh. That's why I draw eyes like that. Because my animations don't make sense anyway. So Muriel tells Courage, the usual things, and then Eustace was just on camera saying nothing for like 10 seconds. It was just silence. Kinda dumb if you ask me. Was he thinking of what he was gonna say next? So he just said under his breath, "Stupid dog." Took you all day to think of that, eh, Eustace? And then he just whined to himself, and they just stood there staring at the dog for 20 seconds. I guess they were so shocked at Eustace's mumbling, they had no words. Well, it was a groundbreaking statement. So Muriel pulls out a rolling pin and starts beating the shit out of Eustace. Jeez, old Rays really get pissed off after baking all them cookies. Did I really just make a cookie clicker reference? So she kept whacking him until he screamed, and then you saw blood splattering. I guess it just appeared. Also, and you saw blood splattering? I didn't see shit. What the fuck are you talking about? All I see is text. So she then said, "Die, you bastard, and go to hell where you belong." That's it. That's her voice, right? Oh, it looks like it's her time of the month again. Yup. She's a werewolf. So Courage just watched, still holding the bloody knife. Nobody seems to have noticed it, though. The writer couldn't tell what he was thinking, but it was just evilness. Is that a real word? I mean, I may be called jackass for a lot of things, but yeah, I'm probably gonna be called jackass for this. So he started saying shit that he didn't understand. A special language, as he says. Special language is right. Special as in short bus special, I mean. Muriel then stopped hitting Eustace. Again, he was alive, mind you, but he looked like shit. So, logically, he starts bleeding everywhere. Muriel looks at Courage, which calls for some more Silent Hill music, I guess. So Courage just slits her throat. The music seems to have really gotten to him, I guess. And then the most disturbing part happens. He rapes her. How whimsical. That was a tasteless joke. So the guy couldn't believe it, so he made a new paragraph. So he takes both of their bodies to the basement where there are other dead bodies. I see now they managed to smell the corpses. I guess you don't have good smell when you're on drugs. They only heard the smell. Nobody? Nobody. So he throws them in the pile. He then draws a pentagram around the pile. What? This must be Isaac's basement because there sure is a lot of dead shit and pentagrams. But never mind my joke recycling. This pasta still isn't over. He then takes gasoline and a lighter and starts going Hail Satan and shit. Then he lit the shit on fire and jumped into it. Everyone was high during this production, so don't question why he stopped doing his ritual to kill himself. Then the house burns down to ashes, so really nothing changed. Then Link plays the Song of Storms and takes away the ashes. Then the credits go and the music sounded like someone banging on a piano while Ellie tried playing a violin, and then static. Then screaming. Then laughing. These credits sure have rapid mood swings, I'll tell you what. It was like you heard hell itself. Really? Hell doesn't have those sounds. It would just have moans of pain, suffering, and boredom. So it ends and the guy starts crying and shit. And he's like, wow, just wow. I'm atheist and I don't believe in devils, angels, God, Satan, heaven or hell, or even the human difficulty. But I'm questioning my beliefs now. Wow. Bullshit. It's a fucking video. Why did you go into an existential crisis over a fucking video? So it turns out Annoying Orange was actually playing and not Courage. And I know the pasta says Adventure Time, but Annoying Orange is bad. It's like the episode was meant for him. What message was the fucking thing supposed to tell him exactly? Then he just wraps up and says goodbye. That was shit. There are just too much problems to even start explaining, which is why I won't. I'm just gonna let you ponder on what the fuck that was supposed to be. I don't even think Satanists would like this because people would think they all star in shitty creepypastas and do nothing but burn shit and burn themselves. Fuck this, I'm leaving now. Why are you still here? Leave! The Mac of Death of Mac. Death of Mac. No, it's not about Steve Jobs. It's Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends last episode. And because I didn't tell you kids the story in a while, I'll read you this one. So sit down and allow me to read you this piece of shit. So a guy was an intern at Cartoon Network in the same time as Foster's was being aired, and he immediately got fired. The fate of 1,000 men. But then he just conveniently tripped on a video cassette thing, and there you go, an unaired episode of Foster's. People really need to stop leaving these VHS tapes around like that. They may get brain damage from the stupidity of the video. So he, of course, took it home and played that shit. Fate of even more 1,000 men. The animation of the episode was rough, like it wasn't finished, which is bad because Gracie's Face told me, you gotta finish what you start. The sound was slightly deeper and distorted, and I never understood that. You know, aren't all VHS tapes audio quality shit? Or is that just mine? There's the episode name there. The art on it looks promising, but because I said something positive about it, it will surely backfire later in this review. I'm sure about it. That's not usually what a kid's show title should be, but he carried on thinking it was a morbid joke. Strange, I thought Nickelodeon are the only people that can make morbid jokes on their beta title screens. But anyway, we gotta see the show now. So Max starts running towards Foster's, and the quality and animation is a bit better, though the sound is still shit. When Mac got to Foster's, the animation got lazy again and it went back to being shit. I guess animating Mac running was too fun to be done poorly. Blue opens the door, nice of him I guess, and says with a deep voice, "Oh hi Mac, there's something I need to tell you." Damn, he hit puberty fast. Mac then says in a slightly demonic voice, "What do you need to tell me?" Okay, so here's the problem. People put the murderer in their pastas to have a deep or demonic voice, so they sound superior to the murderer's victim. But when the victim also has a deep voice, he no longer sounds like a victim. So as a result, this part right here just ended up sounding like two demons hanging out at the water cooler and talking about shit. Okay, so Blue whispers to Mac, and the whisper was oddly quiet. You know, I wouldn't have believed him if he didn't write that part down, that it was quiet. I thought that when people whisper to each other, they yell as loud as they can until their vocal cords explode. Then Max says, "What are you going to do to me?" And then I make an obvious joke about rape. Blue then answers by saying, "Your life is mine!" That wasn't an answer. That was blatantly giving information. Then Blue shoots Mac in the gut. Of course, he couldn't just kill him with a scene transition. Mac seems to be alive and well after a fatal gunshot to the fucking stomach. So Blue should have played Devil May Cry. Then he'd know that bullets deal minimal damage to demons. So Mac is super sad and not at all bothered with the fucking bullet hole in his stomach and asks Blue, "Blue, why you do this, And he then says, "Because I can!" I didn't make that up to be funny, by the way, and he actually says that. He then shoots him again, and then it kills him this time. I guess he forgot to set the gun to fire bullets made of light. I don't know why it worked that time. Then the sky turns red. So what you're telling me is that air changes its molecular structure depending on whether Mac is alive or not. Top-notch science here, people. Blue, still under the demonic voice, odd name for a house, says something in reverse, or at least it sounded like it. Thank God he never played the VHS song backwards so we can, hear it. And then the giant rabbit guy comes over and is like, "Blue, oh God, why did you kill Master Mac?" I like how he said that in the most common way possible. And Blue says, "Shut up! You're going where Mac is going! To hell!" Oh, really? I thought I was gonna get him to Boston or something. I don't know. Blue then pulls out a chainsaw. Mr. Edmund's death is cut out, but you can still hear the audio of the chainsaw. You realize that this doesn't necessarily mean he was killed by a chainsaw. Maybe Blue just punched him to death and he pulled out the chainsaw just for cosmetic effect. So after a while, Blue now turns red. And then it cuts to a picture of Blue with soulless black eyes. Oh, you mean like that piece of shit? He looks like a demonic tampon. And he's not red. And there was also death music playing in reverse. Does that make it life metal music? Okay, then after a while, everybody is dead. Then Blue says that only Frankie is left. I thought you said everybody was dead. Okay, so in this case, there are only two possibilities. Either Frankie escapes the grip of the black screen chainsaw massacre, or in a twist, she becomes even more demonic and kills Blue. But, nope, he just kills her. No, literally. Blue says he's gonna kill Frankie, cuts to a black screen with murdering sound effects, and there you go, dead. There wasn't even a scene where he was looking for her. So, when it comes down to it, why'd you even bother with the whole Frankie shit anyway? Just say he killed everyone, period! Well, I guess it was important since Blue wanted to say, "Sweet dreams, Frankie!" But even that was useless. So yeah, the entire thing was useless. In fact, my comments about it is now useless because that was so useless. In fact, me being aware that that was useless is useless. In fact, me being aware that it wasn't even in the script is useless. Blue then transforms into a demon. Okay. Could you be more specific? I mean, that's like starting off a movie where the narrator is like, "This is John. He is a person." Then the episode ends. Okay, so he transforms into an unspecific kind of demon and fucking, I don't know, gets coffee or some shit. Then a screen says, "Blue has killed everyone in Foster's. The series is over. Goodbye." I do miss end screens that point out the blatantly obvious. Then there's credits that just says, "Written by Craig McCracken." That's fucking stupid. That's like if I ended this video with credits. Then it cut to a normal episode of Foster's before the VHS exploded. Boy, do I hate it when that happens to me. But the tape is still intact. That fucking tape is made of titanium. No wonder the video quality is so shit. He would show it to us, but he did lock it in an impenetrable safe, so I guess he doesn't have the key to it then. Well, that was flawed, to say the least. The boss doesn't really let you ponder on what is going on, he just blatantly tells you, and when something does need explaining, we get nothing. Furthermore, it's just pointless violence, and the plot is just obvious, so that's that, I guess. I'll see you in like 3,000 years for the next episode. Okay, good boy, bye-bye. Pawn Stars, the lost episode. Do I need to even? Well, Pawn Stars is a show, I think. So logically, it's gonna get a lost episode. That's just how lost episodes work. One day they'll probably make a fucking creepypasta about fucking wavelength movie from 1967. I think we should go ahead and start with this. Okay, so he's describing the show, which I will not talk about because I have run out of ideas for that, honestly. So he's just in the library downloading things from Pirate Bay, even though that computer has a virus. So he decided to download an episode of Pawn Stars called Dead Pawn. So he downloaded it not knowing what would happen. What would happen is shit! So he started the video and he saw what looked the normal Pawn Stars normal intro. How much more normal could that be? Oh, wait. It's in reverse. Rick then began saying, wait, what? Didn't he just say it was in reverse? Is like the music in reverse and he speaks normally, or did he bother reversing the footage? It starts and the intro's like, "I'm Rick, and this is my death shop. I work here with Satan, who gave me the pawn shop." Okay, number one, he said it was a death shop, and then immediately said it was a pawn shop. Number two, what the fuck is a death shop? Number three, is that just what Satan does when he's not trying to corrupt people or fight small children? He sells death shop? That sentence was pretty stupid, so let's continue. So the episode starts with the four of the main characters talking to each other. Okay, so then Rick says something about sacrificing someone. Well, it's nice that the episode started with them wanting to give a little something for our Lord Chin Chin, but why? Okay, so everyone acts like that was as normal as saying good morning, so they just decide they'll just kill Chum-Li. Though he takes that incredibly well. It's like Chum-Li went through all 5 stages of grief in a blink of an eye. So everybody's okay with all that, though the watcher still thinks it's a morbid joke. So Ricky is at the shelf, which spawned a picture of a cartoonish-looking Rick for a split second. He had, like, eyes wide open and the background was just static. So what you're telling me is that when he starts working at the shelf, it occasionally causes a rip in space-time for a split second. Next thing you know, the entirety of the human race is a fucking koala! Okay, so because it had loud noises backed up with it, it caused the viewer to jump up like mattress springs for a split second. That is one fast jump. So then it cuts to Rick talking to a customer that has absolutely nothing to sell or pawn. So Rick tries to shoo him like he's a fucking dog, but he just stands there and starts mumbling in a demonic voice. Then after that it cuts to a color bar. Not a rainbow screen. Then it shows static. But instead of a sound of static, it's just screaming. He was not kicked out of the library. How? And then the screen starts getting wavy, and then it eventually cuts to the next scene. So let me recap this episode so far. Okay. They need to sacrifice Chum-Li to the Dark Lord Chin Chin. Then Rick goes to the shelf, which was so surprising to him, he got cartoonishly wide eyes and ripped spacetime as we know it. Then a customer came in, had nothing interesting to offer. Rick then tells him to piss off, which caused him to mumble the demonic spell for interrupting video files. So in conclusion, fuck shit happened! So we continued to a clip that the viewers dreaded the most. 2 Girls, 1 Cup? No, it's actually Rick! He's just on the floor, dead, with his intestines on his head. Well, that's one way to be on the floor, I guess. And Chum-Li was eating his heart. Knowing this video so far, people just assume that's what he normally does. Also, Rick's brain was wrapped around the old man's neck. How could he tell if that was his brain specifically? We'll never know. So Corey comes over and starts screaming at Chum-Li in a different language. I guess that makes sense. Chum-Li then starts running to a gun store. Naturally. So he goes there and asks for an RPG. Zelda or Final Fantasy. So the clerk eventually gives him one, and then Chum-Li pulls out a pistol and shoots him. Chum-Li then runs away. Okay, if he already had a gun, then why did he even bother? I mean, it's not like he needs the RPG to fend off a zombie horde or destroy an army tank. He's just gonna go kill like 2 people. No, really, he goes home and boom! Corey and the old man are dead. Wait, the old man was alive? What the fuck was he doing all that time? Sitting on a wooden chair going, "Oh damn it, Rick, get your brains off my neck." Okay, so yeah, they both dead, I guess. Camera zooms in to show all the details of the gory results. How is he still in the library after all this shit? I don't know. Okay, so there's shit like Corey's head being flat on the floor, so the floor now has Corey's face on it. It's like a texture glitch. So the old man is also dead as shit, and there's fire everywhere. So I guess he wanted to blow up the building with the RPG. In which case, that is the worst RPG on the planet, because everything is still intact. Because, you know, we can still clearly see the dead bodies. Okay, so after the video, there was a picture of a notepad with shit scribbles everywhere, and actors replaced and dead. I agree, I too feel asleep. Okay, so the viewer now never wants to watch reality shows, because they might have the same kind of shit. Wait, what happened to Chum-Li after the RPG explosion? Did he just, I don't know, eat everyone else? And you mean to tell me that the entire library never kicked this guy out after watching a pirated video that has constant screaming and showing gore, and it's on an infected computer? Wait, what's this? This is part of the other internet saga. No, thank you. You mean to tell me this piece of shit is part of a whole shit? Maybe the other ones are better. I don't know. All I know is this pasta is not a very good entry to whatever series you have. Recap? I don't think I need to tell you why this is bad. The writing's on the walls. Good night. So, you thought the last pasta that we reviewed on the last episode didn't make sense? Well, I got 2 words for you. Skyrim suicide. I have nothing to say to that, so I'll just jump right in. Okay, very first sentence. The Elder Scrolls suicides. So what you're telling me is that the entirety of the series has killed itself. Did not realize that a series of video games that have common themes can damage themselves to the point where they no longer function. The first two words, and I already got things to complain about. Okay, so, hello, I am Pete Hines of Bethesda Game Studios, and Skyrim is not real. Hang on. Nope, it pretty much still exists. Not to mention, I quite doubt this was written by one of Bethesda's workers. Okay, so this guy hasn't heard of this other guy in like a long time, even though he tried everything. Phones, emails, regular mails, pigeons, but nothing worked. Then he just got a call from him instead, so that was just kind of pointless. And he told him to get to the office where they used to work on the game, but it was kind of closed due to Oblivion being a failure. Last time I checked, it was quite the opposite. As in, it revolutionized RPGs as we know it and stuff like that, you know. But hey, maybe this is some multiverse thing or some shit like that. Okay, so they meet up in the office when the guy told protagonist to test play a game, which I'll assume it's Skyrim even though they never really specified. Okay, so he keeps playing though the other guy told him never to go into dungeons since they weren't textured. So afterwards, the other guy had to go to an interview. Fucking what? He just left his guest all alone. I do not approve of this man's lack of hospitality. So logically, he goes in dungeons and shit. So it was textured, though it didn't have lighting. Then the Dragonborn's health was gone. Although if I remember correctly, in Skyrim, you don't get to see your health until you engage in battle, so yeah. But hey, he just wrote this down for cliche's sakes. So then he had a voice from the other guy which was in-game. He told him to help him. Protagon tried to talk to him, but all the other guy did was cry and cry. He told him the last time he was a corporal being. Why is that text a different font? I've never seen that happen. He also told him his game makes people commit suicide. At this point, everything makes everyone commit suicide. He then got out of the dungeon and it was revealed that the world of Skyrim is completely black and white. Even though in the picture there's a little bit of blue at the sides. Also, another thing is that picture's incredibly tiny. So whatever screen he was playing on is just small. That's all I'm gonna say. Then in the same sentence he realized what happened. Well, I sure as hell don't. Alright, so we were in our youth Satanists as much as necromancy, and the Elder Scrolls is based on we had plagued that at an unknown time we had to give our souls for Satan, and that's where he is and where I was about to go. Where the fuck am I? I never thought so many bad things can be written down in one sentence. You mean to tell me that Bethesda made a deal with the devil to get their games to be popular? Well, considering that a few paragraphs ago it said that Oblivion was a failure, this can only mean that Satan is terrible at his job. So right after that idiocy, the other guy came back and... oh my. Not even... what? Okay, so he was like a bear morphing into a shark. I think I'm lost already. Okay, so he laughed and started speaking demonically. Clearly this means that our hero is gonna die. So now it is revealed that he has been writing this to the other guy. He is posting this pasta post-humanist, which is not as cool as the post-humanist bosses from Wrath of the Lamb. So, very next sentence, it says that he has become Skyrim. And he's in the Xbox mainframe, wandering around writing this story. Well, that's the end of that pasta. Holy Christ. You know your pasta's quality material when someone explaining it can finish the story with, and then he was Skyrim, and it would faithfully describe the ending. So, what did you get from all that? Not much. Not much at all. In fact, this pasta was probably a trap set for me so I couldn't explain a thing that was happening. But I'm too smart for you. Never mind that. I'll need a good 2 weeks to get all my missing brain cells back. Did anybody at any point ever commit suicide in this pasta? I mean, the words are only in the title of the damn thing. In conclusion, if a pasta is this bad, then I shouldn't even finish with conclusions, because it's pretty obvious what's wrong with this. I have nothing else to say, really. Goodbye. Warning, this pasta is absolutely wretched. Considering I never used this warning in any other review, then that's saying something. If you feel disturbed at any point, then I would suggest that you'd, stop there, because it doesn't get any better. Yeah. Remember that time I once said, I can't review pony pastas, people will punch me? Well, fuck that, cause in this one is so bad, it makes the Beatles cartoon creepypasta look like Half-Life 3. What? You guys didn't play that? Oh, okay. I don't want to review this pasta, but I do, cause that good. Bad. So let's get to it. The pasta's called Rarity's New Dress, which probably has something to do with the king's new clothes, but who am I to judge a pasta that was on the creepypasta wiki for a whole 2 minutes before getting banned to the troll pasta wiki? So let's start with Jesus!
Hey, we're here because we heard you were reviewing Rarity's New Dress, and we wanted to help. And making you include us in your will.
Oh, thank goodness. Are you two gonna emotionally help me through this shitfest?
No.
We're just writing the script. You're on your own.
Oh.
Godspeed, you dumb bastard.
Thanks a lot, asshole. So, may the Lord have mercy on my soul. Today. So let us start reading this abomination. So we start off in Ponyville, which I thought was a strange name. That's like your town being called Human Town. Everybody was having a jolly old time. All the flying horses got rid of the clouds, which is atmospherically impossible. All the little horses were, I don't know, dead. And the mayors were strolling through the park. A fine day for mayoring! Everybody was being a lazy piece of shit, except for the one who makes clothes, which is arguably the most useless job in this town, cause nobody really wears them. It was Rarity. No, Scarcity was out of town that day. Then Fluttershy, Flutterby, can fly twice as high, enter the shop, worried for her friend. Apparently, Rarity has been throwing around clothes the same way Crazy Face has been throwing around poison. And no, Crazy Face is mostly not in this one. Thank the Lord. And then Fluttershy said, hey Rarity, you wanna come out and play? It's a really nice day. We can hang out together if that's okay. Why the hell is she speaking in rhyme? What is this? I am mean? At first, Rarity did not respond. Did she not hear her? Is she deaf? Get that corn out of your ears, woman. She's standing right in front of you. Behind you. Whatever. Then Rarity turned around to reveal that she looks like shit. And because of this grumpy state of hers, she tells Flutterby to get lost cause she's uber busy and stuff. Then Fluttershy was like, okay, Rarity. I'm sorry. I'll let you go back. I'll let you go back. I'll get you. I'll get back. Go back. Get back, motherfucker. You don't know me like that. But after Rarity told Fluttershy to get the fuck out of here, she yells, get the fuck back here, and tells Fluttershy to bring her Applejack. Well, that explains it. She's grumpy because she didn't eat her cereal. Actually, that's another character in the show. That makes sense, I guess. I mean, you can't make a pasta out of cereal. That's nonsense. So Flutter Bye Fly went to Applejack and brought her back to the shop. Oh wait, I know the twist. Rarity is that giant brain from Billy and Mandy, and she's eating everybody's brain too. Actually, that is a lie. She just says, perfect. Now, Applejack, would you please follow me to the basement? Yes, Applejack, join the basement. We have coat hangers. Then Applejack Black and Fluttermust looked at each other as if saying, what the fuck? And then she said, the basement? And Rareness responded with, yes, the bloody basement. Where do you think all the clothes are? Randomly scattered in the shop? Psh, no. They're not.
Stop looking at me. Then Rarity and fat-free apple muffins went to the basement. Rare then told Flutterby to get more horses. So this process is repeated until all the main characters have been stuffed in the basement. It's like a goddamn fetch quest. Then, finally, Rarity asked Fluttermorph to critique her work, even though earlier Fluttershy said she knows nothing about fashion and shit. When she entered the basement collection, it was dark and gloomy and spooky. Then, before she knew it, she got hit in the back of the head. Is she gonna get taken to the Pony Mafia or something? Might as well put her in Pony Godfather. The human head in her bed. Next joke! But no, she wakes up and on a bed thing and her head hurt and there was blood dripping from her mane. That's a general sign she's not getting proper brain surgery. Of course, Rarity's the only one that's gonna torture her. Big shock. And it turns out she just basically skinned everyone alive. Yeah, why not? You have like a bathtub with all the pony skin, no eyes and almost no teeth. And all this for a dress? Why does she need those eyes and teeth for a dress is beyond my reasonable thinking. Maybe she put them in a jar like that guy from the Eugenics comic. And then she excitedly presented her new perfect dress thing, which was basically stitched together with her friends' skin and body parts and shit. Even the pasta itself said it looked awful. If I were there personally, I'd say, that looks like shit, go back and make it better. And then Rarity would cry and I would run away and I'd be free. Right. So then Flutter My Bones called Rare Gem a monster several thousand times, like she's Gladys or something. Then Rarity said, now, we can't have all that noise. Yeah, we can't have all that noise. That shit's for the birds, you vulture. Are there birds in My Little Pony? Probably. Then Rarity took a bloody cloth and put it over her mouth so she'd stay quiet, I guess. Quick tip, maybe you should kill her or knock her unconscious so she wouldn't scream and struggle and shit. Then Rarity took a scalpel and started performing an incision on Fluttershy's flank. Cause I guess that's the last piece of the dress. I don't think that would help much, but to each his own. But seriously, I mean, who would wear that? So then logically, she started kicking and budging and shit, which annoyed Rarity. Well, maybe if you knocked her out, she wouldn't do that. And she's all like, oh, will you stop? Yeah, Flutter May cry. Stop. You're making her blush. Then she took a hammer and smashed her legs with it. It would be better if she turned her into a flea and put her in a box, and that box into another box, and smash that. But whatever. So from all this pain, Fluttershy starts falling asleep. Maybe it's because hammers are boring. Then Charity was all like, nope, and stuck 2 scalpels in her eyes and cut her eyelids out. Well, first of all, she's blind now. Second, removing her eyelids never worked for Jeff, and it certainly will not work for her. Third, you don't need to close your eyes to fall unconscious. You just be able to see rapid eye movement or something. Well, that's one way to keep someone awake, I guess. Well, after that gigantic distraction, she got back to removing flanks. She then removed it and presented it to her, which is fascinating because she cannot see from the scalpels in her eyes. And then Rarity said, look at you, mate. You don't look too good. And basically gives her a mirror. Tisk, tisk, tisk. You're a mess, Flutter muttered Doodah. After that was done, Rarity then just kinda drew blanks. She didn't know what to do. Then she says, idea! No, really, she does. She decided to use her fur as a dress, obviously. I just figured out that Ponyville's industry is entirely dependent on other ponies. Have humans ever been currency?
Actually, in certain cannibalistic systems.
Shut up!
But I was playing Civilization 5 the other day.
I don't care. Get the fuck out. Anyway, she takes a scalpel but looks at it in disappointment. Scalpel? I am disappointed. So she went out to get a bigger knife. While away, Fluttermutter could hear footsteps upstairs. Since she obviously couldn't scream, the only logical thing to do was smash her injured head to the table to make noise and inform the person. But then she could clearly see the rain is gone. No, actually it was Spike. Wait, what? Spike? Did Rarity set off a trigger to make one sentient? No, actually it's some kind of purple dragon. Barney had a huge influence on this series, I guess. And I don't know, like I said, I have no idea what this show's about at all. Then Spike TV came down and saw Fluttershy all torture victim and shit. Then Spike was like, shit? Who would do this? I'ma remove the thing from her mouth to get answers. Then Rare T came in with, the tribal man's shiv. So she had to think of a way to get Spike out of there. Following pasta rules, she'll probably throw the knife ninja style in his head or some shit and use his skin for more handbangs, I guess. But no, she just says, oh, Spike, it's so nice to see you. Then drops the knife. That's a dumb thing to do when you want to kill someone with it. And then she continues saying, I
don't like where this is going.
Well then, I'll just go ahead and continue and hope I don't lose like half my subscribers. Rarity then approached Spike and began to smother him. Spike's not gonna completely ignore the dying horse on the table, is he? So she started making out with him, and at this point Fluttershy is just saying to herself, well, I'm dead. So logically, Spike ignores the bright yellow horse in the room and continues not giving a shit. He let Rarity feel up his scales. Chicks dig scales, man. That's why Famine's so popular with the ladies. After that sentence, Spikes has an orgasm.
If that escalated any faster, it would break the speed limit.
You guys are still here?
Yes, we are, Nick. We're watching you. Always.
Well, I'll be honest, this pasta almost made me shit myself. But you guys managed to finish it. GG. No, really.
Oh, well, we don't want to interrupt you, Nick. So we'll be quiet now. Please, go on.
Okay, then. I'll do that. So yeah, if you're just joining us, Spike had an orgasm. That was fast, to say the least. I do not remember any of this in the King's New Clothes. So Rarity decided to go all the way. Please don't. Okay, so she starts saying, oh, shit. Of course he agreed. That'll happen when Spike's been taking John Glass lessons. Yeah, just fuck on a barely living horse. I'm just glad the operation didn't go any further than it did, because otherwise they'd be fucking in her ribcage. They then went on top of Fluttershy and I just love how he uses those two adjectives there. I'm just gonna point this out. I'm just gonna give breaking news here. This would have been somewhat more attractive to Klappas if there wasn't a horribly mutilated horse on the table. Or in fact, the horribly mutilated horses found everywhere. Okay, so Rarity then... Well, that's just... Well, no. Okay, that... I'm not reading any of the lines she's saying right now. Was this really on the Creepypasta Wiki? Okay, I'm going way ahead of myself. So after that scene of horrid lovemaking, the very next scene said, Spike ejaculated. Yeah, that's pretty correct. Short and simple, no mistakes, no doubts, no contest, he just does. Why question it, honestly, why? What's that? Mateo can't do that kind of thing? Well, I'll tell you what. You got a point there. What? How did he do that with the fucking tail? Okay, so some of it got on Rarity and of it got in Fluttershy's... Oh, okay, that's how it's gonna be. Okay, so after that, Rarity went ahead and licked... Well, no, I don't want to describe that. Okay, so... Yeah, okay, that's certainly a sentence right there. Rarity enjoyed the sticky substance. Well, great, now every time I get that item in Spelunky, I am reminded of this thing's cum face. But then quickly afterwards, she puked in her mouth. So there you go. Do certain bodily fluids make you want to vomit? Well, just puke in your dying friend's mouth, of course. What kind of message is this pasta sending to our children? I think I saw an apple in that vomit. I'll never eat the damn things again. Then the next sentence says, satisfied, Rarity had an orgasm. Well then, these people seem to have a thing for orgasming at random times. I'm not gonna judge anyone here. Nobody. Except the guy who wrote this. Okay, so they finished and decided to go fuck again in the bedroom. That's quite the recovery time. So they do, and they do not realize that Fluttershy was choking on Rarity's puke. So if you didn't vomit so far, the pasta will do it for you. She couldn't even breathe due to the brutal combination of blood... With no hope of escape, Fluttershy takes her last painful breath and dies. Please take me with you. Well, no, I don't really want to die.
God damn it. Damn it.
But this pasta is just... Okay, well, obviously it's just cupcakes with a little bit more originality. And it makes a little bit more sense. I mean, don't get me wrong, it ain't math. It still makes no sense, but it makes more sense
than the cupcakes one, if that makes any sense. And the main problem, well, you know it. You can clearly see it. It's not Silent Hill. There's no mist here. You can clearly see what the problem is. The fact that a klopfic breaks in halfway through like the Kool-Aid Man. And don't get me wrong, mate. If you clop, that's you. You can do that. I don't mind. Read all the klopfics you want. This ain't supposed to be a klopfic. I mean, it's a bad one. But it's supposed to be a creepypasta. You know, it's supposed to be creepy, not erotic. Well, okay, the pasta is creepy, but not that kind of creepy. The bottom line, that was hilarious. I mean, it was disgusting, but I don't know. I thought I'd give you nightmares for once. I do review things that are supposed to do that. Well, I'm gonna go wash my brain. And everything else, really. Though why bother when I'll never feel clean again anyway. Okay, yeah, goodbye. You know, I'm getting real sick of these pony pastas. I mean, all of them are a bunch of horse shit. Pun intended. I'm real tired. I'm gonna need another person to help me with this one, though. Or not. I really don't want another cameo. People are sick enough that I'm reviewing another pony pasta.
Hey, Nick. You mind if I help out? I'm a brony. I can help you through this shit fest.
Okay, no, I will be having none of this, guy. Please. I can do this by myself. I swear, please. Go.
Oh, okay. Well, bye.
Later. Okay, so what's this one called? Oh, okay. The Cutie Mark Crusaders get their cutie mark. Well, that's not title. It's like saying treasure pirates get their treasure. Well, this makes me feel bad. This makes me feel bad. This is the person's first horror fanfic. I mean, I know I should go easy on him because it's his first time, but I'm sure he's read plenty of horror fanfics. He should know what he's doing. Wait. This isn't a creepypasta. This is marked as a horror fanfic. I don't know what my job is anymore. Okay, let's just start. It was a beautiful day in Ponyville. I mean, honestly, is there ever not a beautiful day there? I mean, geez, I look up Ponyville on Google Images and all the pictures seem peaceful. What sorcery is this? Is there no rain? Do plants even grow in this land? So everybody was enjoying the beautiful spring day. Well, at least this one's more clear. It says it's spring. For all I know, the original cupcakes could have taken place in the middle of December. So at the clubhouse, the Cutie Mark Crusaders were talking about how to get their cutie marks. Is this common? Is this the pony mafia I was talking about 2 episodes ago? So apparently they had the magnificent idea to capture ponies, cut their cutie marks out, and use them for themselves. I'd pay good money to see Garrett from Thief do that, without anyone noticing. Not even the victim. But for this, they had to wait till it was dark. Oh, for fuck's sakes, can't you kids do something more useless with your time? Like play video games or review creepypastas? Logically, one of them was like, excuse me, but isn't this just a little against the law? Why would we get in trouble for this? Well, there's 2 ways to get away with this kind of shit. 1 is to keep it a complete secret, and 2 is to wipe out every single living thing in existence. But Apple Bloom seems to want to go with plan A. How boring. Clearly, the talking, brightly colored horse named after a fruit flower is the best source of logic in this town. So when night came, the Crusaders' crossbow went out to do the unthinkable. Testing to see if the Georgian calendar still works in space? Didn't think about that, did you? So first they, pony-napped Pink... Crazy Face. Pony-napped? Are ponies closely related to goats? If it was goats, then you could call it kidnapped. What kind of activity is pony nap? Did you use some kind of sleeping gas on her? I mean, they are the pony mafia. So they strap her down and cut off her cutie mark. Taste your own medicine, wanker. Then Crazy Face responded with, no, don't do this! There has to be a better way. Shut up, Vince. Then they stuffed a sock in her mouth to quiet her. Okay, I'm pretty sure Leo and Satan taught me that creatures with hooves don't have feet to put socks on. Did Rarity just invent socks here to stuff into victims' mouths to replace vomit? I guess clothes making is necessary for the pony godfather. They pulled out the flesh thing and there was blood everywhere. Damn it, they should have done this in her basement. Then there wouldn't have been a difference. Then Scootaloo said... Wait, what kind of right-minded parent names their child that? Okay, so Scootaloo, whatever the fuck her name is, said, we have to destroy the evidence. Are you gonna burn the sock? Then she took a knife and slit her throat open. Okay, I always wondered,
How can one tie a horse down? I'm not shitting around here. Horses are strong, motherfuckers. You'd think they could just rip the fucking rope to shreds, especially when it was tied by a bunch of kid ponies. Sense! Logic! Apples! Spaghetti! Then they threw the body into the river. Well, considering the lack of rain from every day being a beautiful day, I doubt that Ponyville even has water. But then they realized they needed more cutie marks. Of course you fucking do. There's more than one of you, aren't there? So they instantaneously brought Rarity in there. I guess she didn't see the blood everywhere from the last victim. And they're like, we have no choice. We have to do this, yelled Sweetie Belay. Of course you have to. Scarcity clearly ordered you. She'll fuck you up if you fail. Okay, but seriously, bullshit. You guys just sat down and said, let's cut people's skin bits. Not at one point did you emphasize on this being crucial at any situation. She took a knife out and ripped her cutie mark from her bleeding flesh. Happens to me all the time. She started to scream, but then shock set in and she just fainted. Then they decided to cut her tongue out. Holy shit, people! Sweet Melee is gonna make trinkets! Hydra Judas! Okay, so she cut her tongue out so she couldn't talk to anyone about this. This is starting to sound like a Brother Grimm story. They take the cutie mark of David and kill her anyway. Good thing they cut her tongue out, because when Friendship is Zombies comes out, she won't be able to do— wait, what? Okay, so they needed one more cutie mark. So they took Spring-Heeled Applejack and decided to take her mark, even though she was Apple Bloom's sister. There's more apples in this show than there are in a documentary about apples. And then Apple Snapple said, what the hey is going on here? I don't hey and know what the fuck did I just say? So, Snapple Cap cried while the removal was at hand, which made Bloom feel guilty. Just put a guilty conscience joke here somewhere. I can't rap. But evil took over them and they laughed. Don't blame it on evil, blame it on that goat chicken dragon thing. They then gouged her eyeballs. Damn it, if only they cut out Crazy Face's ears, then I could have made a see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil joke. Okay, so she went dead with mass amounts of blood loss, so they burned her with gasoline. What is this? Did I accidentally stumble into Grand Theft Pony? Blood of Fat Rainbow Dash? So in the conclusion, they each took one cutie mark and placed them on their flanks, ignoring the dripping blood and pain. Wait, is pony blood some kind of acid or something? The end. Well, to be honest, this could have been much better if it was paced a little more. Maybe if it was just a little slower. I don't know, I just make fun of things because I have nothing better to do. I am tired of these pony pastas. I wish I could bring this curse onto someone.
Nick, can I ask you something?
Yes, here, question answered. Review some pony pastas. I'm gonna go from reviewing pastas about colored horses to pastas in a more familiar territory, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, you go and do that. Good luck. I'm not even kidding when I say that. Well, that's it for this string of pony pastas. I better go get some fresh air. Some rain, if you will. I'll see all of you humans later.
Meta Knight's mask. Majora's Mask. Okay, first off, this is a creepypasta that tells us shit about Meta Knight's mask. Unfortunately for him, he's not exactly as mysterious as G-Man. There is a cutscene I know of where his mask is taken off. In the middle of the watch. So this pasta already failed. With that said, now that I'm done with brightly colored horses, we'll be taking a trip to something that's completely different. Brightly colored marshmallow people. Instead of blaming me for the lack of variety, blame Doovie. The pasta immediately starts with... This story starts with Super Smash Bros. Brawl, so we already know that the twist is he becomes the weakest character in the game. Done! Wrap that shit up! Goodbye, Stalin! Never mind, apparently the pasta wants us to go on, and I'll do that. Protagon has just gotten the Wii for Christmas. You mean he lacked a Wii before this? He then says that there was a new Smash Bros. Coming out of it, so, he was... psyched? Is that a word people still use? Will Bogus be coming back? So after a mere 6 months, he gets enough dough to go buy the game. But when he went to his video game place, there was no copies of it. So he decided to buy something else. Okay, waste half a year of effort on something you weren't even planning on buying instead of just looking in another store. So he found a copy of Smash Bros. In the trash or something, and it was just a blank paper with Smash Bros. Wii written on it, and a poorly drawn Smash Ball. See, if they simply do this, they won't have to waste money on box art. Instead, just get a marker and draw this shit in like 3 seconds. No one will ever notice! So he went home and the game started up normally. He then chose Brawl and all the characters were unlocked. How convenient. Now he can play as that one guy that was already unlocked. Then he picked all the other characters to be CPU. So there were like 50 custom stages and they were all the same. Huh. I think I made this game. So he selected one of them and it was just a white rectangle with a black background. So it's like a poor man's version of replaying the game. The music was Meta Knight's Revenge. Okay, first of all, first Tails Abuse, then Mario's Revenge. Now they should have made a category called Revenge Pasta. He then realized he was fighting characters. And they are Ness, Lucas, and Toon Link. Is Toon Link gonna be Ben? Well, no, because his only method of movement would be teleportation, and his only method of attack would be setting shit on fire. So every time the CPU hits him, then the music gets slower and quieter, as if they were more hesitant to attack him. I don't know how that music indicates that. To me, music slowing down means I am falling. Again. Also, Meta Knight's mask was starting to crack, so in a way I was right. The twist of the pasta is that Meta Knight is the most underpowered son of a bass man. So when Link hit him with a boomerang, his mask has fallen. It is in shreds. It is no more. It is gone. Ah shit, now he has to go get a new one. You can't just waltz into a Walmart and ask for something like that. It's special. Special mask. The screen then almost immediately went black. By this point, he was frightened. I know, man, I saw black on my TV once. I will never be the same Chomp Chomp ever again. Then a distorted wolf guy said, "What's the matter? Scared?" Well, yes, the writer did write down that, 2 sentences ago he was scared, so good job, Wolf, you can read. This was followed by a horrible ear-piercing screech. Shit, the guy gave him an earring. There was slashing and screaming, really. See, this is why pasta writers are like, they have to write this shit down because, they've gotten so deaf that they can't hear themselves while they're recording. So he's about to shut the game off until the black screen stopped being a dick and left. Now there is the same stage. The difference is that Meta Knight is the only character that isn't a bloody skeleton. Okay, now be honest with me, protagonist. Will these skeletons pop out? But no, Meta Knight was standing by one of them, not facing the camera. As it turns out, Meta Knight's mask is made of bone! Now you are haunted with the soul of Shrapnel's mane, Meta Knight. Protagon then got that shit out of the system, then went back to the store and told the shopkeeper, "What is this shit? Well, the characters in this game just murdered a whole bunch of bones. No wonder Riceknot hasn't been uploading anything lately." The cashier then gave him a face that said, "I told you so." "No, you didn't. You just sat there and had money thrown at you." So he was like, fuck it. Then he never played Melee again. That's not exactly the game that was at hand here, but okay. It's your decision. So this pasta was decent, I guess. I can't find anything terrible bad about it. It has some cliches and some shit that doesn't quite make sense, but what do I know, honestly? What do I know about marshmallows? Nothing. You just cook them on a campfire. Was Kirby ever cooked? Was he ever consumed? Or does he consume? In Soviet Russia, marshmallows eat you, and then it gains your most notable ability. If Kirby were to consume me, he would have just spout bullshit out of his mouth all day and then post it on YouTube. I think I ran out of time for today. What's the time again? 11110 till 1000? Yeah, my binary time is about over. Join me another time for whatever it is I do here. It's safe to leave your computer now. No, really. Corentisoni Chan. Remember when I reviewed creepypastas? Yeah, me neither. So let's return from my short pasta break with a creepypasta based on a game. Can I just say that the picture, which is the first thing you'll notice, looks like this. First off, what? Second, is he smoking a fucking see-through worm with googly eyes? Third, is he giving me the finger? Fifth, you can actually see the Aoni underneath that thing. And the picture claims to be 8-bit. Yeah, that's it. He totally didn't do this in MS Paint or some shit. Also, don't ask why he has the fattest pentagram on his forehead I've ever seen. I just want to read this shit. Our protagonist for today is called Jonathan, and he likes the Oni games. His favorite is Heta Oni. I at first read it as Hentai Onis, so I thought he was talking about Oni Hole. Usually he plays the game after school as opposed to during school, but that day it was President's Day, so he had no school. Oh no, Leather put more foreshadowing for Mario Obama. He's the worst product placement guy ever. So of course he had a lot more time to find more Oni games, so he found something called Kuro Oni, but then an ad popped up that said he can get Crentus Oni. So is it Crentus Oni or Crentus Oni? So of course the fucker downloads it because, you know, ads never ever give viruses or anything like that. So he started it up and it had one of them moving title screens. I'd say that's pretty common for games nowadays, but what do I know about video games? The graphics were that of an Xbox game. That's kind of a... What? Which Xbox game? Maids with balloons, maybe? You start as an American photographer. Not sure why he added American there. That's not that important of a detail. It just tells me he probably has a shotgun and apple pie. And you're nervously walking towards a mansion. Yeah, because by this gameplay footage, he looks nervous. But this mansion was not a normal one. It was all bloody and it had a pentagram on its door. Where's Luigi when you need him? Also, gameplay footage again. There's no pentagram, just saying. Fuck. So then the Crentus Oni showed up and mutilated him. Again, that's not really shown in the gameplay footage. And then it says, game over. Another one is missing. Game over already? Well, this game's more cheap than I want to be the guy. So later he found out that Crentus Oni means bloody devil. Of course, Crentus means blood, not bloody. But I guess he did write that if you made it an English name and edited a tiny it would be... Huh? And second, Crentus is Latin. Oni is Japanese. Consistency. Where? So immediately he turned the program back on and there was a save file called the missing. Yeah, I do miss my brain cells, don't remind me. The character had an arm missing. I'd say that's just a flesh wound, but that would be predictable. Kinda like this pasta. There was a woman in front of him that had no eyes, so I guess that's Silas Jack, Silas' daughter. Try saying that 3 times fast. Her heart was torn out. I'd say something emo, but that would... Jeez, I keep saying I'd say something about that, though throughout this entire interview. So she told him to look behind him, and sure enough, the menstruation devil was behind him. So he chased him around until he finally died. Then there's a thing that says, "Feel the taste of blood yet, Jonathan?" I tasted my own blood once. It was... not worth going homicidal over that for sure. So then he turns it off, and after calming down a bit, he thinks to himself, "Gee, I sure would like to taste some blood." Then he blacks out, okay? And when he wakes up, he murdered his girlfriend with a knife. It says he stabbed her at least 100 times, literally. I'm not sure how... What? And he had a pentagon on his shirt. Okay, well, whoever lives on the Pentagon, good for you. You live on some guy's shirt. So her parents were crying in the hallway. They were like, "Why? Why, Lisa?" I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. He then realized he committed a crime, so he realized he'd rather be in heaven than in hell, so he killed himself? You do realize that suicide is considered as bad of a sin as murdering another person, right? So logically, not only did you murder yourself, but your girlfriend too. That's a ticket to hell if I've ever seen one. Okay, I don't actually want the writer to go to hell, that's just mean. Anyway, he tells us to never download Crentus Oni. So here's a link to Crentus Oni. Don't play it. History eraser button shenanigans strikes again. So that was awful. What do you think, Doovie? Yeah, he's asleep. Let's see what else I can review. Oh, here's something that people suggested. Sweet Apple Massacre. That sounds like an 80s exploitation movie. What is this shit? Oh, I see. It's another pony pasta. Okay, you know what? I'm sick of apologizing for reviewing pony pastas. I can do whatever the fuck I want. In fact, just to spite, everyone, afterwards, I'll take a look at this other thing that everyone tells me I should see. It's like... Smile HD. I'm done. Goodbye. I'm gonna go now. I'm gonna fucking cut my arms off with a rusty piece of knife or some shit.
Warning, this pasta is absolutely wretched. Wait, I thought this was just a one-time thing just for Rarity's new dress. You mean, this is worse? Oh, goodness. Well, if any of you remain after that, then you have a strong stomach. Just be warned. It might not be strong enough for this. Sweet apple, Texas apple massacre. Massacre. No chainsaws in this pasta. Sorry, kids. So apparently this shit smelled so bad that even Spin Pasta Wiki threw it out. Spin pasta. That should highlight the utter awfulness that lies deep within this pasta. How did I find it? Well, you people actually requested it to me. Besides, I have a close personal Doovie, and anything he suffers through, I suffer through. This pasta was designed to shock and disgust people. However, I'm an asshole on the internet, so I'm going to ruin that fun. Now let's start the pasta proper. The pasta starts with fancy letters, that's how you know it's good. Big Macintosh... Macintosh and Apple Massacre? Was this made on an iPad? Anyway, Big Mac looked over the acres of sweet apple acres. Those are certainly acres. And apples. It was almost Applebuck season. What's Applebuck season? Maybe it's somewhere in the Reign of Giants DLC. It looks like they'd have a bumper harvest season this year. Seriously, what the hell is a bumper harvest? So Applejack walks in and comments on how he's not injured. Was he supposed to be? Apparently there's more apples this year, and they said it in a really Texan way. McDouble responds with an, "Yup. Yeah, he sure is Texan. Wasn't sure before. Now I am." So they talk a lot about being Texan and about apples when the conversation shifts to apple flower. Mac hasn't seen her, but apparently if she's getting herself in trouble, there's going to be hay to pay. Is hay currency in the pony world? That's like making burgers currency. Or do they eat burgers and pay hay for them? Whatever. Apparently Mac thinks Apple Boomerang will be safe, and now he just goes home and goes to like brew some apple cider and just drink it extensively, way over the legal limit. Like, Mom is scared. So the giant red pony... Red giant? Luna? Do all ponies represent astronomy in some way? So he went into a bar and it's like, "Oh, goddamn it, don't go in there. It's John Glass's rape dungeon. You don't want to be in there." But no, apparently it's Big Mac's rape dungeon. Difference. As he goes down a trap door and there's like 3 little girls, this got really dark really quickly. It's like getting hit with a car made of 2 real. So McNuggets tells the girls that they need to learn a lesson. Did they not go to school? Learn the golden rule? Not act like a bloody fool and get trapped in your older brother's basement! Apparently McRibs here wanted peace and quiet. Keep this in mind as he brutally and loudly kills these girls. Because the author didn't. Write it in your notes. Carve it on your wall if you're in prison. So Mac's going to kill these girls because they were loud? Is that so much easier than yelling, "Damn kids, get off my lawn"? Or, you know, get some goddamn earmuffs? I'm pretty sure you can get a pair from Rarity as long as she isn't over her dress craze. Ugh. So Scootaloo, which I still think is a really dumb name, tries to fly away. I mean, she could. The past only mentions they were tied up. In fact, why didn't they just straight up leave? I mean, the only thing stopping them is a trap door. I don't know, maybe Mac, like, put a layer of glue on the floor. Maybe that's his past victims. So Mac says her wings are useless, crushes one and throws her across the room. I don't know a lot of things, but wings seem pretty useful. He drops a rusty knife. Okay, first Rarity's new dress, now this. Does everybody in Ponyville own a tribal man's shiv? So apparently the first of the Cutie Mark Crusaders scream and gets their tongue cut out. Seems to be a common theme in these CMC pastas. So Scootatooda doesn't scream and the Sweetie Belle doesn't either, but Apple Flower does. You did a good job. No, really. So Mac talks about how Applejack injured him, and this is somehow relevant. Apparently he's threatening Applejack's life, despite, you know, the fact that she can clearly injure him. So no, get that out of the script right now. So McLovenit cuts out Apple Rose's tongue. I would say Hydra Judas, but looks like Mac did a good enough job on his own. So he rolls it in puke and blood. I'm starting to question what's happening here. Am I in a horror movie? Am I in a really dark comedy? Is Jack Black playing Sweetie Belle? So while he's doing that, I'm gonna look up the definition of massacre, okay? Okay, yeah. It says here it's murder of a group of people by a group of people. But Mac isn't a group of people. Unless he's part of a group that wanted this to happen. Wait. Oh my god! It's the Pony Mafia! While I was saying that, Mac just stuck that rancid tongue down Scootaloo's throat. Okay, I don't blame him. Horse tongue tastes pretty good, actually. Leather's Guide to Making Horse Tongue. Step 1. Acquire a horse. Step 2. Cut out still conscious horse's tongue. Step 3. Roll it in vomit and blood. Step 4. Do not cook it. It will increase your sanity. Step 5. Serve it with an okay, just feed it to rub it all over your children. So after she eats the tongue, he... okay, well that was quick. You know what? I'm going to read this out loud in an apartment with several other people in it. So, he shoves his dick in her, and I quote, tight virgin pussy. Okay, but seriously, I am reading a story about cute little brightly colored horses with raping children in it! I'm gonna regret this, aren't I? Anyway, so Max says that her special talent is apparently getting raped. Number 1, that is not a talent. Number 2, that is not a profession that you want to be in. Number 3, that's what Zoo does for a living. Number 4, what? So then he stopped raping her to punch her in the face. That's an abusive relationship right there. Call this number if you live in Siberia and this happens to you. Just kidding, that's not a real number. So he takes the vomit, he takes Scooty's face blood, he mixes it with his spit, he spits it in her mouth, and he forces her to swallow it. This is like something out of a bad adventure game. Also, how does one gather blood? Also, why am I reading a pasta with child rape in it? So McRapist grabs the shocked Bitterbell and shoves her horn up Scootaloo's ass? Okay, just let me go do something.
Salute the horn, not the man, son.
Okay. I just realized suicide is painful, so I didn't do it. So I need to point out something. Isn't this used in, like, slapstick cartoons? I mean, it's usually something like a bull, but I've seen unicorns do it. That reminds me, what is the texture of a unicorn horn? Is it like sandpaper? Because that would explain what's happening next. What happens next, Aunt Doovie? I don't feel like explaining it.
Basically, Leather, the anal cavity tears apart, Blue-Badoop Scuba shits and pisses herself, blood pours out, it all falls on poor Sourbell's face, and this all happens while Big Mac rapes his little sister.
What a great fucking family reunion. I'm gonna go wipe my brain off this shit now.
Oh, no. You're not leaving this shit just yet. You're only halfway there through this fuckfest. Hey, speaking of fuckfest, doesn't this pasta remind you of something?
What do you mean?
Well, let's face it, the over-the-top violence, the absurdly strong aggressor having his way with children, out-of-place references to fruit and vegetables, and it's all done by a character that usually just likes peace and quiet. It's pretty obviously a pony version of a Shrek pasta.
You mean the ones that are trying to be over-the-top silly?
Yes, and somehow this one is worse and actually serious. I'd say Godspeed, but you might as well already be dead.
Alright, let's get back to the adult horse raping child horses. Did you see the flaw in this? Do you see why I should not have done this? If this was a video that I actually watched, instead of, like, read this document, I'd actually be sad. Like, both for the characters and for the person that was forced to make it. Which was most likely at gunpoint. So anyway, he chokes Apple Bloom with her intestines and that kills her. You know, kids, erotic strangulation is no joke.
Neither is fucking raping children! What I'm trying to say is this fictional horror story is incredibly inappropriate and I should not be reading it out loud in my house! So then he moves on to Scoopsaloo and cuts her guts open, takes off her head, rapes it, of course, and then fucks her headless body, of course. Great, you went cleansing on us. Did that not sound like a Shrek-like action to you? Seriously, this is so over the top that it's about to leave the Earth's atmosphere. Okay, so finally he stabs Sweetie Belle's eyes out and agonizingly amputates her limbs, licks the eye juice leaking from her skull, and then sticks his dick in it. Then he skull fucks a child! Okay, be honest, like 99% of the people who are still here just, like, left right after that, right? Did you? Well, looks like it's only the insane fans left. Which is most of you, I guess. Shit, I still have to do this, don't I? I don't even know what the hell is going on in the pasta anymore. Am I in the same place? Is that what's happening? Dance, monkey, dance! What's the context? What am I again? Alright. He kills her by skull fucking her. This reminds me of a Serbian film now, and considering that I am Serbian, that probably explains my lack of shock. So he begins, eating Sweetie Belle's brains? Oh well, look, Zombie Shrek. Looks like someone installed that Left 4 Dead mod. I don't want a zombie Shrek in this world. A non-zombified Shrek is bad enough. So he starts raping Sweetie Belle's ass. Again? Please tell me it's almost over. Then he took one of Sweetie Belle's detached legs and fucked her body with it? Is that even possible? I don't even have jokes anymore. Am I in the same show? Am I even in the same country? I'm just scared now and confused. Then he squirts his voluptuous load on apple flour. Is this guy not trying hard to sound like Shrek? Then he licked shit, blood, and semen. That's good taste, good taste. You deserve it, buddy. Have it as a reward for raping those children so well. Why do you exist? Then the pasta alludes to Applejack being Mac's next victim. Whatever, pasta's over. And of course, the last word of the pasta is yup. Yup.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Why? I don't even want to participate in life after this. Thank you, people. If it weren't for you, I would have never read this. Instead, I would have just found it. But that would have been much later. If I could describe this pasta, I'd say it's like a man pissing on the street. And then another guy comes up and he's like, that's really stupid. And the guy says, oh yeah? And he starts shitting on the street. And the other guy is like, well, that's even stupider. And the man shitting says, oh yeah? And then he starts humping the shit. That's this pasta. It is trying way too hard to shock. And it's not as shocking as it is disturbing. And this really shouldn't exist because of it. I'm going to swallow a bottle of painkillers now. No, not the pills inside it, just the entire bottle. Remember that you people brought this upon me. Goodbye.
Last time on Leather's Story Time, he read a creepypasta involving small child horses getting, oh dear lord, that's not appropriate for television. Today on Leather's Story Time, the mystery of the suicidal photographer.
Doovie, why did you do that?
Because I like 50s cartoons.
Just, if you're going to be here, be quiet. You thought I was going to talk, didn't you? Nope. No, literally, that's the title of this pasta. I feel like Adam West is staring at me right now. Is he in the same corner as you, Doovie? Oh, alright. He can't talk. This is apparently another GTA pasta. Last GTA pasta I read involved Trap joining in and spewing some words about Minecraft or some shit. And then it turns out CJ was real. Now, the suicidal photographer is a well-known glitch. Yes, it's a glitch. Don't fucking try to tell me otherwise. Anyway, this pasta is based on a glitch, and it isn't a glitch pasta. Anything else I'd have to say about it would be pointless, so let's begin! The pasta starts by wondering why photographers drown themselves in San Andreas after taking a picture. It's a glitch. Look it up. Tinfoil hat. So this guy watches videos of this phenomena. Seems nostalgic. So the guy never actually owned San Andreas, so he bought a copy online for it for $5. Only $5? The game is either broken or Satan. Satan's a cheap whore, you know. Apparently it was in perfect condition. Don't say that until you play the game, man. Satan prefers to keep himself clean. Apparently someone put a tiny book where the manual should be. The book said lovely pictures. I would have thrown the book out the window because books don't usually talk, but different strokes, different victims of Satan. So the book called Lovely Pictures had lovely pictures in it. That's actually kind of surprising. You'd expect it to have guts and blood and shit, but no, just lovely pictures. Moving on. The protagonist was bored after looking at the lovely pictures, so he started playing the game. The player skipped all the intro bits, and then he was shocked to find that he skipped all the intro bits. I don't even have to make a joke, man. That's already funny. So apparently the weird thing happened was that CJ was already where the photographers drown. Well, that saves you about 3 hours of gameplay. Take what Satan gives you. No one other than CJ existed, and CJ couldn't move. This is probably purgatory. Oh wait, no. Photographer did exist, and he did not decide to drown himself. Oh good, you decided against suicide. Now you can take more pictures of oceans and sell them for way more than they're worth. The photographer starts making static. Okay. To make Doovie happy, I'm going to reference Phaelus. Internet static! Okay, I'm done. Where's my fucking $5? This is Nuclear Throne, not $5!
But it's worth way more than $5. Hell, it's worth more than anything you'll ever be.
Get out of my house!
Can I just go back to being silent again?
Because that worked so well the first time. And he's silent again, and not getting out of my house. Guess he really is watching me. Always. So enough shitting around and getting off track. Where were we again? Okay, so static was getting more intense as the guy got closer, because of the Big Bang. They're everywhere. By the way, if you don't know what the Big Bang is, it's a massive orgy that started the universe. Then the screen went black, because of course it does. Goddamn, this is an LSD dream emulator, guys. Do something original. So the screen starts flashing. Okay, so instead of putting in a book full of lovely pictures, you should have just put a seizure warning, maybe? Maybe it was in the back of the book. We'll never know. Or care. The player was in CJ's house, and apparently CJ can move now. He can't leave the house because, you know, GTA is known for being a linear series. Then he looked around and saw writing everywhere saying, "Want me to take your picture?" And goddamn paparazzi, they'll stalk anyone these days. It was written in glowing green paint. Is this a reference to the ghost graffiti? And I'm pretty sure that's Sector Cooler. That's Sector Cooler. So CJ ran upstairs and hid in his closet. Are we playing Ao-Oni or GTA here? So the protagonist stayed in there for a while, and then CJ started walking towards a mirror. That is a huge closet if CJ can start walking towards a mirror and not immediately be there. Then 10 seconds passed. He timed it, and CJ just turned around, and then his head spun backwards. So did he turn around and then his head spun backwards, or did his head just spin backwards? Or is his head do a 360 and spin around like a rollerblade? So CJ was smiling like Jeff the Killer. I'm not even kidding, that's what it says. You can't carve your face like a Thanksgiving chicken in 10 seconds without bleeding. But hey, his eyes were bloodshot, and so at least he was high during this. They looked as if they were real. I think this is the GTA remake in 2008 when, like, they tried to make, like, everything realistic in that year. His hair was gone. He was missing ears. At least the blood in this has been minimum, unlike some pastas I know. He had no hair. Well, that's not bad. Finally, he had no nose. Only nose holes. Oh god, it's Black Voldemort! It's like normal Voldemort, only black. No other differences. You racist. The guy tried to pause the game, but couldn't. You know that certain games, or at least certain cutscenes in certain games, can't be paused, right? What I'm saying is, some things can't be paused. Tough shit. Then someone screamed. I have a feeling it was none of you. It got louder and louder. No, wait. I think Doovie is in this. I told you to shut up! Oh, wait. His mouth's closed. It ain't him. Surprisingly. He covered his ears and screamed. Oh, that explains it. It's him from the very, 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 very near future. Then the screaming stopped and the screen said, "Do you like your picture?" Wow, that is one loud camera. Is it John's camera? Might be John's camera. It showed a picture of protagonist screaming and covering his ears. Turn off your face cam, you're not Markiplier. Wow, that was kind of blatant. So CJ was in front of a door that said, "Lovely Pictures." It's like my book, but a museum. However, the back door has a seizure warning. He entered the room and it was covered in CJ's creepy face. At least we know what's inside the Jeff Cube now. Suddenly, the room was a hallway. Oh shit, San Andreas Rebirth! So at the end of the hallway, there was a photographer. Oh yeah, this poster was apparently about him. He gave the same creeper face CJ gave, and the player yelled, "Fuck off!" Yeah, that's how I'd react. He found out that he had no other weapon than a camera. Wait, how's a camera a weapon again? So protagonist takes a lovely picture and Frank West's head explodes. If only Gary's mod had a camera that powerful. I bet someone could make a sweep off that. Then seizure flashing in static again. Then the screen said, "Thank you so much for playing my game." Don't thank the protagonist. He barely did anything during this. Hell, the photographer didn't even commit suicide. He was murdered. The title is a lie. The player was about to destroy the game and the book until he realized the book was titled Thank You Now. Well, with either title, the book's pretty polite. Inside the book was a picture of the photographer smiling. It's a pretty happy ending if you ask me. Oh wait, that's not the ending. The ending is the player never playing GTA again. Okay, that was pointless. Let's just ignore that exists. Hooray! Everyone is happy! And most importantly, no one committed suicide. I mean, someone was murdered and they were happy about it, but no one committed suicide. So that was the mystery of the suicide photographer. This is the best episode of Scooby-Doo I've ever seen. Oh, and before I say anything else, there's a picture of the map and there's clearly drawn a dick on it. I mean, people noticed it 1,000 times while playing this game, but I noticed it. And that's what's important. This pasta was genuinely entertaining. Like, seriously, it's been a while since I read a pasta that wasn't so bad it was good or so bad it was terrible. It was just kind of bad, but I liked it. Yes, I liked it. If that shocks you, then that's your opinion. But you're dumber than me. I mean, it's not scary, which means it technically failed, but it was original at points, and I really liked the story.
I liked it too.
What did I tell you? So CJ was smiling like Jeff the Kidder. Jeff the Kidder, got it. No pasta confirmed for the fucking creepypasta wiki. Max and Ruby and Sam. 0004. So Doofy tells me this show is like Arthur, but just for like smaller children and with rabbits. Hey, if it doesn't contain any big hits, I'm fine. So this pasta was brought to my attention by someone who was really afraid of the pictures. Let's see. Oh, okay. Well, that is slightly better than Correntosoni, wouldn't you say? Hear that sound? That's the sound of my next few sleeps being filled with night terrors. Before we get to that, I must make one joke. These two look kind of,
Hey up, I think I should have had those naughty special candies at the disco.
Okay, but let's see if the pasta's any good. Probably not, because this was sent to me. So it was Christmas, and things were getting busy, apparently. The protagonist needed to start shopping. Wait. Christmas is gone, man. Who are you buying presents for? Chin Chin? Oh, actually, they had to buy presents for their little cousin. Merry Christmas a month later. She apparently liked shit like Papa Pig and My Little Pony. God damn it, is there no escape from bony pastas? Nah, thank God we see this is trouble because the kid loves Max and Ruby the best. Oh, look, they're really forcing this foreshadowing. Foreshadowing. I should never do puns again. So apparently a Max and Ruby DVD would be perfect. Well, not perfect, but it would be really good. I mean, if you're gonna be perfect, Jordan, get out right now. So the protagonist goes on eBay and then realizes, okay, yeah, you can't really trust the conditions of things off eBay. Okay, Pasta, you have a smart protagonist and creepy pictures. Don't fuck this up. So the protagonist was worried it would be shitty quality or broken until they got it. You're in a creepypasta. There's much worse things you can worry about. Protagonist got the package, which was covered in grease and stains. God damn it, guy who sent it. Stop eating Cheetos while packing shit. So the protagonist opened it up to find something they could not explain. A DVD! What? I mean, I can explain it. It's a DVD. It's a disc with certain programs brought onto it so it can play specific footage or whatever happens to burn it onto it. I don't know. I don't go to school for that shit. Now, explaining the cover is a lot more difficult to explain. Those look like Pikachu if you drained all the color out of it. And what's with the eyes? So apparently on the back of the box there were just like 4 episodes with blunt titles. Wait. Doofy, did you make this? Alright, no talking rule still in effect. So the protagonist does the smart thing and watches the episodes over before showing them to their 4-year-old cousin, and in an actual shocking move, the episodes are completely normal. That's it for today. The end. Da 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 That's how my theme song goes, right? The only odd thing was that the DVD menu was shitty. No company really cares about that shit. You already bought the shit when you noticed this, so hell, they could make that shit a notepad and you wouldn't give a fuck. So the protagonist decides to give it to their cousin, but to make it nicer for them, he switches out the cover to something they found on Google Images. Let me mention this for the third time. This is the smartest creepypasta protagonist I've seen so far. Maybe they're a superhero, the brain, able to make competent decisions. I'm sorry, but I'm not used to people thinking in these. They left the title screen alone because, well, there was no issue with the title screens. I mean, it's not like anything scary was there. It's just text. Nobody's scared of text. This is like those comments, like they say you're gonna kiss somebody in like 5 days. And they're like, well, the Dracula's gonna come if you don't do that, so they get scared. Christmas went by and... Wait, what? Did you not mention that Christmas already went by? Come on, I made a joke about it. So the cousin was happy to get the DVD, and on a later date, when the protagonist was able to babysit, they actually got to show it to her. So the kid was watching episodes 1 through 3. When the protagonist left the room, the kid watched episode 4. Don't do it. It's the title of the creepypasta. Something bad's gonna happen. I blame it on her, but, well, she's only 4. So the cousin screams and curls up on the floor. If you saw this fucking thing, you'd also do that. I'm not getting over that. It's creepy. So this is the most disturbing thing the protagonist has ever seen. Well, if you never went to B or Space Sticks, then I believe that. And that joke's gonna be out of date in like 2 years, maybe. So Max and Ruby had lost their noses and mouths, and their eyes were replaced with holes. Well, to be honest, are they that much scarier than the actual Max and Ruby? I mean, look at their faces. Ew, that looks weird. I don't like them. So there was static noise in the background. Know what else is in the background? 1 and 0. Anyone notice that? I'll tell you what it means. Another 1, pasta 0. Because I win.
No, you don't.
Shut up! So the sound was replaced with the Max and Ruby theme backwards. Because of course it was. Is anything not backwards in Lost Episodes? I mean, when you think about it, what's Lost Episodes backwards? The answer is cetosipitol. What does that mean? I don't know. Could be an undiscovered chemical or something. If one of you people is science and discover a new chemical, could you name it cetosipitol? Yes, thank you, yes. So the DVD turns itself off, the protagonist immediately goes to calm the fucking cousin, and this is, again, this fucker's smart, and says that it's not real, and all of a sudden the protagonist thinks it is real? Okay, they're still competent, just had a brain fart, I hope. Later on, wait, what? What happened to your cousin? Give us more details. What did she say? Was she angry? Was she sad? Was she died? Did she pray to the good Lord Jinjin? Was she traumatized? Okay, that one's a no-brainer. Even I'm traumatized by that. Give us more details anyway. So the protagonist's parents left the house, so they had some time to watch Satan's bunnies fuck about. So now episode 4 isn't episode 4 anymore. Now it's called Rip Mommy and Daddy. Check the back of the box. Maybe it says lovely pictures now. But about those graves, those are odd names for years. I'm pretty sure they're not even numbers. Not completely, though. So the cousin was asleep and not having nightmares, which is stretching my suspension of disbelief really hard. So the protagonist decides to watch more Max and Ruby. Apparently every episode has 3 stories in it. 666 is dividable by 3. And the show was already the devil, so this makes it worse. I mean, a lot of things are dividable by 3, but this one in particular makes the most sense. So Max and Ruby were playing in the garden and their parents were watching. However, the sound was backwards and the parents were sad. Maybe the parents were in timeout and weren't allowed to speak. You hear that, Doobie? They have respect!
I don't.
Shut up! So there was film grain all of a sudden, because this is an art film now. Look out for the brows held high review. And the father spoke. It's such a shame. Did I fucking stutter when I told you you can't talk, you son of a bitch? Then it cut to black, because of course it did. It always cuts to black. It doesn't do a curtain wipe or fade to black or anything. It just cuts to black. This is lazy editing. And there was the sound of a scream, followed by the sound of someone choking. Oh shit, I think I voiced this episode. So now the black screen cut to white. Hey, at least it's original. And it's the opposite of black, so it must be right! What do you mean this video is getting taken down for racism? Now a gravestone with the words Rip Mommy and Daddy on it was there. No, his name was Rip Van Mommy Daddy. Maxie and Rube had no faces. Their faces fell off. It's a common disorder.
You dropped your face!
So now they're just standing there. Menacingly. They're really paying a lot of attention to that headstone. And it's taking a while to intensify. No sound! Why are we even watching this for a solid minute again? Alright. The night terrors your cousin isn't having. Then it cuts to black? Is the protagonist getting whiplash here? Because I am, and all I'm seeing is text. Now the scene changed, so why cut to black? Just cut to the next scene. I know no one is smarter than the protagonist in Creepypasta Land, but dear lord, the editor is incompetent. Well, Max and Ruby were in Ruby's room, sobbing, and there's whispering in the background. I'm pretty sure that if some disembodied voice started fucking whispering the Sweet Apple Massacre to me again, I'd kill myself. All of a sudden, murder scenes flashed on the screen. We should make a lost episode drinking game, because you guys would have passed out on by now and I would be able to stop reviewing this. So the dad pulled out a knife out of his neck. Wow, that is a really uncomfortable place to keep those. Don't those, like, pants have pockets? Or would you rather keep it away from your dick by potentially slicing your throat? I actually can't blame you for that one. So the dad hit the mother with the bloody axe, and then she came back to life? I didn't know axes had healing properties. Hold on a second. Well, Trap's dead. Thank you, Pasta. Mother Dearest walked up to the stairs, and the whispers were getting louder. Oh, I was completely wrong. The whispering was a part that intensified. All of a sudden, most of the whispers cut out, and it was one whisper left. That whisper was a woman screaming, "Burn in hell?" Okay, number one, that wasn't in Sweet Apple Massacre. Number two, how does one scream while whispering? Finally, number three, who the fuck does this woman think she is? Telling me to burn in hell. You go drown in heaven. Well, at least it's backwards. So Max hangs himself. Jesus, why do that when you could have just jumped off the roof? I mean, you'll be dead. You won't have to clean up. So they faded to black. Oh, thank God. The editor learned how to use transitions. Now the static was really fucking loud. I mean, it's louder than Doovie during Scream Day, okay? Well, maybe it's not that loud. I mean, Blonic Yells exists. Ruby walks in on Max. Wait, why did Pasta phrase it like he was masturbating? He fucking killed himself. Maybe it was meant to be autoerotic strangulation. So Ruby screams, because that's exactly what this Pasta was missing. More screaming. I'm just glad that Doovie didn't supply it. Oh, Max didn't kill himself yet. He was waiting for Ruby to enter the room. Apparently. Apparently the picture of Ruby's face was on screen for like 5 minutes. Just spent like 5 minutes doing nothing. It's really, really fucking boring. Then, yet again, the screen cut to black. Why do I get the feeling that this was edited by someone face rolling on the keyboard? Ruby was in the garden and there were 2 headstones. One read "Rip Mommy and Daddy," and the other one was "Rip Brother." Wow, she didn't even mention his name. That's cold. At least Shrapnel's grave says "Rip Shrapnel." Big idiot asshole. The episode was over and the protagonist was about to kick the DVD out of the house when it showed this picture. Again, but only this time saying death is our only release. Well, if you're playing a Nuzlocke, yes, but if not, they're just being sent out in the wild. The protagonist says that they made the decision to destroy it and immediately realizes that it was stupid. At least they were smart enough to know that they were stupid. Protagonist at least kept these nightmare fuel screenshots. Nothing odd happened for a few days, but in a few days, someone sent the protagonist a letter. It said the words, "Death is our only release." Why the hell did you send them this? Couldn't you write something like, "I'm going to kill myself," or "Can we get a burger sometime?" Or "I'm wearing blue socks," instead of this like emo bullshit? Well, that was Max and Ruby 004. I like the pictures. The parts where the protagonist actually did things other than watch a homemade movie was pretty interesting and fun. But other than that, this pasta was like full of cliches. I'm going to stop pretending that I have reviewer cred and leave you with this picture. GG, Max boy. GG. Maxwell was here. As opposed to Maxwell wasn't here, mind your own business. So yeah, another bad pasta. I've seen worse, I've seen better. Let's just start reading.
So the guy tells us he is relieved to tell us about this horrific event after 3 months. I feel like a therapist. Anyways, chapter 1. How it all started. All beginning with caps letters. That's how you know he means business. So he was going on the internet searching for cool mods for games, and I think I might help you out there. Tell me, have you ever played Spelunky? But never mind my self-promoting, he's just found out like a portal gun mod for Mario. You mean Mario? Because I'm sure you mean Mario. He downloaded the file, but he also needed to find the original Mario game, and with his luck he found one. Not to burst your bubble, but the first Super Mario game isn't exactly the most difficult thing to find on Google. I mean, check CoolROM, it's right there. But apparently it was not all that it seemed, because the site was called imeruren.org. When he clicked it, there was only one thing that appeared on screen, which was text saying download. Isn't that what download links do? Knowing the internet, that's probably just text or an image that doesn't work. But it did. It downloaded the thing after less than 15 seconds because they don't have my internet. And apparently the speed of the download was so intense that he fell asleep. In 15 seconds. At least it's slower than Doovie. And he woke up and started playing the game. So the whole sleep thing is just pointless. So he then noticed there's only a one-player option. I mean, might as well. The two-player option isn't very different, to be honest. Then he pasted the mod files into the game files. I mean, usually Mario is in like a ROM or an NES file, but he got it from some crazy German government website, so who knows what the fuck happened. But then he got an error message in German, which is odd because the base game is in German, not the mod. The error read, Sie haben einen fatalen Fehler gemacht. Well, for sure I know that gemacht means to be done in past tense, and fatalen Fehler sounds like fatal error. Sie means it's in plural. Also, they added in haben instead of hat to make it an auxiliary verb, just to make it more threatening or some shit. So I say that the message is something along the lines of, you have made a fatal error. Yeah, I was learning German for some time. I'm not too good at it, though. In fact, what I just said may not even be true, in which case I'm the one making the fatal error, so... He didn't know what it said, so he just continued playing the game without the mod. So he started the game, and surprise, surprise! He had a portal gun. Oh well, that explains it. He didn't want to take your mod file because the game already has a portal gun feature. Those crazy Germans. They know what's best for Mario. So he continued playing the game normally until he got to the flagpole. If Mario starts stripping and then doing a pole dance, that will legitimately scare me. But no, this was unusual because he jumped over the entire flagpole. You know that you know that you can actually jump over it in the actual game, right? Psycho taught me. So the guy found a warp zone over the flagpole, 3 in fact. They led to worlds 6, 7, and 8, but a small hole was labeled with big letters saying hell. Well, in which case, all Dante Alighieri should have done is go over a flagpole and flush himself down a toilet, and there you go, welcome to hell. All the pipes were clogged, so the only logical solution? Restart the game. No, of course not. The logical thing to do is to go to the hell! At the very least, they grow fire flowers there, so Mario will be right at home. So he was at the final castle, which I guess is hell? Bowser must be Satan. I don't believe it. And on the walls was realistic blood saying Maxwell was here. That scared him to death, and he openly admits that he shit himself. I have no idea what this guy will do if he saw the don't starve quit game message. Probably wouldn't even have pants on. He'd be toast. So he finds Bowser crying realistic tears. You know, hell isn't exactly my idea of realistic, but to each his own. Pit of eternal torture and damnation. So he got close to Bowser and the German error popped up again. At which point he looked up the word and it's actually what I told you. In which case he even shat even more. Change your pants already, they're dripping. Jesus, at least Shaggy never shit his pants. So he continued on. Because yeah. And then the title screen said, please type in a name. Wait, what happened to Bowser Boy? Did he just continue sobbing, or did he eat the princess's comfort food? So he typed in his cousin's name for shits and giggles and pressed enter. He should have just wrote down some random jumble of text, so the unfortunate person called it would have to suffer. So then right after that, Mario has died. And then the screen said, you lose. I mean, I guess he does. I mean, let's be honest, game over and you lose are both true statements. So the PC shut off, and the guy realized that he's been playing for 14 hours. I think Shrapnel wrote this pasta. So he went to sleep, and the next morning he found out that his cousin has been murdered. How the hell did the murderer know who to kill? The guy just wrote down the guy's first name. Even if he wrote down both his first and last name, they'd still be conflict. I mean, haven't you ever seen The Terminator? The murderer was Maxwell Miller. Glad he gave him the most generic German last name on the planet. Imagine what would have happened if the guy wrote down Maxwell instead of his cousin's name.
That mean he would have to kill himself? Anyways, the news broadcasted security camera footage where the guy looked at the screen and said, "You lose." How predictable. Then he just straight up shot himself with a gun. Oh wow, looks like somebody really did type in Maxwell on the name screen. Also, how did he get a gun? Either he pulled it out of his ass or the cops that arrested him are very bad at their job. So after, you know, the news broadcast footage of a criminal killing himself for all of America to see, the guy went to the site again. And the site was dead. Of course it was, it never really existed. I checked that shit on Wayback Machine. This is not authentic. 0 out of 1. Then he looked up the phrase Imir Uren, and it actually means always watches. Well, now he can't really watch at all because he's dead. He ain't a ghost. He's just a foppish 20s styled guy trapped in another dimension with very dapper clothing. Well, that was stupid, but not as stupid as other stupid things I've read. But definitely more stupid than other stupid things that I've read. That's it for today, so goodbye and stupid. Also, Doofy, I'm proud of you for not talking throughout the entire review. Have a cookie. All the pipes were clogged, so the only logical resolution? Logical resolution. Good job. Yeah, Teletubbies the Lost episode. I remember my parents telling me once, "Son, you shouldn't watch the Teletubbies. They're clearly for retarded children." It had nothing to do with the show being somewhat creepy, he just kind of said that because, like, he watched the show and he was like, "The sun is a baby. There are people dressed up as fat-colored goblin things with TVs and antennas who obey every command that an erect speaker tells them." Yeah, this is pretty stupid. But I guess he said that to me because he saw the Lost episode and thought, yup, they have outdone themselves in the stupidity department. I sure hope my son grows up to review this piece of shit. And here I am. You proud of me, Dad? So yeah, this pasta isn't smart, let's go. So he tells us the show is kind of disturbing because our knowledge of the gland shall be great, and everybody was all over the lion and bear episode. I don't know why you people are so afraid of cardboard animals with googly eyes, but whatever. But then this guy, like, found a lost episode of the Shit Pickers. He put the shit biscuit in his DVD and watched it, so that entire DVD had only like 1 episode in it, which is what companies are working towards anyways, so why not? So the BBC logo didn't play in the beginning. Well, that's just disrespectful. That's like if I didn't put the intro of my network on the beginning of every one of my... Oh. So everything was normal until the speaker came up and said, "Life is not about anything. It is the consequence." Oh good, you've been reading Nietzsche too. Anyway, after the speaker was done being emo, it skipped to Tinky Winky sitting at a table. He was sad and depressed and he was crying. You know, simply saying he was crying would have given us the clue that he's sad. You don't have to point that shit out. So of course it was real crying, which is becoming cliche real quick. So quickly that by the time I finished this sentence, it officially became an overused cliche. Yeah, there it goes. Also, what the hell is cartoon crying? Teletubbies is live action. Freakish live action. Why would there be cartoon crying in a... Fuck it. Okay, so then it right away cuts to a playground because nobody cares about Tinky Winky's feelings, and it was CGI. And apparently it was wireframe, which is bullshit because, well, the picture of this playground isn't. But then a sickening scene appeared, says the pasta. There were children committing seppuku? Such irresponsible parents. Giving these children katanas. But no, seriously, where do these kids get sharp objects? Were they in Teletubby Land, or was this one of those TV sequences of real-life kids? I'm just gonna assume it's the second one, because there was realistic blood and organs everywhere. Of course, the kids committed seppuku. Why would it not be realistic? Do you want it to be like Bad Rats? Then the speaker came up again and said, "Life is meaningless. The truth is that you are all going to die a horrifying death. No one understands it. Well, you're not exactly immortal yourself, you nihilistic fuckstick. Now, you're not gonna believe this, but I told you, yeah, the pasta says the Teletubby Land was nuked. I'm not even shitting you. That speaker has the powers of an American president. Then they hanged themselves, because of course. So the son cried. Well, that is useless. You look at the pictures, and, I mean, sure, they're hanged, but the place does not look nuked at all, and the son isn't crying. In fact, it looks like it's shot. How does one shoot the sun? Well, okay, you can shoot the sun all day, but why is it bleeding? Well, then the shit ends, and it turns out this episode was made by a guy who was depressed and committed seppuku. Apparently, some sent this to BBC, and they just didn't even check that shit. They said, fuck it, send it. They got even more complaints. The pasta said it got like 237 complaints, so... they counted. Also, this is very few people watching Teletubbies. I think the rest of them just thought it was a normal episode. Then a guy broke the DVD, then a guy dressed as a bloody Teletubby, never made clear which one, and it was Ted Goldman, the person who worked on Pingu's Punishment. Good? And it just ends there. Okay, how did he not get arrested on his way to the house? I mean, he's kind of dressed up as a bloody Teletubby. You'd think that raises suspicion? Well, that was that. You know, I've seen some shit, and I've read this, and it's a perfect match. I think CSI would confirm. If the pasta isn't gonna put a real ending, neither am I. Fuck you. What the hell was that? Seriously, this pasta is bad. It doesn't do anything horrifyingly awful like Sweet Apple Massacre or Rarity's New Dress. It doesn't do anything astoundingly absurd like Inuyasha, The Disturbed Episode, or You Must Die.exe. But it fits somewhere along with Kirby's Dead Island, Land, Blood, the incredibly stupid and incompetent category. Yup, it's one of the big ones. That's why I brought up all the really bad pastas I reviewed. We're going to tackle this and let it be known. This pasta is awful and our sights are set on it. It's time to purge those inner demons and save the world and... So the pasta starts with this guy saying non-specific suicidal sounding things. Gee, you're sure easing us into this one. Hell, I bet this will raise tension knowing he's going to kill himself. The guy says he's a nice guy and asks us to hear him out. Phew, I thought this pasta was going to be a video game friend zone. And that our protagonist is an asshole. The pasta's just titled after a random line he used in the intro. Great. So the guy bought a copy of Earthbound, and despite knowing that it won't support Nintendo, he bought it because it felt solid. Guy, if you want something solid, freeze an egg. At least it's more solid than this pasta. So the copy was in good condition, except for the fact that somebody fucking burned it. I guess it's not so solid then. $16 is apparently a great price for a melted hunk of plastic that used to be Earthbound, but seriously, it says it was like a small single mark on the corner. Come on, somebody tried to burn the damn thing. So he got home, shoved the cartridge up his SNES's ass, and then starts telling us that he didn't have a SNES before this, which, do you even fucking care? And he started playing. He then describes the first 5 minutes of the game, because he's a goddamn walkthrough now, and encounters the first enemy in the first town. He beats the shit out of this guy, and then the guy asks him, please, don't. Which to the protagonist apparently means, lynch the bastard, because he didn't. All of a sudden, a bunch of upset and frightened NPCs surround protagonist, and he has no idea what could be happening. Is it not obvious? You killed someone. Even I figured that out. Doovie!
Oh, so I'm supposed to talk now.
Oh, shut up. Well, this is the last time I'm letting him write this shit. So basically the protagonist continues with the game, but occasionally there'll be an NPC or two that are emo. Not that big of a difference. It's an annoying one, really. And the protagonist calls himself stupid. I would give him credit for being smart enough to know that he's stupid, but then with certain things that are coming up, then it won't be. Enemies would run away and not fight back. Look, at least 99% of my audience knows what's going to happen, so a lot of them aren't even old enough to drive. So apparently every time an enemy died, it would say disappeared, because of the fact that it didn't blatantly say, you killed this guy, it's very bad. He didn't realize he killed that guy, and it was very, very bad. The crowds of people who surrounded the suicidal protagonist kept calling him an asshole and basically saying, he's dead and you killed him. Oh wait, I forgot. Basically isn't enough for this guy. You need to connect the dots, color the picture, shade it, clean it up, and get it rated by a professional critic, fix the problems, and then give it to him before he understands that he's not supposed to eat it. Hell, how did he even manage to get those $16 with the intelligence of a fetus? Suddenly, everyone became emo. Well, there's a murderer on the loose who doesn't even know he's killing people, and plus, he probably killed the entirety of the police. The guy went into a hospital and there was a fuck ton of people lumped together just saying horrified phrases, and apparently even the insane people acted the same way. Look, when insane people are afraid of you for being insane, something is wrong. First, the man started getting stressed and having nightmares. Maybe it's the heavy, thick atmosphere of shame and blame you're feeling. By the way, why have you not stopped playing the game again? So apparently the reason was this. You want someone to tell you what was wrong? Well, I'll tell you what's wrong. You, for not being able to figure out what you were killing people, man! It's not that hard to figure out. Compared to what I've reviewed in the past pastas, mass murder is a bit mundane, but the fact that you're this incompetent in figuring out what the hell is going on is shameful. Apparently, it came. What? An old man ran up to him and said, "It's dangerous to go alone, No, but seriously, he basically said, "You kill, this bad." The protagonist rips out the cartridge and throws it at a wall. Jesus Christ, I wonder how he'd feel if he played the end of the line Spec Ops. The line. He didn't care about properly ejecting it, well, who does really? He grabbed a hammer and was about to smash it until he saw the burned corner of the... What? And that apparently made him feel ridiculous. So your knowledge that someone else tried to melt the damn thing made you realize, hey, it'd be a good idea not to destroy it. For God's sakes, you're making me want to do stupid decisions so I'd feel smarter than you. So apparently it was like 3:53 in the morning. That's what games do to you sometimes. Guy McGuy tries to sleep but hears screaming. I know how you feel. Doovy's voice still echoes through the hallways. Protagonist also heard gunshots and the tightening of ropes. Easy, that's gang violence and maintenance men. All three of those are common sounds in the city. Oh, by the way, the protagonist hurts a lot and the game's complaining about pain too. It's mentioned all the fucking time, but it really doesn't matter. Protagonist had to play the game made by Emo Satan or Emo Steve Urkel, one of the two. Why? Because his friends would think he was crazy and the game understands him. Oh, I'm sorry, bullshit makes me tired. The game that's screaming at you that it hates you understands you. That game in which you kill tons of innocent people understands you. The game where an old man literally just comes up to you and says, "Fuck you," understands you. Also, you could go to a fucking psychologist, but hey. Geez, you must have real shit friends if a game that hates your guts is better than them. So Protagon searches for the old man because Takeshi Kitano is an insane person and the man knows Protagon tried to destroy the game. This is strange because games don't talk. Where's my goddamn whiskey, Martha? Apparently Protagon's head was exploding. What? The old man keeps on saying you killed people. That's bad. I'm not sure what's going on here. Could you say it again? A crowd of people that confirmed and said, "Hey guy, hey, kill yourself." Well, considering the intro of the pasta said this would happen, no one is shocked that that is happening. Protagonist said they would seek medical help, but nothing made sense. God damn it, stop watching Liz's videos, it's not medical help. See a fucking psychologist. Then Protagonist decides to hide the cartridge. Rambles on about killing himself, and then the pasta ends with him killing himself. The end! Oh, what, you want me to mark the last 3 paragraphs more in depth? Well, I want to, but this pasta is just... I wanted to get over with it as much as possible, okay? That was painful. Every pasta I've reviewed so far had at least one moment where it was, like, funny bad or showed potential or something. Even the mystery of the suicidal photographer was real fun. Even though it's not really scary, but this is just pain. Nothing else but pain. Wait, was that the creator's intentions?
No.
Alright, it's too incompetent for that. Also, shut up. Join me next time when we cover... something else. Look, I gotta go to Sweden. Doovy, you just finish the outro.
Oh, trust me, I've got an outro for you. It's coming next time around. Watch out, Nick, because it is bad.
No, it isn't. It's just a spaghetti about freezers.
Shut up.
In celebration of 7,000 subscribers, I'll review this random pasta. Nightmare Ned. That's it. I don't know why you're so confused, it's just Nightmare Ned. End of story. I mean, it's probably a lost episode because that's its only tag, but still, just Nightmare Ned. No lostness, no episodeness, no title that references one of the phrases from the pasta. Just Nightmare Ned. Good start, this pasta will already be real easy to find on Google. One day, the guy was flipping channels when he literally just found this episode. Pasta really wants to get itself over with quickly. Like, the second sentence of the whole pasta is him already describing the intro. Yes, it's slightly different, but it's boring. Just slightly different colors. Oh look, the wolf is red. It's completely different. The damn thing starts and Ned just eats breakfast and then he walks outside for a bit and then he starts playing on his bike? Well, okay, besides that last part, this seems pretty normal. Is the mundanity of everyday life supposed to be scary? Not very effective considering we all go through that, so this just ends up being very boring. So Ned then starts playing with Conrad until Venom
suddenly appears. Things just pop up in these bastards, like Monty Python's Flying Circus. It was hard to understand what they were saying because they sounded like they were blabbering. I don't know what you're talking about. So then they started sucking a child's brain, and then the child turned into a zombie. Of course, that being the only way any zombification starts. Sucking one's brain can spread disease, people. It's like AIDS. The children at his class thought it was a prank of some sort, but they were wrong. Ah, they're in school now. I guess they were playing in the classroom. Ned then raped the zombified... God damn it, creepypasta. What the fuck went through Nedry's mind there? Was he just like, oh my god, he's an undead minion? But that ass, though. Sexual molestation aside, his two friends decapitate the teacher because... I guess they realized the teachers hate school more than the students, so they just ended his misery. And then they both melted. I'm not even kidding. I would make a nuclear throne joke, but... Fuck it, I'm making a nuclear throne joke. Everything hurts. There. No Leather story time is complete without a reference to an indie game I like. Ned's parents then reported his son to the officer, and the officer tried to find any evidence. Well, Wait, parents?! This is another one of those where the fuck am I pastas, is it? I imagine this is how the 11th dimension looks. I'm surprised there wasn't any, like, two different Neds at the same time. So as the cop was looking around, Ned began to die? Ah, the Mantis effect. As in, he dies after fucking. So on his death, floor, I guess, he said, Mom, Dad, Amy, remember me from when I am in the up above.
Above us, there is nothing above but the stars above.
So, is this an actual nightmare, or am I just stupid? Because reading a pasta called Nightmare Ned, you'd think there'd be nightmares. Okay, so the parents cried for 30 seconds. He timed it, because of course. And it just ends there. Well, I gotta tell ya, that episode was short, 10 out of 0. So then he turned off his TV, and after 5 seconds he turned it back on, because fuck all, and it froze on the ending frame. He unplugged the TV, and it was still frozen. I'd make a joke saying that, like, it's supposed to be movie frozen, and not an actual frame frozen. But that would make this video outdated. And now if you excuse me, I'm gonna go over there and roll in irony. So he gave the TV a good kick because that's how technology works, and it gets fixed. And so he nervously plugs the TV back in and is revealed to see that it's good now. Then the guy realized that Nightmare Ned wasn't on TV for months. How spooky. I'll be sure to write it down in the long list of shitendings.com. There you go, kids. You may start your day off normally, but if you have friends that can turn people into zombies, then that is a clear sign that you need to fuck. But be careful, for the world of the Ned's Nightmare creepypasta, people are constantly teleporting in all sorts of locations. And then you'll shortly die afterwards because the IDPD is looking for you because you've been teleporting everywhere and fucking zombies. And then your pimp friends, like, melt in front of you. And then some jackass on the internet will write about this, and then another jackass on the internet will comment on it and make 2 nuclear throne references in under 10 minutes. Truly, it's a strange world this world is. Triangles.
Well, hello then, Nick.
Yeah, I knew something was up. Usually you're standing in the corner looking really fucking angry with me. But now you've got that smug grin. Rip that off your face, you look like a hippo.
Well, I would, but since you weren't fazed by I can fix this, I figured I'd find you a better pasta. We're reviewing this now.
Yeah, I know we were doing a co-review. I read the script too. Hell, I even co-wrote it with you.
Look, I'm supposed to be the meta one. Okay, let's just do the actual intro.
So I'm going to read one of the worst pastas I've ever seen in my life. You know, everyday activity. Okay, I'm drunk. Could you, like, tell me what the pasta we're doing today is again?
It's a little pasta called freepainreport.com, and
that one. Can we do this when I'm not, you know, alive anymore?
I'll be happy to let you join Shrap in a dirt nap as soon as the review's done. Since we've tackled pastas still on the CP Wiki and pasta's moved to the Troll Pasta Wiki, we might as well take a dip into the absolute worst of the popular creepypasta wikis, spin pasta.
I like the part where you can post anything there and the mods will ban anyone who dares dislike something. So yeah, spin pasta ain't exactly a treasure trove of good.
If it's a good spin pasta, it gets moved to the CP Wiki. If it's a bad spin pasta, it stays on spin pasta. Pasta starts with a guy in his underwear in a seedy apartment. Already I can relate. That'll go away fast.
The guy had a 80s vintage telephone and he said it sucked. You know, some people would kill to have old stuff like that just laying around. Like literally murder another human being, like pop pop.
So this guy is really poor. Like, can't even afford Pop-Tarts poor.
Duvie, what's the price of like a box of Pop-Tarts?
$3, about €2.
Then why the fuck can he not afford it?
I don't know, ask his $5 toaster. So he sees something on TV that catches his eye. How did he afford a TV?
I don't know, man. It's like, in fact, how does he have a phone? In fact, how does he have a house?
Anyway, he then reminisces about a commercial with a frog who had a penis showing, singing Christmas carols.
Ah, the good old days. No, it wasn't.
Nick, from now on, mentioning Crazy Frog will get you a knife to the throat.
Nah, motherfucker, I don't have a throat.
Then I can say, in two different aspects, how do you even breathe?
So there were like 3 guys smiling and singing in this commercial, as opposed to frowning and speaking free verse poetry. Apparently they were the voice of the guy's generation.
I think that one just speaks for itself. Let's move on. The lyrics were bad. We'll just display the lyrics on screen and make jokes relating to what they say. So Nick, what do you see in these lyrics that supposedly speak to him and our generation?
Well, I'll tell you what I see, Juvie. I see shit.
Yeah, you definitely are insane. You thought this song was a good idea.
This entire song feels as if it was written by Answer My Eyes Johnson if he could feel pain. Too bad, too bad, too bad, too bad, bad. Truly the words of a poet.
I think the pasta's describing itself there. Too bad to read. -1 out of 1,000. Could have scored any of those points. Instead, you just lost one.
I think this entire pasta is a promotion for his great songwriting skills.
And we don't say that with a grain of salt. We say that with the entire fucking salt dimension.
That's just stupid. Nobody's been to the salt dimension.
One person you know has.
Is it Liz? No, wait. Harvey. No, wait. I got it. It's Sonia, is it?
This guy rhymes prom with nom nom. Number 1, the second one was only a legitimate word when you were 10.
Number 2. What? And number 3, why are we music critics all of a sudden?
Because we needed to do this pasta. Don't question it, shut up. So yeah, that's about all we felt deserved mockery in the song. Now back to the actual pasta.
This guy comes back out of watching the commercial by not knowing whether or not he was in pain. Okay, now I'm convinced he is Answer My Eyes Johnson because he doesn't know if he's in pain or not.
Let me give you a hint. If you don't know whether or not you're in pain, you're not in pain.
But hey, what do we know? Just go to some shady websites. They know what.
Actually, Nick, he doesn't go to the website.
What?
Yeah, he talks about freepainreport.com, but he actually just calls their number 1-877-PAIN-NOW.
These guys are really old school. First they named their company after their website, and then they just give you their fucking phone number instead.
So I guess he contacted them by phone, meaning he has no internet, in which case, how does this pasta exist?
This guy doesn't want to die, despite the fact that he has no friends, lives in a shitty apartment, and his story is being reviewed by 2 jackasses on the internet. The guy really can't get a break, but damn if he's not optimistic.
The guy all of a sudden feels like he's being watched through his boarded up windows and bubble wrap walls. Good God, I'm surprised he managed to afford those bootleg Pop-Tarts.
This guy didn't just, drop the phone and, made, dog noise. Yeah, this guy is officially insane. In fact, I think we're just reading the ramblings of an insane person.
And the good people in the audience hear the ramblings about the ramblings of an insane person from the 2 less insane people. Great, now I've just confused everyone.
He smacked himself a couple of times. That's good. That makes me want to smack him a little less. Not completely, though.
He suddenly wanted an apple. Better get those toaster tarts first if you don't want him to get burnt. Don't want that bubble wrap house to melt.
So this guy wants to eat an apple because the phrase an apple a day keeps the doctor away. Doctors are hard-working and respectable people who wish none other than to help others. Join our group to destroy all apples!
You so much as kill one apple and I will destem you, Nick. May their stems grow long, all hail Trouble King.
So this guy started cutting an apple, then it wasn't an apple, and he started making a stupid analogy. Aha! I knew he couldn't afford an apple!
This guy's like a Bizarro Venus. He was also screaming louder than Homer Simpson in a very specific episode neither of us have watched yet. Why again?
This guy makes more references than we do. That's an accomplishment after Suicidal Photographer. So it turns out he was cutting his hand and it looked like an apple, despite the fact that... No, they look nothing like apples.
Does he have just one finger? I'm pretty sure it's either that or it was a hallucination. I really don't doubt the second one.
I'm pretty sure this guy's on PCP or has something wrong with his brain. I mean, his house is made of bubble wrap. Where else would you hear that?
Then he praises God, the Lord, and the sweet dieter. Apparently dieting puts you above Jesus, at least in this mental patient's eyes.
He picked up the phone with the hand he didn't bludgeon. You mean either hand? Slicing one's hand to ribbons doesn't exactly crush the hand. Did he just hit it with a hammer afterwards?
Yeah, I'm just going to imagine him killing his hand in any and every way possible. There's some good thoughts, son.
The guy decided to call 1-877-PAY-NOW because... well... Okay, so hear this. This guy didn't call 911 because it reminded him of 9/11. So he instead called this seedy number about singing random people. Happy called, he wanted his bullshit back.
That is so forced that God could play bowling with the entire universe and use less force in this little sentence here. That fucking bad.
So after that turn of a sentence, they start by asking if you're in pain. Well, since I called pay now, I want to get my pay, goddammit! Could you please have whatever a pay is delivered? Thank you.
They send someone over after asking if the guy is dead. Not only did he fuck up, they're stupid as well. By God, the stupid universe theory is correct! We are science, Nick!
We have successfully made it to the creepy science world. We are now approaching the Super Mario world.
Good. I love that game. So apparently this is worse than that time he went to a My Bloody Valentine concert. Guy, that's not a band, that's a bad horror movie. Hell, Phyllis even reviewed it. Both versions, actually.
Death is still a better option than watching it, though. Besides, we all want this guy dead, so all parties are happy.
I don't want him dead, I want him tortured.
Okay, scratch that. All important parties are happy.
So he looked out his window through the curtain, even though his windows were boarded up and he had no curtains. A staple of spin pasta is not having any consistency whatsoever.
A convertible pulled up, and it's the guys from the commercial wearing do-rags, gold chains, and equipped with boom boxes. Well, now you've done it. Young Venus's minions have come to take your money.
They'll either leave or kill you once they find out how little you have, preferably the latter. The guy had boarded up windows and there was no other exit, so he just sat in the room as the guys came in and started to perform.
Well there, you see, Doovie, getting tortured like you wanted him to. Now we're all happy.
My only wish was that I could be the one torturing him with your severed limbs.
And now, for the second time, riffing the lyrics of their shitty song. Because we didn't have enough of those in the world.
How did they know that this guy remembered Crazy Frog? Also, apparently, Crazy Frog is the epitome of good.
And then they rhyme doom with witch's broom. Seriously, this guy should go right for, like, Family Guy. He'd fit right in with his non-sequiturs.
These guys use the word fat unironically. When will this fucking thing be over?
I'm glad they reused the best part of that last song. Also, what's the meter of this song anyway if they just keep singing too bad, too bad, too bad, too bad, bad? Is it just flat monotone?
They spell out pain in both songs. I actually think that's a good thing because this guy probably doesn't know how to spell.
Design is basically like something you'd find in Shrek is Love. Well, except for the fact that instead of blood it'd be like onion juice, I guess.
And now for the ending. The guy dies. Okay, well, there's more to it than that. I guess we'll have to make a joke about it or two. Then the guy blatantly explains what the symbolism in the pasta is, despite the fact that it made no fucking sense within any context to anything. Also, if you're in an immediate medical emergency, stop caring about other people unless you can help them in your current state. Let me remind you that you were dirt poor. What, were you gonna send the starving children in Africa your food stamps?
Look, if you focused on everyone else's pain in the world, you'd go insane. Actually, shit, is that how you went insane? Well, that was shit. So why did we do this again?
I couldn't torture the protagonist, so I decided to torture you instead.
Why?
Because that Silence Corner joke really needs to fucking die. It's getting too goddamn old. I figured this would be a good way to kill it.
Well, I hope you're happy. Now get back into
Finish that sentence with Silence Corner and you'll find yourself missing a few body parts. Probably some less essential ones so you can bleed out instead of having organ failure.
That's, oddly specific. Well, the pasta sucked, and I hope freepainreport.com gets bought by Google. Join me next time if I'm not dead.
I won't be here next time, and I can't say for certain whether or not this dickbag will be either.
Well, wait.
I didn't come up with the idea, my sister told me. Well, your sister is crazy to think that this was going to get us a cutie marks, replied Scootaloo. That was so stupid and embarrassing.
Please don't do any voices.
Please. Apple Bloom sighed. I guess we're not meant to be cutie mark crusader prostitutes.
What?
What? Oh God.
This is gonna be good. 50 Shades of Pink!
Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah, baby!
Sweetie Belle, what did Sister tell us that we should solicit sex from the townsfolk? Scootaloo asked. Well, Rarity said that it is a very profitable business, and that we were so useless at doing anything else that we might as well just ask sex for from random strangers.
Is this social commentary or some shit?
I don't fucking know.
It sounds like just basically 3 girls were actually talking, someone overheard them, and just put ponies in it.
Yes.
Yeah, pretty much.
Horses. No. Horses.
Sex shit. Wow, your sister is an asshole. This is apparently said in fucking super clean, scrubbed down horse world.
I just looked down at the end of the comment that I liked.
Well, somebody said they liked it.
Oh God.
It was like, yeah, I'm totally into...
I made fan art.
Yeah, I'm totally into whatever the fuck that is. I think this just about describes everybody's reaction to any of this.
To continue because the best line I've ever seen in anything appears soon.
Ah, speak of the devil.
Okay, I'm going to continue until I reach that beauteous line.
Go on.
3 friends continued down the road and came across a familiar face. I see you girls have a problem. Trixie, the 3 girls said. Yes, it is I, the gay and pitiful Trixie, and I...
What?
This is the new low! This is the new standard of low!
It's like, you have found my secret lair, He-Man!
You can suck my bone, He-Man!
That's what she literally sounds like, except with what the fuck...
When did this devolve from fucking bad 2000s cartoons to decent 80s cartoons?
Because Slapnull, yeah!
That is true. I mean, she just sounds like a villain, except with what she said.
Why should we trust you, Apple Bloom said. Yeah, weren't you that hack show-off that lied about your accomplishments? Scootaloo asked. My sister has pictures of you in her private room.
What? It was like, oh hi, Mark, how's your sex life?
She has it in her special place.
Jesus Christ.
It's like walking up to a stranger. It's like walking up to a stranger and saying, "Oh hi, I am an abomination of nature," and then that stranger child just happens to say, "My sister has a shrine of you in her closet."
God damn it, Lord Folden.
Well, tell her to get your Yuri ass away from me. Even though I would approve it.
The Yuri Overlord are coming.
Yes, obey your Yuri.
Why is that even a sentence, somebody asked?
Apple Bloom and Scootaloo both shot a death stare at Sweetie Belle. What the fuck?
Wait, they shot at them? Did we establish that they have guns? Gun gods?
Yes.
Guns that shoot faces.
Guns that shoot faces, guns
out of eyes.
Guns that shoot fishes that roll. I ruined it for everyone. Hooray!
Fish rolling lasers.
Steroids can be wheeled.
The Pony Mafia strikes again.
Okay, I know that I've had a bad past in Ponyville, but I, the gay and pitiful Trixie, is here
Do you have to keep saying it? We know who you are!
get your cutie marks. And you will do that how? Scootaloo asked. Well, first, you have to follow me back to my house located in a dark, secluded area totally away from any living soul. Once we get there, we will get to work on those cutie marks. That sounds
Reasonable.
Totally.
Like, that is the exact words! That sounds perfectly reasonable!
Wait, they said that sounds perfectly reasonable?
Yes!
Well, someone was. I refuse to believe someone was serious when they wrote this.
Okay, hold on, I gotta plug in my headphones. Be right back. I'm back.
All hail shadow.
Wait, guys, I have to go. Wait, okay, I'm back.
No, Sid will be awfully sore if I don't return home in time. But you know what? Screw her, I'm in. What do you say, Sweetie Belle? Dumb fabric.
Did she just says dumb fabric?
Yes! Follow Trixie to her wonderful and magical abode. The Crusaders followed Trixie to her totally not suspicious, not dangerous house located on the outskirts of Ponyville.
We've been tricked. This is not serious.
Here's
Then
the
again,
like-
Dippers goes to Taco Bell. You know,
Yeah.
it also had hints of, you know, like this might be.
And hints of, this can't be serious, but then you realized, oh god, it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Why does
Trixie
she look like her?
Crusaders followed Trixie inside. Trixie locked the door behind them. Inside the funhouse, it was pitch dark. I can't see a darn thing.
I can't see a damn thing.
It smells kind of funny in here. I like to eat paste.
Somebody just says I like to eat paste. We are in the Trixie Funhouse as we speak. Let's think about this. I have summoned you all here, and you all said, yeah, that seems about right, even though I'm gonna regret this decision. It's completely dark in here, and we both like paste.
Come into my windowless
Come into my
van.
urethra.
Is the pasta done? Did they just I like paste, and there you go, it's done.
Oh, I wish. Okay! Whoops, forgot to turn on the light. Trixie flicked the switch on. Okay, now who wants to get their cutie mark first? I do!
I do, TJ!
All you had to do was get the cutie mark, CJ!
Sweetie Belle was slamming her head against the wall.
I was like, I can't stand this shit!
That's what I do sometimes, but only when I'm really disappointed in myself.
Back in my day, kids didn't have puberty, and everyone was fucking normal. Never
Okay,
ever
you
land.
can all go at once. Follow me to my special cutie mark acquirement room. Trixie ushered the three fillies into the small room.
That sounds like she's gonna get a marker and draw on them.
Yes.
That's a good
Like fucking fake tattoos. So what do we do? Take these, put them on. Trixie gave the fillies each a latex suit. Here we go.
This is some kinky shit.
They make latex suits in children's sizes?
What? That is a good point. What?
Oh god.
Horseland is weird.
It's just rubber, I think.
Never talk about rubber in this kind of situation, Shrapnel. Ball guys.
Alright, so. Okay, Scootaloo said, and she put the suit on.
You know?
It's really tight, Apple Bloom said. Why are there holes for our flanks and unmentionable parts?
I do not want!
No. I want to talk about whoever the seamstress was for this fucking thing. Is like, this isn't probably illegal as fuck, or it's for a midget.
Midgets.
I'm guessing that if it was that, but like, I don't know, maybe Trixie
Why are we questioning the efficacy of a pasta that is compared to Sweet Apple Massacre?
Maybe Trixie cut holes in the swimsuits. Maybe that's why she's gay and pitiful.
This is starting to sound like Beware Boys.
Oh, you'll see soon enough. Now I want each of you to stand by that wall there with the chains. The fillies quickly trotted over the wall. Now raise your hooves up. And the fillies raised their hooves up. And perfect! Trixie raised the chains and wrapped them around the Crusaders. Now Trixie is going to have some fun with you little fuckers!
Let's have some fun, motherfuckers!
And then she shoots them all.
This
is Doom.
Da, 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 da.
Is that Doom? It's not MIDI enough. It's not Doom. It's not MIDI enough. All right. Now that we've established that this is a Doom fetish,
Ow! What the fuck was that for? Scootaloo cried.
You missed the sentence.
All right, yeah. Trixie took out a whip and lashed.
Why is she paying attention to the thing?
Because I've read this before. I'm reading it again. I don't know why.
Trixie lashed them again. Apple Bloom started to cry. You hurt me, I'm telling my big sis on you. Me and Rarity play this game all the time.
Oh no.
I eat paste.
This is starting to take a toll on you guys, isn't it?
Very much.
I just love how Sonya, the only girl in this, is like, eh.
I've read worse.
That is true.
Yeah.
Somebody just posted a goddamn Five Nights at Freddy's fanfiction.
Oh, fantastic.
Trixie lashed them again, ignoring their cries for help. Okay, now that we're all warmed up, it's time to get fucking dirty.
It's time to fucking go, bitch!
Trixie went over the wall and unchained Apple Bloom and put her in handcuffs. She threw her on a nearby table and laid her out. Time for Trixie to have some fun.
You already said this. We have established that you wish to have fun.
No. You don't understand. This is the next line.
I know.
Like, time to get dirty, time to have some fun. It's a Mobius strip at this point. Trixie started to insert her tongue into Apple Bloom's mouth. It
Can we not?
squished around in her mouth.
It's squished around in mouth?
Trixie enjoyed every second of it. Apple Bloom continued to cry as Trixie inserted her hoof into Apple Bloom's clit. Let me just remind you, this is the equivalent of sticking your fucking foot into something that is less than a couple of millimeters long.
God damn it. Just fucking shoved the foot right up there.
She felt around in her tender young vagina, penetrating her vaginal walls.
This is goddamn tenderizing my vaginal juices.
No, it's not.
No, yeah, you're right. I don't have.
Scootaloo and Squeaky Belle continued to watch as Trixie and Apple Bloom's sweaty bodies touched and rubbed against each other.
I can just imagine them going, "This like, hey, dude, this looks a little strange."
That was you touched my shalala.
Never do that again, Sharon.
Should I try my hand at that shit?
I'm back.
I'm so glad.
I want to go home, Apple Bloom cried. We haven't even started, dear. Trixie continued to finger Apple Bloom with her foot.
I don't think this can be considered fingering. This is like stomping. You know Monty Python's Holy Grail? It's like...
No, it's Project X Zoo, an evil zoo attack.
Oh, God.
Don't even.
Sonya's literally sounded like an air horn. Copy
Every time I right-click, it plays an air horn. Imagine that plus fucking laser minigun. Or fucking something like that.
Jesus.
Triple nuke minigun with that shit, I don't know.
Triple nuke minigun.
But, yeah,
Speaking of triple nuke miniguns, you should finish that.
That is not even comparable to the destructive nature of this fucking piece of writing!
This is writing? I thought somebody wrote this with their ass, literally.
I used to write like that when I was 5.
I used to write when I was 5.
I used to be 5.
I'm still
Paste.
5.
Shit, Shrapnel, you should not be reading this.
Oh no, I'll get scarred for life.
Trixie reached under the table and pulled out a 13-inch long dildo. This should do the trick. What trick? What trick?
Close enough.
What trick?
Let's go to Saints Row, motherfucker.
Yes.
Jesus Christ to me.
This is about the time where you bring out the gimp. Oh wait, she already did.
Oh lord. Gimpy, more soul hearts.
She flipped Apple Bloom over and inserted the dildo deeply into her anus. Apple Bloom cringed and shook as the dildo penetrated her anus. The dildo was so far in, her anus started to bleed.
Oh, that's fun.
How many times do you have to...
Oh, no, I wasn't talking about what you guys were watching. My little brother's playing Diablo, and he's killing teddy bears right now.
I think we pretty much got the same thing here.
No, because what Drake's doing is
Could we please?
That's what I said. I'm
Doobie,
trying to
don't
get him
worry,
back
we'll
on
save
track.
you. You don't need to choke.
You need to cough.
Someone save Doobie. He's gonna choke.
Get on with it! Yes, get on with it!
Another Monty Python.
Trixie licked up the blood, enjoying the taste of it.
Why does everybody lick blood in these?
She started to suck the blood straight out of Apple Bloom's ass. Even if you do like blood, that is not an optimal place to get it.
Imagine if Isaac was like, "Hey, I got a blood bag here for you. How desperate are you?"
Oh, God.
Oh no!
Trixie started to orgasm already.
The taste of blood, the true taste for a warrior, a gay pitiful warrior.
She then flipped Apple Bloom back over and gave Apple Bloom oral sex. Trixie got into a 69 position and put her clit in Apple Bloom's face.
Whoa, nobody told me we were going Northern Line.
Suddenly, she ejaculated hard. Oh, great.
Because that's what happens.
That's totally what happens.
That's how women work.
Totally.
Okay.
The milky fluid got all over Apple Bloom's face and she got some in her mouth. Are you sure that Are you sure that this is a woman?
Can we just quote that out of context? Like, yes, I'm looking at your medical condition. Are you sure you are a female horse?
No. You gotta say that in the exact same tone. I'm looking at your medical information. Are you absolutely sure that you are a female horse? Horse.
Terrifying.
Once Trixie finished ejaculating, again, not something that women do, she reached under the table and pulled out a chainsaw. Oh, okay. We're going.
This is some kinky shit.
At this point, Scootaloo was crying, and Sweetie Belle was slamming.
No. It's Squadala from now on.
Apple Bloom, no! Scootaloo cried. Squadala cried. You're my only useful friend!
Jesus
Trixie revved up the chainsaw and slowly lowered it into Apple Bloom's leg. The chainsaw tore through her flesh. Blood went everywhere. Apple Bloom let out one final scream before fainting, her leg completely falling off. This will do, Trixie said excitedly. Does she want to augment that shit? Because I have a feeling that is not going to be very useful for anything. She took the young filly's leg and inserted it into her vagina. Okay, step one.
Wait, how the hell does, hang on, let me... No!
Let me just state, a horse's leg is not, like a young horse's leg is not 13 inches long. You'd be better off using the dildo if that's what you wanted. She jammed it back and forth in her clit. Okay, again. This is not how clitoris works. And soon had another orgasm.
This woman's just fucking walk down the street, walk 5 miles, orgasm.
Trixie revved up her chainsaw again and tore through Apple Bloom's neck, effectively decapitating her.
Effectively? You think?
She picked up her bloody head from the ground and put it on the table. Scootaloo,
Pixie the Barbarian.
A great new show that's coming on the air. Disney Channel's teaming up with the Nature Channel to bring us a show about chimpanzees. I think it's a good idea.
My gym partner's a monkey.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, who's next? Trixie said in excitement. No, fuck no! Squadala!
Hell no!
Somebody save us!
I'll save you! Anyone else, please!
Decapitated our best friend, now she's gonna kill us! Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Oh my god.
Did you really record all this Spelunky footage beforehand?
No, I'm playing it as we speak.
Oh.
Wait. You're able to play Spelunky stably as we speak about this.
Yeah. I'm bad at the game already, so I don't need much to focus on.
Trixie unchained Squadala and put her on the table and held her down. Break a leg!
She got wrecked.
You got wrecked, you wee lad!
Whoever said to fix that for the demo is amazing.
Who's pounding her face?
Excuse me? I heard face pounding.
No. It says Scootaloo was cut off, but I said Scootaloo was wrecked by Trixie's hooves pounding her in the face.
Pound. Who the fuck said pound since 2007?
Trixie knocked most of the teeth from Scootaloo's mouth. She continued to brutally pound her in the face.
And she got faced. She got face stabbed. No, she got face stabbed.
Apparently Chris took over Rev's account.
Oh, okay.
I don't know who Chris is, so...
He's the most liquidy of potatoes.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Like on Steam?
Shrapnel, you caused the most awkward of silences.
Trixie then levitated Scootaloo's body a couple feet from the table. She picked up a knife and positioned it under Scootaloo's tender ass.
Can we talk?
No.
Can we talk about that? No, seriously, can we talk about that? I didn't hear it.
No. She then dropped Scootaloo. The knife penetrated Scootaloo's anus. Blood and excrement began to flow out of her ass. Oh, God.
There's shit everywhere! Damn it!
You may want to turn the butt drippage down a bit, Steve. It get kind of stinky in here.
One of the people in the chat is actually disappointed that the pasta has no incest.
I'm just gonna make a terrible joke. I'm gonna make a terrible joke here.
Fucking stop having Freud in the goddamn chat.
No, he has Schadenfreude. But yes.
Say it, Trap. Say it.
Here comes the joke. He is a disappointed Oni-chan.
Huh?
Is that it?
Yeah.
Is that it?
Is that it?
Yeah.
Boo! Boo, Shrapnel, boo!
I did say it was a terrible joke.
Non-entity. It's a non-entity among jokes. Trixie then levitated her body above the table and repeated dropping Scootaloo on the knife multiple times. How can the knife stand this? They break in one time in Counter-Strike.
No. He got pyroed. He had the spicy. Oh,
Trixie began to make out with Scootaloo licking the inside of her shit-filled mouth. Scootaloo couldn't take the taste of excrement anymore and puked into Trixie's mouth.
We had to have goddamn mouth puking in this pasta, otherwise it wouldn't have been a disgusting piece of shit.
Trixie swallowed the puke and excrement and then puked herself. The puke got all over Scootaloo's face. Satisfied, Trixie picked up her chainsaw. She revved up the chainsaw and placed the blade right above her head. She burst the chainsaw.
Wait a minute. This seems familiar.
This seems familiar.
Like,
yes.
This is like almost verbatim at this point.
This is almost like just like Sweet Apple Massacre, just like slightly different. It's a bootleg!
It's a bootleg Sweet Apple Massacre. At the very least, it's mercifully shorter.
I love this! There's a guy in Steam on the server that I'm at, and he's saying, Trixie is great mate. Someone says that they're disappointed that there's no fishing roll.
Yeah, that is a major disappointment.
Yeah, that is fucking awful.
Shrapnel is strong enough to move stone with his eyebrows.
Yes.
Have you guys ever seen SamsonEyebrows.gif?
But anyway.
She
grabbed up the chainsaw and placed the blade right above her head. She pushed the chainsaw through Squadala's skull and forcefully tore through her whole body all the way to her flank. Trixie had thoroughly cut Squadala in half. She turned off the chainsaw and got up on the table. She took one bloody half of Squadala
and the mom got scared, and then she went over there to became the Prince of Ponyville.
And then the stream got turned down because of too much talking of child pornography, and the FBI came for us all.
She turned off the chainsaw and got up on the table, blah blah blah, enjoying the innards of Scootaloo rubbing against her body. That was a separate sentence. Enjoying the innards of Scootaloo rubbing against her body. She shoved her face in her urinary tract and enjoyed the feces that rolled out. That is a terrible health problem, and she should have gotten that checked out had she not been dead.
It's like, you know, it's like when there's a murder crime and then somebody is like, oh wait, she would have died by, you know, having pieces of shit in her urine anyway, so.
Trixie had another orgasm. Okay, great.
That's great. Why don't you goddamn bleed all over us?
She wiped Scootaloo's remains from the table and set her sights on Sweetie Belle. Yay, my turn to get my cutie mark. Trixie facehoved. Fucking idiot.
When you talk about Serbian film, we don't talk about that shit.
That is true.
That's my new throat sound.
That's your new throat sound?
No, that's his new hit sound in DF2. Just so
Trixie unchained Sweetie Belle and put her on the table. She revved up her chainsaw and began to work on Sweetie Belle's horn. The chainsaw tore completely through the horn. Trixie then took the horn and inserted it into Sweetie Belle's vagina. Sweetie Belle laughed and got excited as she did this.
Huh? This bitch's crazy.
No, she eats paste. This is established.
Yeah, that's true. If that paste don't have guns, then YV ain't got none of that.
Sweetie Belle had an orgasm. More, she cried. So that's what Trixie did. She flipped the Sweetie Belle over and stuck the horn in her anus. She dammed it in multiple times to the delight of Sweetie Belle. Did my cutie mark show up yet? What is it? What is it? Sweetie Belle started to annoy Trixie. For fuck's sake, can you please shut the fuck up? Anyone who has the ability to swear knows that you do not use the same one twice in the same sentence.
Yeah.
I interrupt you.
Trixie took the horn and shoved it down Sweetie Belle's throat. Sweetie Belle was choking on her own horn. Trixie continued to push the horn through. It went to...
You don't hear that every day.
That is true. She is horny. God damn it, you people.
God damn it, you piece of shit.
The chat's being stupid.
I mean, that's their job when you think about it. I mean, it's hilarious to me.
Why you gotta be so rude?
Why you gotta be so rude?
Why you gotta be so...
Don't ever do that again.
Why you gotta be so saucy?
Never do that again.
I was about to say, never speak again, Shrek. As she took her final breath and died, fucking stupid children, can't shut the fuck up. Trixie went over to a sink and cleaned herself up. Hours later, her phone rang. Trixie picked up the phone. So did you get the job done? Yes, Trixie took care of her and her two dumb friends. Oh, thanks, Celestia. I can finally work in peace without that little shit messing things up. Great, so you'll send payment? I'll come by later. Sounds good. Yes, bring the bits, all the bits. Trixie hung up and relaxed after a long day of sex, rape, and torture.
Can we talk about that? After a good long day of sex, rape, and torture, I like to cool down with some beer. That's why I prefer... With some
That's why I prefer blood ass.
Oh, Lord. We're horrible people.
No, we're not horrible people. The fucking creator of this goddamn pasta is a horrible people.
Blood for the ass god.
He has no style. He has no grace.
Hey, look, it's me, the guy that makes videos. Remember when that happened? Yes, so let's see what I'm going to be reviewing after 2,000 years. This creepypasta, it's called Stick Stickly. It's stickiest Sticksticks. Well, Stick Stickly was a show on Nick Jr., so my conclusion is that they took Happy Happy, threw the apple part away, gave the stick that held him up a face, and they just put him as the show, and the apple is just, sitting there dying. Well, in any case, there's this guy I found an old website that had very early episodes of it, I guess. So the first one he clicked was just called First Ever Stick Stickly Appearance. There's that one racing game Sonic the Hedgehog made his first appearance in, maybe you should have called it that. The design was different from his actual show, but all he did was make a few corny jokes and he just said, fuck off, Rugrats next. You don't got nothing else for me. So that was the pilot. I have to say, that episode sure was... That was the pilot. And you move on to the next episode, which was Stick Gets Injured. And here his body was all worn out and he had splinters sticking out of him. And then, well, I can't think of a joke for this. Wait. No, hold up. Splinters were sticking out of him because he is a stick. That's the joke, fuck you. So then he said, that dog there, he buried me. And I just managed to barely get out just to tell you kids that Hey Dude is up next. So this is an actual show. This is one of those things where, a guy tells you what you're gonna watch next instead of, reading. I can't imagine how the writer of this was just lazy. He was just at least the first episode had jokes. He just came to work 5 minutes later. He called it a day. Oh, well, of course, it's not over yet. After all, he had to sing his famous song about sending him messages. And, he does that, and he just kind of sits there emotionless with the rest of the video. And I guess the puppeteer also went home early. And so the third video was called The Hang Stick. How do you hang a popsicle? Well, they found a way, and they demonstrated in this short documentary. So it plays a game of hangman, and you gotta guess letters, and if you guess the letter wrong, and the noose gets closer to his face, that's how you hang a popsicle. You don't gotta go to school today. That was education enough for you. So when the kid guessed all the letters wrong, the rope got to his neck that he doesn't have, and his eyes just vanished, and they were replaced with X's. And there was no sound for 30 seconds, and they just kind of looked at him the whole time. I mean, this is how you know it's Happy Happy. It's just just most of it is just silence where nothing goddamn happens. And they go to the fourth video, which is Stick Quits. And he was ranting about how nobody respected him. Well, he's right. He was being treated like a toothpick, while his father was a great and mighty ship. Alright, look, I know why you're wondering why his dad is Noah's Ark, but things are more important. Like, a kid comes over and he's like, no, people respect you. They like you. And he says, oh, okay. And the next episode is Stick Gets Mad. So I guess the kid lied to him. The entire goddamn episode was muted, but he was just, like angry and stuff. You couldn't exactly tell due to the poor animation, but, like, you can tell he was angry through his body language. I mean, look, he's a goddamn stick. He doesn't have body language. He only has, like, a stick and a face. Like, the only thing he can do at this point is, like, soul language or something. Then a little girl that was, like, scared in the corner is like, yeah, fuck this, and she just left. Then he just stared at the screen, but the animation, again, so shit that you couldn't, like, even tell what the hell he was, like, saying. You couldn't even tell if he was saying anything. His mouth does not move. It's like my animations. After that, there was a sixth video called The Winner Revealed. The stick had a dark stain on the top of his head, and one of his eyes was like an X. So my only conclusion is that, like, he is half alive. He can't be alive. He's just a stick. Wait, how does he speak? Can we trust this man? And he was like, so the votes are in, and all you little fuckers voted for our next show, Candle Cove. And it's just, the story ends there. So the whole pasta was a promotion for Candle Cove, as done by the stick, that held up Happy Happy. Well, that wasn't very scary. Creepypastas are supposed to scare me, right? This one didn't really do none of that. It didn't even, like, unsettle me in the slightest. It's just, hey, this happened. Did you know that? And anyway, Candle Cove. I mean, this made it in the tats of the top list. I mean, granted, it's better than most lost episodes, but, like, but it just literally didn't really do anything. It just, like, it exists. Here's this. Go read that other creepypasta, you fuck. So in conclusion, this pasta sucks as well. Goodbye. See you in another 20 years for my next video.